Chapter 1 Starting Reward, Thunder Fruit. July Minor Heat. The scorching sun hangs in the sky, and the heat it emits is scorching the earth all the time. Steam was rising from the surface of the cement road. Under the bus stop, a young couple was waiting for the bus. The girl took the boy's hand and said coquettishly, "You performed well last night. I want to reward you again tonight." The boy looked embarrassed and subconsciously clenched the Luwei Diwan pills in his pocket. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing. Just 7 days into this month, I have been rewarded more than 20 times. If I give you more rewards, there won't be a drop left. Suddenly, the girl's pupils dilated and her gaze fell on the trash can at the corner of the street. In the trash can, on the right side of the can, there is a body. As the girl spoke, her whole body was shaking. His face turned pale with fear. Hearing this, the boy looked over hurriedly and saw, just as the girl said, a blood-red corpse lying next to the trash can. It looked like a doll that had been discarded casually by its owner after he got tired of playing with it. The reason why the whole body is blood-red is because the skin of this corpse has been peeled off alive. Blood vessels and muscle tissue are all exposed to the air. Vomit. Seeing this scene, the boy felt his stomach churning and vomited with a wow. Classmates, this is the footage captured by the street surveillance camera. The lights in the classroom came on, and the head teacher stood on the podium with a serious face. According to the Inner Court Demon Slayer Squad, the vengeful ghost who committed the crime should have mastered a C-level supernatural power, sequence 821, painted skin. Painted skin is a camouflage ability. It peels off human skin and drapes it over one's own body, thereby disguising oneself as the victim. In short, this vengeful ghost is extremely dangerous and has triggered a yellow alert. After school, try to go home together and avoid going out alone. The head teacher was talking at the podium, but Chen Feng was sleeping soundly below the stage. Ha! He even started snoring. Chen Feng is a time traveler. A year ago, Chen Feng was dating a schoolgirl with twin ponytails in a restaurant. When the schoolgirl got drunk, he was just about to take the next step. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and he traveled to the present world. This is a modern world where spiritual energy is revived, where humans and resentful ghosts coexist, and both can awaken superpowers. There are 1033 known superpowers, and people rank them according to their strength, sequence 1 sequence 1033. The smaller the serial number, the stronger the ability. Chen Feng, wake up quickly, the head teacher is coming. Deskmate Su Xiaoyun pushed Chen Feng. Chen Feng suddenly woke up and his body straightened up. Damn it! How could a gentleman like me who was full of positive energy have such a colorful dream just now? Chen Feng muttered softly, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The head teacher slammed the table and said, "Chen Feng, you're sleeping in class again. How dare you not listen to me when I talk about something so important?" "Teacher, I've heard about what you're talking about a long time ago." Chen Feng scratched his head. "Besides, I didn't sleep just now." "If you're not sleeping, then what are you doing?" The head teacher pointed to the saliva on the desk. "I'm asking Teacher Zhou a question." "Teacher Zhou? Is there a teacher named Zhou in our academy?" "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou." Hearing this, the whole class laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. "Chen Feng, you are such a talented person. Be quiet." The head teacher was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. "After school, come to my office, I want to teach you a lesson." Jingle. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Su Xiaoyun said in a sweet voice, "Chen Feng, do you need me to go to the office with you?" "With me here, the homeroom teacher probably won't scold you too harshly." Chen Feng waved his hand. "No need, he didn't ask you, and it's a bit inappropriate to ask you, a top student, to accompany me to the office to get scolded." "Well, okay." A blush appeared on Su Xiaoyun's cheeks. Su Xiaoyun is very cute, with a well-proportioned figure, big eyes, a cherry mouth, and golden curly hair. She is the dream goddess of many male classmates in the class. But for some reason, she seemed to have a special liking for Chen Feng. Chen Feng guessed that it might be related to the previous owner of this body. After all, he had only taken over this body for a year. When we arrived at the office, the head teacher Lu Ming took out a document. Ability Awakening Report Card. Your awakened ability is F-Class, sequence 984, weak electricity. You should have known this by now. This is the official notification document. You need to sign and confirm. 3 days ago, Chen Feng knew that he had awakened the F-level, weak electricity, ability. This ability is ridiculously weak. Even if the cultivator's own level reaches the semi-god realm, the released, weak electricity ability can only be comparable to a D-level lightning ability at most. Besides, it is almost impossible for a cultivator with this kind of talent to reach the level of demigod. Because the higher the level of awakened superpowers, the faster the cultivation speed. For F-level superpowers, it takes at least 1,000 years to cultivate to the demigod realm. Practitioner levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star, Emperor, Demigod. Simply put, this ability is not only useless, but also completely useless. God is so unfair. Other time travelers have all kinds of powerful SSS level superpowers and are so cool. However, he awakened the worst F-level ability. As a loyal fan of One Piece, Shenfeng thought at the time, how great it would be if I could have a natural fruit. Don't be discouraged. Although it's only an F-level ability, as long as you practice hard, you will have the hope of entering the inner courtyard. Come on, I'll take special care of you before the upgrade exam. 7 days later, there will be the university promotion exam. Students who pass the exam can be promoted to the inner courtyard, while those who fail will automatically drop out and will never have the chance to cultivate supernatural powers again. Chen Feng knew the importance of the promotion exam, and he nodded seriously. I will work hard. After lecturing Chen Feng for a while, Lu Ming let him go. Although Lu Ming was nagging, it could be seen that he cared about Chen Feng from the bottom of his heart and hoped that he could grow into a powerful psychic. After Chen Feng left, the female teacher sitting opposite Lu Ming said, "Teacher Lu, there's something wrong with your educational philosophy. If I were you, I'd just focus on students with B-level abilities or above. After all, it's impossible for all the students in the class to enter the inner courtyard. Only a few people can achieve success. Besides, it's obvious that the inner courtyard would never accept a useless person who has awakened F-level superpowers." Lu Ming slammed the table and interrupted, "Teacher Zhang, don't say such harsh words." The female teacher spread her hands with an innocent expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm a straightforward person, but think about it from another perspective. You let an F-level student take the upgrade exam. Won't he be embarrassed then? This would only bring shame upon himself." Hearing this, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Beep, beep, beep. When crossing an intersection, Chen Feng suddenly heard a horn. When I turned around, I saw a van speeding towards me. The driver seemed to be drunk and was driving very fast. There was no time to react at all, and Chen Feng's body was knocked away in an instant. It drew a parabola in the air. With a clang, Chen Feng fell next to the trash can, blood flowing down his neck onto his jade pendant. Ding! Congratulations on successfully awakening the alternate dimension blind box system. After hearing the system prompt sound, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, I found myself in a white space. In front of him was a table, on which was placed a square golden box. What is this place? I remember I was hit by a car. Chen Feng was a little surprised. This system has completely repaired your physical injuries. This is your spiritual space. When you need to open a blind box in the future, you don't need to enter, just wake me up. As a newbie gift pack, we'll give you a blind box for free, open it now. After the surprise came joy. Having read many online novels, he knew that his golden finger had arrived. Like opening a package, Chen Feng couldn't wait to tear open the golden box in front of him. A golden light flashed, and a devil fruit was seen lying quietly in the box. Congratulations on successfully opening the blind box and getting a thunder fruit. I'm so tired, and I get a thunder fruit right at the start. This is too cool. Looking at the devil fruit flashing with arcs in the box, Chen Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2, The Body of Thunder, Teasing the Ghost. Thunder fruit, one of the strongest natural fruits. After eating it, the user can control the power of lightning of hundreds of millions of volts with his mind. At the same time, his body can turn into lightning at any time. Of course, lightning can also be attached to weapons. If combined with observation hockey, one can even hear sounds 1,000 meters away, or directly strike enemies 1,000 meters away with thunder. When watching One Piece, Chen Feng often fantasized about obtaining the power of the thunder fruit. Unexpectedly, his dream has come true now. In fact, the thunder fruit is not invincible. It has 3 weaknesses. 1. Afraid of sea stone, but in Chen Feng's world, there seems to be no sea stone, so this can be ignored. Second, being afraid of sea water means Chen Feng can no longer swim in the sea. 3. They are afraid of people with insulating abilities, such as those with the rubber fruit ability. They just don't know if there are rubber-related abilities in this world. Holding the thunder fruit that was emitting arcs of electricity, Chen Feng felt his hands numb. After taking a deep breath, he bit into it. Phew! After taking a bite, Chen Feng realized how unpalatable the devil fruit was. It's just like Lao Ba's secret burger. Ugh! Shit! This is too disgusting. However, in order to obtain the power of the thunder fruit, Chen Feng made up his mind, held his breath, and swallowed the remaining fruit. After eating, his brows were twisted together and tears came out of the corners of his eyes. I finally understand what Emil felt when he ate this fruit. It was so damn painful. After wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Chen Feng felt a sense of numbness spread throughout his body in an instant. This feeling made him very comfortable, as if he and the lightning had become one at this moment. With a wave of his hand, 1,000-volt thunder descended instantly. With just a click, the table in front of him was instantly shattered into pieces. As expected of the thunder fruit, it has such powerful destructive power. Elementalization. With a thought, Chen Feng's body turned directly into thunder and lightning. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder. Looking down and seeing his arms made of lightning, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. During the elementalization process, one can basically become immune to all physical attacks. However, being in elemental form for a long time is very physically demanding. After experiencing it for a while, Chen Feng instantly released the elemental form and turned back into a physical entity. After another test, Chen Feng found that his control over lightning was not precise enough. Moreover, the time to enter elementalization is too long, often taking about 2 seconds to fully enter elementalization. It seems I need to practice more when I get back. This system has eliminated the side effects of the thunder fruit. After eating the fruit, you don't have to worry about seawater, sea stone, or insulation. Even the setting that each person can only eat one devil fruit has been eliminated by this system. As long as you have it, you can eat countless devil fruits without worrying about side effects. Fuck, this is too cool, this is simply the thunder fruit plus. It seems that I will definitely become a top-level expert in the future. System. How can I open more blind boxes? Chen Feng wants to obtain more devil fruits. Frozen fruit, burning fruit, flash fruit, blue dragon fruit. These are the things Chen Feng has always dreamed of. Hosts can use emotion points to redeem blind boxes. How do I gain emotion points? When the host causes other creatures to have negative emotions, the emotional value will automatically accumulate. 100 emotion points can be exchanged for a blind box. After practicing the ability of the thunder fruit for a while, Chen Feng returned to the real world. It was already dark by then. I checked my phone and it was already past 7 p.m. Because of the recent skinning ghost, ordinary people rarely go out at night now. Looking around, there was not a single pedestrian on the road. I forgot about time once I started training. I didn't expect it to be so late. In the long and narrow street, there was only Chen Feng. In his mind, Chen Feng was still thinking about how he could develop the thunder fruit better. At this moment, a pair of cold and pale hands quietly rested on his shoulders. With a frown on his face, Chen Feng turned around instantly and saw a plump woman standing behind him. The woman was wearing a tight black long skirt that perfectly outlined her figure, especially the 2 peaks on her chest, which stood proudly. Her face is extremely charming, the kind that can make men's blood boil at the first sight of her. Handsome, it's so dark, and I sprained my ankle. Can you take me home? The woman's voice was very soft and seductive. Cannot. Chen Feng refused without thinking. In the middle of the night, a beautiful woman came up to me and asked me to take her home? Will you invite me to sit upstairs when we get home? It's outrageous. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Chen Feng suspected that she was the skinning ghost. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. After seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng cursed inwardly, damn. It really is a vengeful ghost. She actually wanted to disguise herself as a beautiful woman to seduce me. How could a gentleman like me, Chen Feng, fall into her trap? Now that it's delivered to my door, I might as well use it to reduce my negative emotions. Please don't leave me alone on the street. The woman continued, I heard there's a skin-peeling ghost nearby. It's very ferocious. I'm so scared. Pretend, and continue to pretend. The woman was simply possessed by a spirit of drama and started acting. I'm sorry, I have a hard heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. When the woman saw that the boy was not listening, she was about to get angry. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng took a step forward and said, "Don't panic, I'm just teasing you." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. How could I, such a gentleman, let a weak woman like you go home alone at night? Chen Feng turned around and bent down. Come on, I'll carry you back. Okay. The woman sneered. It is such a beautiful thing to peel off someone's skin from the back. The woman moved very nimbly and in an instant she was lying on Chen Feng's back. She wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's neck and said, "Okay, let's go." Well, hold on tight. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he directly activated the elementalization. The next moment, his body instantly turned into lightning, and the crackling sound of electric arcs rang out around him. The woman lying on his back passed through Chen Feng's body and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. Ah! The scream was not because of the pain from the fall, but because of the severe electric shock. Why can your body turn into lightning? The woman looked at Chen Feng in confusion. She didn't know what a devil fruit was and was very surprised. All this was beyond her comprehension. Chapter 3, The Black Knife Girl, from the Inner Courtyard. I'm sorry, I just used my supernatural power subconsciously. I will be more careful next time. Chen Feng scratched his head. In just a few minutes, 50 emotional points have been gained. Only 50 left to open a new blind box. Come on. Next time? There won't be a next time. I won't be fooled by you again. The woman struggled to get up from the ground. The skin on her surface quickly faded away. Looking at it now, the woman looks like a freshly unearthed mummy, the kind that would give you nightmares just by glancing at it. Finally couldn't help but reveal your true colors? The mummy-like vengeful ghost is called the Painted Skin Ghost. It is a second-level vengeful ghost, and its strength is equivalent to that of a bronze-level psychic. The levels of resentful ghosts are divided into first level to ninth level from low to high. Each level of vengeful ghost corresponds to a major level of the psychic's cultivation. For example, the first level of vengeful ghost corresponds to the Black Iron Realm, and so on. Boy, how dare you play tricks on me? I'm going to peel off your skin bit by bit, and then sprinkle salt all over your body. The painted skin ghost's eyes had turned scarlet. Chen Feng's actions just now made her extremely angry. It's a good time to try out the power of the thunder fruit. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, he stretched out his index finger and leaned forward. A silver thunderbird flew towards the painted skin ghost. Within the thunderbird lay an extremely terrifying force of thunder. 30 million volt thunderbird. The thunderbird flew at an extremely fast speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. The painted skin ghost had no time to dodge. Snap! With a loud bang, the painted skin ghost was instantly electrocuted through the heart. A burnt smell slowly emanated from her body. Boy, why are your abilities so powerful? Have you awakened an S-level ability? As he spoke, the muscles at the corners of painted skin ghost's mouth twitched a few times. That's a one-of-a-kind existence. She thought she was doomed, she had really hit a wall this time. He actually provoked a human with S-level superpowers. Although his cultivation level is black iron, his powerful superpowers can completely make up for the gap between the levels. I won't tell you. Chen Feng waved his hand, and a wolf-shaped beast formed from lightning rushed towards the painted skin ghost, 30 million volt thunder beast. Swish! This move has extremely strong destructive power. Any ground that the thunder beast runs across will be completely destroyed. The painted skin ghost's entire body was electrocuted, becoming crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil. Not bad, not bad, the thunder fruit is indeed powerful. Although the crispy outside and tender inside painted skin ghost was seriously injured, she did not die. She struggled to stand up. I didn't expect that a mere Black Iron Realm cultivator would have such a powerful ability. I can't win by fighting, the painted skin ghost thought. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. He immediately put on the grease and prepared to run away. However, what she didn't know was that the user of the thunder fruit had another characteristic, which was extreme speed. As fast as lightning. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Even if I let you run for a minute, you still can't escape from my palm. The painted skin ghost used all his strength and ran more than 3,000 meters at an extremely fast speed. When he looked back, he could no longer see any trace of Chen Feng. She let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I am light and can run fast, otherwise I would have fallen into the hands of this kid today. Speaking of this Black Iron Realm kid, he's really weird. Suddenly, a silver lightning shadow flashed in front of her. When she looked carefully, Chen Feng had already appeared in front of her. You're not running slow, don't run next time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. She couldn't beat the painted skin ghost, and she couldn't run away. She felt like crying. Big brother, I'm blind and have offended you. Please let me go. The painted skin ghost begged for mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother and 3 hungry children. Chen Feng touched his chin. Let me think about it. The painted skin ghost's face was full of anticipation. 3 seconds later, Chen Feng said, I've thought about it and I don't plan to let you go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. Boss, you're being too hasty. Are you kidding me? God's judgment. Chen Feng's right arm instantly turned into thunder, and then a huge pillar of lightning fell from the sky and hit the painted skin ghost hard. The lightning column formed by this move was extremely large, and the entire night sky seemed to be illuminated. Under the divine thunder, all things are destroyed. The painted skin ghost's body was instantly chopped into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 points of negative emotion from the resentful ghost. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng realized that fear is also a negative emotion. Not bad, not bad. I have accumulated 140 points of emotion value. I will open a new blind box when I get home. Junior brother, your superpowers are so strong. Looking in the direction of the voice, a girl with a black long sword on her back was squatting on the top of the electric pole, looking down at Chen Feng and said. Behind her, there was a blood-red full moon. She recognized Chen Feng's identity by the foreign school uniform he was wearing. The girl's name was Jiang Han. She was wearing an inner school uniform. She had long black hair and a face that was so delicate that nothing could be added to it. Especially her eyes, which are pure and bright, exuding a fresh and natural aura from the inside out. Jiang Han moved and landed lightly on the ground. Junior brother, did you awaken an S-level ability? Why is it so powerful? Jiang Han's voice was very cold, like a typical queen's voice. But Chen Feng doesn't like the title of junior brother. My name is Chen Feng. My ability level is registered in the outer courtyard. If you are interested, you can go and check it out. Chen Feng said calmly, also, don't call me junior brother. I'm not small, and you aren't big either. As he spoke, Chen Feng's gaze fell on Jiang Han's chest. You, where are you looking? Jiang Han took a step back, a hint of red flashing across his cheeks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 negative emotion points from Jiang Han. The painted skin ghost you killed was a problem even for our inner court demon slayer class. I never thought there was such a powerful student in the outer court. Jiang Han praised. Killing a second-level painted skin ghost instantly is not an easy task. At this time, Chen Feng was exhausted both physically and mentally. He ignored Jiang Han and walked straight towards his rental house. Half an hour later, Chen Feng returned to his rental house. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Walking into the bedroom, Chen Feng lay on the big, white and soft bed and called out the system. System, I want to buy a blind box. Ding! Congratulations on spending 100 emotion points and purchasing a blind box. After the prompt tone ended, a golden square box appeared out of thin air in Lin Ye's hand. It feels heavy, there must be something good inside. Chen Feng guessed, could it be that there is another natural devil fruit inside? Omega? Tear open the lid of the blind box, and a burst of golden light bursts out from it. The expected devil fruit did not appear, and what lay quietly in the blind box was actually a golden seed. Upon closer inspection, many strange patterns were engraved on the golden seeds. This is... Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the blind box and receiving a devil fruit seed. Chapter 4 Planting. Devil Fruit Tree. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. After seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. This is the seed of the devil fruit tree. If it can be planted well, it will grow healthily. By then, you can have as many devil fruits as you want. You can even sell the leftovers. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng brought a ceramic flower pot from the balcony and planted the devil fruit seeds in it. System, how long will it take for this devil fruit tree to bloom and bear fruit? It will take 10 days. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Host, let me remind you that the first devil fruit produced by the devil fruit tree must be a nature-type devil fruit. This is its characteristic. Hearing this, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. The devil fruit tree is an extremely mysterious existence in the world of pirates. Even the strongest ones have rarely seen it. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to get its seeds. At this moment, Chen Feng was very much looking forward to what the devil fruit tree would look like in 10 days. I guess it will be similar to the Adam treasure tree. 2 hours later. Chen Feng stood in the middle of the room with sweat all over his forehead. There were many charred marks on the walls around him. These marks were left accidentally when he was practicing his abilities. Not bad, not bad. I feel like I have better control over lightning. After saying that, Chen Feng threw himself directly onto the big bed. Releasing the power of the fruit is too physically demanding, and Chen Feng is almost exhausted at this moment. Chen Feng's current level is Black Iron 1 star. As his level increases, his physical and mental strength will also increase. It seems that if you want to better utilize the power of the thunder fruit, you need to constantly improve your cultivation level. As he was thinking, Chen Feng closed his eyes and suddenly fell asleep. After Chen Feng fell asleep, a golden light suddenly flashed in the devil fruit pot. A flash of golden light passed by, and with a poof sound, a small green sprout emerged from the soil. Next day. Chen Feng walked into the classroom, carrying his school bag and humming a little tune. As soon as I sat down, I heard several classmates chatting animatedly. Have you guys heard? A big shot came to our dragon city last night. He used a divine thunder from the sky to instantly kill the painted skin ghost who had been committing crimes for a long time. Not only have I heard about it, I even saw it last night. That bolt of lightning was truly incredible. It lit up the dark night like day. It must be an SSS level supernatural power to release such a powerful and pure thunder. Wow, I was thinking about how my eyes flashed when I was watching the video last night. So this is the reason. Did you watch a little video? Hurry up and share it with everyone. Hearing the students' discussion, Lin Zhulong, who was sitting in the first row, couldn't help but sneer. To release that level of lightning, SS level talent is enough. Lin Zhulong said lightly. Several students did not refute what he said, because the superpower possessed by Lin Zhulong was S level, sequence 203, Silent Thunder. He still has a lot to say about lightning abilities. Lin Zhulong walked up to Chen Feng and said, although my ability is not as pure as the thunder from last night, I can be sure that it is definitely not an SSS level lightning ability. I'm right, Chen Feng. There are 2 people in the class who have awakened lightning abilities, one is the S level Lin Zhulong, and the other is the F level Chen Feng. Throwing the last words to Chen Feng at this time clearly showed that he wanted to humiliate him and embarrass him. You don't need to ask Chen Feng. He has awakened an F level, weak electricity, ability. The lightning he releases can't even kill a chicken. What could he understand? A tall and thin male classmate started to make a fuss. No, don't say that. Although Chen Feng's awakened ability is F level, weak electricity, it is still a lightning type ability after all. Lin Zhulong said with a wry smile. You know a little bit, right, Chen Feng? Looking at Lin Zhulong's fake smile, Chen Feng felt disgusted. It's your grandma's leg, Chen Feng cursed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the giant forest wolf. Lin Zhulong never thought that a lowly person with F-level abilities would dare to scold him. In an instant, his face turned gloomy. However, Lin Zhulong suppressed his anger and said, Chen Feng, since you don't agree with me, then what level of supernatural power do you think can release such pure heavenly thunder? Chen Feng crossed his legs, yawned, and said, an F-level lightning ability will do. Hearing this, all the students present burst into laughter. A little fat boy next to him was so happy that he fell off the stool. Lin Zhulong laughed and said, you mean to say that your F-level, weak electricity, ability can also be released? Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng nodded expressionlessly. Let me make you a bet. If you can unleash pure, ultimate lightning like I did last night, Lin Zhulong continued, I'll admit you're better than me, and I'll avoid you from now on. Chen Feng stood up and scratched his ears, plus squatting at the door of the classroom and barking like a dog 3 times. No problem. What if you can't release it? It's up to you to do whatever you want. Chen Feng had absolute confidence. Okay. It's a deal. Classmates, come and be our witnesses. Lin Zhulong called out to everyone, if I win, I'll treat everyone to milk tea after school. The students around nodded one after another. In their opinion, they were bound to drink this cup of milk tea. How could a rubbish F-level ability release such pure lightning? It's simply laughable. Chen Feng, people should know themselves, otherwise they will become the laughingstock of others. Yeah, if you don't have the ability, stop pretending. You can unleash such pure lightning, I'll fucking piss myself standing upside down. Everyone's cold words and ridicule were heard by Chen Feng, but he didn't take it seriously. Because they will soon be slapped in the face. Chen Feng's mind moved, and his index finger lightly tapped the void, and there was a crackling sound of thunder. A narrow column of lightning flashed in an instant and struck Lin Zhulong's desk squarely. The lightning, so pure that it contained no impurities at all, instantly ignited Lin Zhulong's textbook. This was Chen Feng consciously controlling the voltage, otherwise the entire desk would have turned into powder in an instant. It seems that my ability to control lightning has improved again. Chen Feng muttered softly. After seeing the lightning column, the scene instantly became silent. The giant forest wolf even forgot to put out the fire. As for the other students, they all opened their mouths wide, their eyes wide open, and their expressions were extremely surprised. Is this a joke? Such powerful and pure lightning was actually released by an F-level, weak electricity, ability? Chapter 5, Finding the Treasure Again, the Eagle Eye Knife. Su Xiaoyun walked into the classroom slowly, carrying a pink school bag. Seeing a group of people surrounding Chen Feng, she became very anxious, thinking that Lin Zhulong was teaming up with other classmates to bully Chen Feng. After jogging to Chen Feng's side, he said, Chen Feng, are you okay? Do you want me to go find the class teacher? Chen Feng spread his arms and said, I'm fine. I was just discussing academic issues with them. After saying that, he sat back in his chair. Lin Zhulong swallowed his saliva and said, Chen Feng, is the ability you awakened really F-level? Absolutely true. After seeing the lightning column released by Chen Feng, Lin Zhulong believed that he had awakened an SS-level superpower. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lin Zhulong lowered his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from the giant forest wolf. Damn, only 5 negative emotion points. It seems his apology is not very sincere. Don't forget to fulfill your promise. Chen Feng said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Zhulong's face darkened, but the words had already been spoken, and it would be embarrassing to go back on them now. He regretted it so much, regretting that he shouldn't have let his classmates around him bear witness. I regret not looking for trouble. Lin Zhulong had a dark face and was trembling all over as he slowly walked towards the classroom door. After a while, 3 dog barks were heard slowly. Woof! 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 Su Xiaoyun said, Hey! I don't remember our school having a dog. Why is there a dog barking at the door? Chen Feng smiled, maybe someone likes to pretend to be a dog. The giant wolf squatting at the classroom door. I saw classmates passing by looking at me with strange eyes, either with disgust or with ridicule. He lowered his head and wanted to die. Damn it, how am I supposed to survive in school in the future? Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 negative emotion points from the giant forest wolf. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. That's right, 85 points of emotional value, and 15 points left to open a new blind box. Thinking about it, I still have some expectations in my heart. The bell rang and a beautiful teacher in a black pencil skirt walked in. The lesson plan in her arms was pressed tightly against the 2 towering peaks. Please open the book Practice and Meditation and turn to page 26. As the words fell, the sound of flipping pages filled the air below the podium. Suddenly, the beautiful teacher set her eyes on Lin Zhulong's desk. Lin Zhulong, everyone else is flipping through books, why are you just standing there? The beautiful teacher knocked on his desk with a pointer. Don't think you can slack off just because you've awakened an S-level ability. Let me tell you, there are many students who have awakened advanced abilities but still can't get into the inner courtyard. Lin Zhulong's face was full of black lines. He lowered his head and didn't dare to refute a word. He also wanted to open the book, but his own book had just been burned by Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 negative emotion points from the giant forest wolf. Not bad, not bad, Lin Julong is very nice. I have accumulated 105 points of negative emotions and can open a new blind box. Finally, during the break, Chen Feng found an empty corner. System, I want to buy a blind box. Ding! Congratulations on spending 100 emotion points and purchasing a blind box. Looking at the golden blind box in his hand, Chen Feng felt like he was being tickled. What will it be this time? I'm so excited. A golden light flashed, and a small cross necklace appeared before his eyes. As a One Piece fan, Chen Feng recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Hawkeye's knife? It was with the small knife that Hawkeye suppressed Zoro, who had just gone out to sea. That scene was so cool. Taking out the cross necklace, Chen Feng felt a little lost. Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, so he can suppress Zoro with just a small knife, but I don't know how to use a sword. What do you want this knife for? To peel fruit? It's better to turn the soil of the devil fruit tree. He pulled out the cross knife, and a sharp sword energy instantly overflowed from the scabbard. Although the knife is small, the sword energy is extremely domineering. I hung the cross knife around my neck, and a cool feeling slowly came over me. Ding! Congratulations on successfully wearing Hawkeye's knife and inheriting the unparalleled swordsmanship. Chen Feng, Sigma A. The next moment, extremely exquisite swordsmanship instantly flooded into his mind. This is Hawkeye's unparalleled swordsmanship, he truly deserves to be the world's greatest swordsman. Chen Feng closed his eyes, recalled these sword techniques, and then returned to the classroom. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon and time to go home from school. Just as the students were getting ready to go to the cafeteria to eat, their homeroom teacher Lu Ming suddenly walked in from the door. Please excuse me for 2 minutes while I make an announcement. The whole audience was silent. In 6 days, the inner courtyard will hold an upgrade examination to select talents to enter the inner courtyard. Once you enter the inner courtyard, you will have access to the best educational resources in the entire school, and your cultivation speed will also be greatly accelerated. So I hope students can take it seriously. Also, starting tomorrow, we'll be going to the venomous forest for intensive training, so we'll have half a day off this afternoon so you can go back and prepare. Upon hearing this, everyone shouted, "Long live the king!" We can finally have a half-day break. After all, the promotion exam is approaching and the students have not had a break for a long time. Chen Feng has a best friend in class named Li Xiao. After lunch, the two sat in the school pavilion and observed the beauties coming and going on the street. Chen Feng, where are you planning to go for some afternoon rest? Li Xiaomei asked excitedly. Well, I plan to continue training. After all, I have awakened an F-level ability. The slow bird needs to fly first. You're not energetic, are you? You finally got a break, but you still need to practice. Li Xiao rolled his eyes at Chen Feng and said, "Let's go racing with my friends at Akina Mountain this afternoon. It's going to be exciting." Chen Feng shook his head. Although his control over the thunder fruit has improved, it is still not perfect. Moreover, his cultivation level is only black iron 2 stars, and his physical and mental strength are somewhat poor, so he needs to continue to improve his cultivation level. Boring, that buddy is going out alone this afternoon and won't be taking you with him. As he spoke, Li Xiao's gaze suddenly locked onto the 2 senior sisters in front of him. The 2 senior sisters were both wearing slim-fitting training clothes, the difference between them was the color, one black and the other white. On their chests, they wore a blue and gold badge, which was the unique symbol of the inner courtyard. Entering the inner courtyard means that you are superior to others in the academy. Whether purchasing goods or using training equipment, students from the outer courtyard must give way to students from the inner courtyard. In this world, the strong are respected. The same is true in the academy. Being able to enter the inner courtyard means that you have strong strength. Look at those 2 sisters in the inner courtyard, they are so beautiful. I would be willing to live 2 years less if I could talk to them. Li Xiao said to Chen Feng. When he spoke, he wished his eyes could turn into heart shapes. Indeed, these 2 girls are both extremely beautiful, and it is no exaggeration to call them school beauties. Hey, they are actually walking towards us. Li Xiao said excitedly. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at Li Xiao and said, "Look at how useless you are. They are not coming for you. If it's not directed at me, could it be directed at you?" Chen Feng nodded. Li Xiao touched Chen Feng's forehead and said, "You don't have a fever, but it feels like your brain is broken. How about this, if they are coming for me, you treat me to hamburgers for a week, if not, I'll treat you." Chen Feng showed a cunning expression. No problem. A moment later, Li Shou opened his mouth so wide that it seemed like he could fit a whole hamburger in it. Because two beautiful senior students really walked up to Chen Feng. And he seems to be very familiar with Chen Feng. Junior, we meet again. Zhang Yihan greeted in a cold voice. The beautiful woman in white next to her was even more exaggerated. She sat directly next to Chen Feng and put her arms around his neck. I didn't believe what Yihan said. You really are a handsome boy. The moment Chen Feng was hugged, he felt as if two soft things were sticking to his body. #Oh, do you have to be so open? It seems like we are very familiar with each other. Sister, this seems like the first time we've met. Don't you think you're a social butterfly? Lin Yi said helplessly. Chapter 6, On Swordsmanship, I Am Invincible. The beautiful woman in white is named Tian Xian, and she is Zhang Yihan's best friend. After returning home last night, Zhang Yihan told her about Chen Feng killing the painted skin ghost. After listening, she became very interested in Chen Feng's special abilities. No matter what, today she asked Zhang Yihan to take her to see the young demon slayer from last night. That's why the scene just now happened. Tian Xian let go of Chen Feng's neck and smiled faintly. Sister, I don't have social anxiety disorder. I'm just very interested in your special ability, slightly. Chen Feng felt a little helpless. Tian Xian's passionate attitude is really hard to accept. I'm also very interested in your superpowers. Zhang Yihan pushed Li Shou away, sat on the other side of Chen Feng, and said lightly. Li Shou, who was pushed away, looked at Chen Feng with envy, her eyes almost popping out. Chen Feng, you are really good. You are favored by two beautiful women at the same time. Smoke is coming out of the ancestral grave. Hello, seniors. Actually, my name is Li Shou. Li Shou deliberately lowered her voice, trying to attract the attention of the two beautiful senior sisters. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yihan and Tian Xian ignored him and continued to chat with Chen Feng enthusiastically. Li Shou was petrified at the sight. Junior, can you show me your special ability? Tian Xian pleaded. I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. Chen Feng shook his head. Senior sister, you are beautiful, and your thoughts are even more beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Zhang Yihan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Tian Xian. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng would refuse her request. Tian Xian pouted and said, in exchange, I invite you to go to the inner courtyard spiritual land and practice for 2 hours. How about that? The inner courtyard is a sacred place that all practitioners of supernatural powers yearn for. In the center of the spiritual land, there is a huge spiritual stone, which continuously emits spiritual energy to the surroundings. These spiritual energies can more than double the speed of cultivation. It is said that the spirit stone was found by the principal during a demon-slaying mission. Killed a 6th-level giant python ghost. It was discovered accidentally during an abdominal examination. Such a holy place for cultivation naturally would not allow people to enter for free. To enter, one must be an inner courtyard student or be invited by an inner courtyard student. To practice in it for 1 hour, you need to pay 50 gold coins as a price. 50 gold coins is not a small amount of money in this world, equivalent to a week's food rations for an average family. As long as I demonstrate my special abilities, I can get the inner courtyard spiritual land for free, and 2 hours of training time. It sounds like a good deal. Chen Feng, I agree, but I can only show you my supernatural powers when we get to the spiritual land. You are so cunning, Junior, but I like you, sister. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them headed towards the spiritual land in the inner courtyard. Chen Feng, don't forget your buddy when there's such a good thing. Li Shou's face flushed with anxiety. You still have to go racing in Akina Mountain, so I won't waste your time. See you later. Chen Feng turned his head and teased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from Li Shou. No, you are so disloyal. Chen Feng stopped teasing Li Shou and turned to Tian Xian. Li Shou is my good friend, can you bring him along? No problem, it's a small matter. Tian Xian said, patting his chest. It seems that Tian Xian is a wealthy woman. 200 gold coins are nothing in her eyes. That's very kind of you. Li Shou followed happily. 20 minutes later, the 4 of them arrived in front of a majestic building. From a distance, the entire building is an oval, with the surface covered with green glazed tiles. Every design shows aesthetics at all times. This building is the sacred place. It is the most luxurious building in the inner courtyard and even in the entire Longhua College. As I walked through the gate, a strong aura of spiritual energy hit me. On the left, there was a group of boys wearing black training uniforms. They brandished their swords and practiced every move and form meticulously. Feeling the rich spiritual energy, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration, "The treatment of inner courtyard students is really good. No wonder so many people are trying their best to get into the inner courtyard. Practicing here is absolutely twice the result with half the effort." Tian Xin walked up to Chen Feng and said, "Junior brother, it's time to fulfill your promise." Chen Feng is a man who keeps his promises. Since he promised Tian Xin, he will not go back on his word. Spreading out his palms, the ability of the thunder fruit was instantly activated. Hiss! Lightning that was so pure that it did not contain a trace of impurities instantly appeared in his palm. Wow, just as Ihan said, this ability is terrifyingly powerful. Tian Xin put her head close to Chen Feng's palm. What's the sequence of this ability? What's the level? Tian Xin, who is obsessed with studying superpowers, raised a series of questions. Before Chen Feng could answer, a strong man in black training clothes suddenly walked behind the four people. The strong man's name is Lin Tailang. Lin Tialang's body is like an iron tower, with sharp muscles all over his body. The spiritual energy emanating from his body is even more extraordinary, and his strength is as high as bronze 1 star. There was a long, narrow scar on his square face, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Lin Zhilong, wearing the foreign school uniform, stood behind him. Needless to say, the relationship between the two is definitely extraordinary. Kid, just call yourself Chen Feng. I heard you made my brother squat at the door and bark like a dog this morning. Lin Tailang took a step forward and said coldly. Lin Zhilong, who was standing by, heard his brother say this and quickly whispered, "Brother, please stop spreading the news that I learned to bark like a dog. It's embarrassing." Now Chen Feng understood that Lin Zhilong wanted his brother in the inner courtyard to help him regain his face. He just accepted the loss. Chen Feng said calmly, "He really imitated it. You should take him to the hospital for a checkup. Maybe he really has rabies." Hearing this, the two girls present couldn't help laughing. "You?" Lin Zhilong gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, and he was almost angry to death. If he really had rabies, the first person he would bite to death would definitely be Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the giant forest wolf. Wow, Lin Zhilong is really nice. The other people have an emotional value of 3 or 5 points, but he starts with 10 points. Well, it seems that I will have to look for him more often to brush up my points in the future. No matter what, you bullied my brother, and as an older brother I have to save his face. Lin Tailang said, and instantly drew out his long sword. Then he stretched out his arm and pointed the tip of the knife at Chen Feng. Seeing this, Tian Xin and Zhang Yihan both frowned. Blocking Chen Feng behind her, Tian Xin said seriously, "This is a spiritual place. If you fight here, you will be expelled from school." Zhang Yihan crossed his arms and said coldly, "If you really dare to fight, we are not afraid of you. Tian Xin and I are both at the peak of Black Iron 9 stars. If we attack you together, even if you are at Bronze 1 star, you may not be able to escape unscathed." Hearing Zhang Yihan say this, Lin Tailang laughed out loud. "Zhang Yihan, you are too naive. Even if 10 peak level Black Iron cultivators attack together, they will not be a match for a bronze cultivator. The gap between cultivator levels is much greater than you think. Besides, I'm not planning on fighting with you today. I just want to learn swordsmanship from this junior. Brother Chen Feng, you're not afraid, are you?" Lin Zhilong continued, "If you're scared, kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, and I'll consider letting you go." Chen Feng touched the cross knife on his chest and sneered, "With your mediocre swordsmanship, how could I not dare? When it comes to swordsmanship, I'm unbeatable. Chapter 7 You are not worthy of me doing it myself." Lin Tailang is a student in the inner courtyard swordsmanship class, majoring in swordsmanship. His swordsmanship, which he was so proud of, was now described as mediocre by a boy from the outer courtyard, and he was immediately furious. The roots of my hair stood up. "Don't try to be so good at talking, or you'll cry soon," Lin Tailang said, and immediately took an attacking stance. Li Xiu leaned over to Chen Feng's ear and said, "Be careful, Lin Tialong's swordsmanship is well known in the inner courtyard. It is said that he reached the bronze realm because of his superb swordsmanship." Why don't we find the spiritual land administrator to help us coordinate and resolve this? Li Xiu was a little worried about Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "No need, I have my own way to deal with him." After saying that, he walked to Lin Tailang with his hands behind his back. "Are you going to fight or not? If you give in now, I may consider letting you go." Lin Tailang was a little at a loss when he saw Chen Feng coming. "Don't worry. When I first came in, I saw you practicing swordplay. I can say your swordplay is full of loopholes." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "To defeat you, I don't even need to do it myself." "What?" A boy from the outer courtyard actually said that his swordsmanship was full of loopholes. Lin Tailang suppressed his anger and said, "Stop talking nonsense here. When I was learning swordsmanship, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. How dare you speak so arrogantly, saying that my swordsmanship is full of flaws?" Chen Feng said oh and showed a playful expression on his face. "Believe it or not, I will teach senior sister Tian Xan a few moves, and she will be able to kill you with swordsmanship in a few minutes." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lin Tailang said angrily, "Even if it was our academy's former sword saint, he wouldn't be able to do what you said." Chen Feng snorted coldly, "This world is big, nothing is impossible." After saying that, he walked over to Tian Xan and whispered in her ear, "You do this first, then attack him, and finally, this way, you will definitely win." Tian Xan nodded repeatedly as she listened. The sword techniques that Chen Feng talked about were so exquisite and easy to understand that even someone like her who had never practiced sword could understand them thoroughly in an instant. "But I've never practiced swordsmanship before. Is that really okay?" A worried look appeared on Tian Xan's pretty face. "Just do as I say, there will be absolutely no problem." Chen Feng answered very affirmatively. Chen Feng picked up a wooden stick from somewhere and said, "Senior sister, there are no extra swords here, so you can just make do with this." "All right." Tian Xan nodded doubtfully. Let a man who has never practiced sword fighting with himself with a stick. For Lin Tailang, it was a great humiliation. Chen Feng said casually, "Senior sister Tian Xan will represent me in the competition. If she loses, I will lie on the ground and bark like a dog. However much you want me to scream." Lin Tailang gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Okay. But what if you lose?" Chen Feng asked back. "There's no way I'm going to lose. I mean, just in case. If I lose, you can do whatever you want." Lin Tailang said confidently that in his opinion, there was no possibility of him losing. "If you lose, give me your sword." Lin Tialong's long sword was bought for him by his family at a high price, and it is worth 1,000 gold coins. He regarded this sword as a treasure and would not let anyone else touch it. "Okay, I promise you, if I lose, this dragon roaring sword will be yours." After saying that, everyone else dispersed. Only Tian Xan and Lin Tailang were left, who were making attacking moves. It happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Tailang, who had been suppressed for a long time, rushed towards Tian Xan like a sharp sword. Because it was a simple swordsmanship competition, neither of them used their special abilities. Seeing his figure approaching Tian Xan, Lin Tailang lowered his lower body and instantly lunged forward. Seeing this situation, Tian Xan seemed to have anticipated it. She simply turned sideways and stabbed Lin Tialong's ribs with the wooden stick in her hand. Lin Tailang, who did not anticipate Tian Xan's attack, was stabbed to the ground. "Damn it!" Lin Tailang climbed up and said, "You must have been lucky with that move just now. Try it again." He leaped up and appeared above Tian Xan's head in an instant. Then he used all his strength to slash the sword at Tian Xan's head. The angle is very tricky and hard to guard against. Jiang Yihan saw this and a look of worry appeared on his face. This move is Lin Tialong's famous sword move Heavenly Wolf Slash. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with." "Don't panic, it's just a small scene," Chen Feng said confidently. Facing Lin Tialong's attack, Tian Xan smiled slightly and stabbed the wooden stick directly between Lin Tialong's legs. Whoosh! Judging from the distance, Tian Xan's wooden stick should have hit the opponent before Lin Tailang. What a tricky move! Lin Tailang cursed in his heart, then retracted his attack and fell back to the ground. Again! 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 The next moment, Lin Tialong's sword swung towards Tian Xan's body like a storm. But as expected, Tian Xan resolved all of them. 10 minutes later. Lin Tailang was so tired that he was sweating profusely and almost collapsed. He supported his knee with one hand, hunched over and gasped for breath. On the other hand, Tian Xin on the opposite side was calm and composed, and she was at ease, not even breaking a drop of sweat. Chen Feng, who was sitting beside him, stretched himself and said, "How about it, Lin Tailang? Are you convinced? I've already told you that to deal with your mediocre swordsmanship, just find someone to teach you a few moves." Lin Tailang, who had lost, was already in a state of panic. After being provoked by Chen Feng's words, he instantly became furious and vomited blood. Puff! What do you mean by just picking up someone and teaching him a couple of tricks? Who are you embarrassing? But the facts were right in front of him, and Lin Tailang could not refute them. You, who are you? His hands were shaking like chicken claws from anger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 negative emotion points from Lin Tailang. Wow, these two brothers can get along. The emotion values are given more than one. With a thump, Lin Tailang fainted from anger and fell to the ground. Your brother is quite aggressive, but his dragon roaring sword is mine. Chen Feng snatched Lin Tailong's sword. Seeing Chen Feng snatching the sword, Lin Zhulong shook his brother's body frantically. "Brother, wake up quickly, Chen Feng has taken your sword. Brother, wake up quickly." But no matter how he shook it, Lin Tailang didn't react at all. "It's a good sword, you're in luck." Jiang Yihan looked at the Long Ming sword and said lightly. The four large characters "Dragon Roaring Sword" were engraved on the sword. At this moment, Jiang Yihan suddenly asked, "Do you think there are really creatures like dragons in the world?" Chen Feng nodded, "Of course." "Why are you so sure? Have you seen it with your own eyes?" "I was once served by a dragon." Jiang Yihan. While the two were talking, Tian Xin rushed towards Chen Feng and put her arms around his neck. "Junior brother, I really like you more and more. With powerful supernatural powers and superb swordsmanship, you are definitely not an ordinary student." Tian Xin continued. "What is your true identity? Come to your sister quickly." Chen Feng pushed Tian Xin away and said, "Senior sister, please put away your social arrogance. I am just me, an ordinary student from the external college." Tian Xin snorted, her cheeks puffed up. "You're naughty, you don't tell your sister the truth." Soon, the 2-hour training in Lingdi was over. Exhausted, Chen Feng returned to his rental house. As soon as he returned to the house, he couldn't wait to see the devil fruit tree. After a day, I don't know how much I have grown. In a ceramic flower pot, a tender green tree bud is growing vigorously towards the sun. Not bad, not bad. It has grown a lot. In 9 days, it will produce a new natural devil fruit. Chen Feng touched the small green bud. "I'm looking forward to it." Lying on the big bed, Chen Feng thought to himself that he only had 56 points of negative emotion value now, which was not enough to open a new blind box. How can I quickly gain negative emotion values? At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came into Chen Feng's ears. After opening the security door, a white-haired old man, carrying a lunchbox, looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Door-to-door salesperson, laid off and re-employed? The lunchboxes were constantly spreading around, emitting a strong smell. The smell was extremely stinky, like shit. "Young man, nice to meet you." The old man opened his toothless mouth and said with a smile, "I am your new neighbor." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "How happy are you?" "Grandfather." Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 points of negative emotion from the old man. No matter how happy you are, you can't bring shit to me. Chen Feng pinched his nose with his fingers tighter. This is immoral. Chapter 8, Lecherous Old Man, Many CDs. When the old man heard Chen Feng say that he was carrying manure, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He explained, "This is not feces, young man, this is my own secret delicacy. Many people want to eat it, but they can't buy it." Chen Feng was a little confused. Immediately, the old man opened the lunchbox. The stench instantly covered Chen Feng's rental house. The old man's lunchbox was filled with black cubes of tofu, sprinkled with colorful soup. "Is this stinky tofu?" "Yes, I fried the stinky tofu myself." After saying that, the old man picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then licked his lips. "It's delicious, come on, try it too." Unable to refuse the kind offer, Chen Feng tried to put a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. "Don't say that. It smells bad, but tastes really good." Then he ate another piece. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to pass through Chen Feng's brain, and he thought of a way to quickly earn negative emotion points. The method is to sell stinky tofu at the school gate after school. This stinky tofu is extremely smelly. I believe that students passing by will have negative emotions after smelling the stench. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng laughed proudly at the thought that he would be able to exchange many new blind boxes soon. Fried stinky tofu is delicious. Can you tell me the recipe? When the old man heard this, he asked, fried stinky tofu is delicious. What did I tell you? Tell me the fried stinky tofu recipe. Who should I tell the recipe for fried stinky tofu to? The old man asked loudly. Chen Feng realized that the old man was pretending to be deaf. Hey, sir, take a rest. Okay. Ah, young man, I won't tease you anymore. I can't tell you the recipe, but if you like it, I can fry some for you every day. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. This is not bad. Anyway, I am not planning to get rich from stinky tofu. As long as I can get rid of the stinky smell and earn some negative emotion points, that's fine. Gurgle gurgle. Chen Feng's stomach growled and he realized that he seemed to have not had dinner yet. And the glutton in my mouth seemed to be aroused by the stinky tofu. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Let's go to my room. The old man pointed to his rental apartment and said, stinky tofu and rice are all you can eat. Chen Feng didn't pretend to be polite. Neighbors should help each other. It is reasonable to have a free meal occasionally. The furniture in the old man's rental house is very simple, consisting of some daily necessities. The only entertainment facilities are probably the TV series and DVDs in the living room. There was no decoration on the white wall, only a wooden sword hanging there. The old man went to get some rice. Sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, Chen Feng felt a little bored. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the DVD player, where many colored discs were piled up. Fuck, the old man looks at least 60 years old. He's really young at heart. Chen Feng muttered. There are many patterns depicted on the CD. As for these patterns in these CDs, let alone seeing them, Chen Feng has never even heard of them. The old man's collection is not simple. Ahahaha, here comes the stinky tofu. The old man placed 2 large plates of stinky tofu in front of Chen Feng. Noticing that Chen Feng was watching his small disc, the old man said without hesitation, young man, if you want, you can pick out a few discs to take back and watch. These are all my treasures. I won't tell anyone else about them. Chen Feng waved his hand. You don't know this, but we young people don't watch those little discs anymore. We have more advanced equipment. The old man gave Chen Feng a cold look and said, it's just right that you don't want it. I'm reluctant to lend it to you. Half an hour later. An old man and a young boy, lying on the sofa after having eaten and drunk their fill. Are you full? Asked the old man. I'm so full I can't be any fuller. I feel like the air I breathe out now smells like stinky tofu. The old man took out a chess box and said as he set up the pieces, come, play a game with me. Hiccup. Chen Feng burped. My nickname is Longhua Chess God. Are you sure you want to play with me? It was the first time that the old man saw a young man so arrogant, and he instantly became angry and unwilling to admit defeat. Don't brag. How old are you? How dare you call yourself a chess god? The old man continued, if you can beat me, I will fry stinky tofu for you for free for a month. I will fry as much as you want. I still don't believe it, can you beat me? I've won several city-level chess tournaments and even 3rd place in the senior category. Talking about his glorious achievements, the old man stroked his beard and laughed. It's a deal. Chen Feng sat opposite the old man, took out his mobile phone, opened the Chinese chess app, and then set his opponent to the most advanced AI. If you don't mind, I'll play chess while I play on my phone. The old man criticized, you have to concentrate on playing chess, you can't do 2 things at once. Chen Feng smiled and said, it's okay. I'm invincible when it comes to playing chess. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of negative emotion from the old man. Humph. Young man, don't be so impulsive, the old man scolded with a smile. Chen Feng's momentum was not weak at all, can you be called a young man if you were not full of energy? So, the two began a fierce chess match. This time, Chen Feng is sure to win. If even the most advanced AI can't beat the old man, he will accept his fate. At the beginning of the game, the old man attacked frantically, intending to end the battle quickly and kill Chen Feng in seconds. However, Chen Feng, who had the help of advanced AI, was not panicked at all. They took steady steps and made no mistakes, completely repelling the old man's attacks. Finally, Chen Feng took advantage of the old man's mistake and won the whole game directly. Snap! The chess piece in the old man's hand fell to the ground. I give up. I never thought I, the third runner-up in the senior group, would lose to a kid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of negative emotion from the old man. Seeing the old man's depressed face, Chen Feng walked over to him and comforted him. Uncle, you are still honored even though you lost. Your chess skills are very strong. During the game, there were several times when you pushed me into desperate situations. Really? Hearing Chen Feng say this, the old man raised his head. I feel like you beat me pretty easily. Fake. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of negative emotion from the old man. You little bastard. Are you making fun of your uncle? The old man raised his hand, pretending to hit him. Slide. Slide. Chen Feng ran back to his rental house. Lying on the big white bed, Chen Feng said to himself, Uncle has contributed a lot of negative emotions. Now I have 104 points, and I can redeem new blind boxes, he called out the system, spent 100 negative emotion points, and exchanged for a new blind box. The golden blind box feels light in my hand. With a flash of golden light, the items in the blind box appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. Chapter 9 Blind Box Opened, Gain Armament Hockey. This blind box is rather strange, as there are no physical items inside. Floating above the blind box was actually a bubble, which contained some red energy. This is? Chen Feng was a little curious, so he poked the bubble. With a puff, the bubble burst and the red energy entered Chen Feng's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial stage of Armament Hockey. Armament Hockey Training Progress 130. What? I actually obtained Armament Hockey. Chen Feng showed a joyful expression on his face. Armament Hockey is the most commonly used means of attack in the world of pirates. The progress of cultivation is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is hardening. The second stage is entanglement. The third stage is fluid. Hardening refers to hardening a part of the body, thereby causing high damage attacks. Entanglement is to wrap the armed color domineering around the weapon, such as the bow and arrow shot by the Daughter Island warriors. The last type of fluid is an advanced use of Armament Hockey, which is called Ryu Sakura. The function of Ryu Sakura is to allow Armament Hockey to flow in the body, so that when attacking, it can burst out with more powerful destructive power. The 3 are not independent of each other, but are inclusive. Obviously, Chen Feng's current armed color domineering is the most basic, which can only cause slight hardening of parts of the body. I walked out of the house and came to a big tree. Chen Feng couldn't wait to test the power of armed domineering. With a thought, his arm instantly turned bright black. Then, a heavy punch was thrown. Boom! After the loud bang, the attacked part of the tree was blown into pieces and powder. The upper part of the tree fell down, sending up a cloud of dust. Just the most basic Armament Hockey has such power. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the attack power will be after the training progress of Armament Hockey reaches 30. Suddenly, a feeling of exhaustion came over me. It's powerful, but it takes a toll on my body as well. It seems that I need to quickly improve my cultivation level and strengthen my physical fitness. After 2 days of hard training, Chen Feng has reached the bottleneck of Black Iron Star 1, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to break through Black Iron Star 2. Next day, Chen Feng and his classmates entered the poisonous forest early in the morning. The poison forest, just as its name suggests, is a primeval forest filled with purple poisonous gas. There live many monsters and resentful ghosts in it. Most are first order. There is abundant spiritual energy in the forest, and novice practitioners who train there will level up much faster than those outside. Chen Feng held the back of his head with both hands and walked leisurely on the leafy path. In his hand, he holds a locator. When he encounters danger that he cannot handle, he presses the button on it and the 3 leading teachers will rush to the rescue immediately. Letting us survive alone in the poisonous forest for 2 days is to cultivate our practical combat capabilities in the wild. Chen Feng muttered. It's just right. It's very open here. I can practice the thunder fruit ability without any worries. After saying that, a huge thunderous sound began to resound throughout the entire poisonous forest. The sun sets in the evening. Chen Feng stood in a huge pit, gasping for breath. This hole was blasted out by him using his lightning ability. With him as the center, all the plants and trees within a radius of more than 10 meters were destroyed by lightning. The soil beneath his feet was so hot from the lightning that it emitted wisps of white smoke. Not bad, not bad. I feel that my control over the thunder fruit has become more precise. Chen Feng analyzed, and the coverage area of my lightning seems to have expanded a lot. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chen Feng is very persistent and hardworking in developing and practicing the abilities of the thunder fruit. Since God has given him so many powerful treasures, he cannot waste them and must become the strongest in this world. Standing at the top of this world. At this moment, a brown hair ran past him. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and then with a thought, a long and narrow pillar of lightning accurately struck the hair. Boom! The voltage and distance are controlled just right. Perfectly done, stunning the hair without burning it. The hair is skinned, gutted, and then skewered on a sharpened wooden stick. Roasted on the bonfire. At the same time, the inner courtyard demon slayer class. Zhang Yihan, wearing a black and red tight-fitting battle robe, was reporting to her head teacher. From her serious expression, one could tell that what she was reporting was definitely not simple. Students from the reconnaissance class have reported that a peak-level second-level vengeful ghost has fled into the poison forest. The ability possessed by the vengeful ghost is a level, sequence 452, Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, strengthen your body by sucking the blood of your enemies, increasing your defense and attack power. The teacup in the head teacher's hand was crushed in an instant. Damn it, the vengeful ghosts with bloodthirsty powers are extremely bloodthirsty and brutal. Another class in our Foreign Affairs College is currently undergoing intensive training in the venomous forest. They might be in danger. The homeroom teacher frowned and ordered, notify Lu Ming immediately and have him lead the students to evacuate the poisonous forest as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. Hurry! Zhang Yihan, Tianxian, Zhao, the three of you follow me to the poison forest, slay the vengeful ghosts. Let us get back to Chen Feng. After more than 10 minutes, the aroma of roasted rabbit filled the air. The wild rabbit on the wooden rack was already sizzling with oil. You can't eat barbecue without pepper. Chen Feng took out pepper and sprinkled it evenly on the rabbit meat. Lightning energy is great. It can be used for hunting, making fire, and surviving in the wild without starving. Ha 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 ha. Just as I took a bite, my cell phone rang. It was our homeroom teacher Lu Ming who called. When the call was connected, Lu Ming's urgent voice came from the inside. Chen Feng, hurry back to the base camp. This venomous forest training camp is cancelled. Teacher Lu Ming's tone was urgent, and Chen Feng sensed danger. Why? Due to uncontrollable factors, a peak-level second-level ghost has fled to the poison forest. Teacher Lu Ming's voice gradually became louder. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry back. Quick. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng frowned slightly. The painted skin ghost that I killed at that time was only in the early second stage, and it took me a lot of effort to completely kill it. The combat power of a peak-level second-level ghost is at least 20 times higher than that of an early-level second-level ghost. Theoretically, Chen Feng couldn't possibly be its opponent, as the difference in their realms was too great. Throwing down the roasted rabbit, Chen Feng immediately set off and ran towards the base camp. At this moment, in the night in front of Chen Feng, a pair of bloodshot red eyes quietly opened. Please collect and urge me to update. I promise that it will become more and more exciting later. Please be patient and read on Omega. Chapter 10, 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. The owner of the red eyes is a vengeful ghost wrapped in red bandages, with blood constantly oozing out from the gaps in the bandages. It stared at Chen Feng, who was running wildly, like a wild wolf staring at its prey. Whoosh! The red-eyed ghost moved. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared behind Chen Feng. Then, it used its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite Chen Feng's neck. At the same time, Chen Feng also felt the murderous aura behind him. But the red-eyed ghost was too fast and Chen Feng had no time to react. The bloody sharp teeth pierced into Chen Feng's neck like a sharp knife cutting tofu. Another one killed. Just when the red-eyed ghost was feeling proud, something unexpected happened. No blood flowed from Chen Feng's wound, but instead turned into silver lightning. This is the passive elementalization of Chen Feng's thunder fruit. The voltage of the silver lightning was extremely high, and in just a moment, it made its bloody mouth numb. Seeing that the situation was not right, the red-eyed ghost quickly jumped back and put some distance between himself and Chen Feng. Bastard! The red-eyed ghost cursed inwardly. At this time, Chen Feng also saw the red-eyed resentful ghost, and thought to himself that something was wrong. Through the powerful aura emanating from the red-eyed vengeful ghost, he could tell that the one in front of him should be the second-level peak vengeful ghost that teacher Lu Ming mentioned. How could I have run into such a difficult guy? Immediately, Chen Feng tensed up and his expression became serious. He knew that facing an opponent of this level, he would be killed instantly if he was careless. The last time I attacked, it was my passive elemental transformation that saved my life, otherwise I would have been a corpse by now. But the passive elementalization cannot make Chen Feng invincible. Passive elementalization consumes a lot of mental energy, and he will become exhausted after using it many times. After all, his realm is only Black Iron 1 star, and his physical and mental strength are not strong. Boy, your ability is indeed very strange, but it can't make up for the huge gap between you and me. The red-eyed ghost said with a sly grin. Soon, you'll end up like your classmates. After saying that, the red-eyed ghost pointed behind him. Behind the red-eyed ghost, a girl was rolling and struggling on the grass. The girl's clothes were torn to shreds, and her vital parts were exposed to the air. If you look closely, you will find that her body is tied up with thick hemp ropes and a piece of rag is stuffed in her mouth. The girl is Chen Feng's classmate, Li Mengyao. Obviously, all this was done by the red-eyed ghost. The red-eyed ghost took the rag from Li Mengyao's mouth and said with a lewd smile, I want to savor the two of your bodies. Young people's bodies are so delicious. As soon as the words fell, the red-eyed ghost's eyes turned cold, and he tore off one of Li Mengyao's fingers alive. Then he threw it into his mouth like eating glutinous rice noodles. Ah! Li Mengyao let out a heart-wrenching scream. The fingers are connected to the heart. It's so delicious. After the red-eyed ghost ate Li Mengyao's finger, the aura on his body became stronger. This is because it has mastered the bloodthirst ability. Seeing this situation, Chen Feng's face became very solemn. A drop of cold sweat quietly fell on his temple. He did not rush to rescue Li Mengyao because the red-eyed ghost was extremely powerful. If he rushed to rescue her, he would most likely get himself into trouble. He deduced that the reason why the red-eyed ghost tortured and killed Li Mengyao in front of him was to provoke him to rescue her and reveal his flaws. It seemed to be afraid of Chen Feng's special ability and did not dare to act rashly. Chen Feng, leave now. Don't worry about me. This red-eyed ghost is too powerful. He even killed the giant forest wolf that had awakened an S-level superpower. Your ability is only F-level. You absolutely can't possibly be a match for it. Run! Li Mengyao was covered in cold sweat and shouted at Chen Feng while enduring the severe pain. The red-eyed resentful ghost laughed wildly towards the sky, with the corners of his mouth cracked all the way to his ears. It was thinking in its mind that when Chen Feng rushed over to save Li Mengyao, it would be able to give him a fatal blow. This tactic of surrounding a point and attacking the reinforcements is really brilliant. Chen Feng saw through the red-eyed ghost's intentions and said calmly, Are you an idiot? There's such a huge gap between our realms. I won't save anyone from you. I'm leaving now, bye. Although Chen Feng said this, he had already planned everything. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to kill the red-eyed ghost next. You fucking bastard. The red-eyed ghost gritted his teeth. You're not following the routine. Blood slowly flowed out from between its teeth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 negative emotion points from the red-eyed ghost. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and with a swish, he turned into lightning and flashed towards the northeast. Seeing that the fat meat in its mouth was about to run away, the red-eyed resentful ghost suddenly became furious. It used all its strength to chase after Chen Feng. This is bizarre. How can a one-star black iron guy move so fast? The red-eyed ghost used all his strength to barely catch up with Chen Feng's back. Little did he know that the reason he was able to catch up with Chen Feng was because Chen Feng's physical strength was gradually exhausted. If Chen Feng had a bronze-level physique at this time, the red-eyed ghost would never be able to catch up with him. Chen Feng stopped beside a small pond. The water in the pond is clear and transparent, as if there are no impurities in it. Seeing Chen Feng stop, the red-eyed ghost sneered and said, Run! Why don't you run? With your black iron 1-star physical strength, you want to escape from me. It's just a foolish dream. But you are very fast, which is beyond my expectation. Chen Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, After this, I won't run away again, because I want to kill you completely here. Upon hearing this, the red-eyed resentful ghost laughed wildly towards the sky. Kill me? Are you scared to death? The red-eyed ghost said as he approached Chen Feng. At the same time, the aura it exuded gave Chen Feng an increasingly stronger sense of oppression. Snap! The soil under Chen Feng's feet was crushed in an instant. With my peak strength at the second level, crushing you is as easy as a giant stepping on an ant. The red-eyed ghost looked at Chen Feng with a teasing look. Even if you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it in your next life, hee hee hee. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, that may not be the case. Before he could finish his words, Chen Feng jumped back, and with a splash, his body fell into the small pool. I'm not afraid of water. The red-eyed ghost roared and jumped in. Seeing the red-eyed resentful ghost following him into the pool, Chen Feng was overjoyed. Just waiting for you. The next moment, Chen Feng used all his strength to release his strongest move so far. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. Water is an excellent conductor. Chen Feng, who knows this very well, wants to use this property to completely defeat the red-eyed ghost. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. First there was a deafening dragon roar, and then a huge thunder dragon suddenly appeared. The moment the giant thunder dragon appeared, the surroundings were illuminated as bright as day. The next moment, the thunder dragon entered the pool, causing the water to surge instantly. Boom! 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 The small pond that was calm before has now turned into a raging pool of thunder. Almost at the same time, Su Xiaoyun, who was at the base camp, pointed to the sky and said, "Wow, Teacher Lu, a giant thunder dragon appeared in the sky." Lu Ming was shocked at first. He quickly turned around and saw a giant thunder dragon leaping up from the sky. The next moment, it plummeted towards the earth. Is this a miracle? Lu Ming opened his mouth wide and spoke with a slight stutter. Chapter 11 Thunder Fruit plus Armament Hockey equals? The moment the huge thunder dragon rushed into the pool, the red-eyed ghost felt a sense of paralysis. Immediately afterwards, the water temperature in Lei Qi became higher and higher. The clear pool of water was filled with silver arcs of electricity. Seeing that something was wrong, the red-eyed ghost wanted to turn around and run away, but it was too late. When he was about to escape from the pool, the thunder dragon completely pierced his body. Ah! The intense pain made the red-eyed ghost scream. It forgot that it was still in the pool. The moment it opened its mouth, the pool water with electric arcs entered its body. The next moment, its skin and internal organs were all burned black by electricity. Chen Feng on the side smiled slightly. After eating the thunder fruit, he naturally didn't have to worry about being hurt by lightning. Although the 60 million volt thunder dragon move is extremely powerful, Chen Feng's current speed is too slow and it is very easy to miss. But it's different in the pond. No matter how the enemy dodges, as long as they are still in the pool, they will suffer huge damage from the thunder dragon. Water conducts electricity. This is why Chen Feng wanted to lure the red-eyed ghost into the pool. After being attacked, the red-eyed ghost did not die, but was seriously injured. At this moment, the red-eyed resentful ghost had an extremely ferocious expression on his face, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent. It swore in its heart that it must kill Chen Feng. The red-eyed ghost gathered all his strength and jumped out of the pool with a bang. The pool of water at this time is a thunder pond, and it would not be stupid enough to fight with Chen Feng in it. Chen Feng followed closely behind and said nonchalantly, "Oh, not bad, you are not dead. Are you satisfied with the electrotherapy service just now?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from the red-eyed ghost. Chen Feng's words were full of sarcasm. After hearing this, the red-eyed ghost became even more furious and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Boy, you are dead today. I swear, I will torture you to death slowly in the most cruel way," the red-eyed ghost said as he tore off the bandages wrapped around his body. "Next, let me show you my trump card." The moment the bandage was torn off, a strong smell of blood entered Chen Feng's nostrils. At this time, the skin of the red-eyed ghost turned burnt red. It's like a bloody corpse without skin. As the blood energy in his body gradually dissipated, the red-eyed ghost's momentum instantly rose. At this moment, its combat power has probably reached the 3rd level. Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and frowned. Any more cards? This is a bit troublesome. Facing such an enemy, he can only give it a try. If he runs away at this time and leaves his back to the enemy, then he will have no chance of survival. Boy, you're able to force me into this state with your strength of black iron 1 star, you have some skills. Before the red-eyed ghost could finish speaking, a silver lightning shadow arrived in front of it in an instant. Chen Feng decided to strike first. Armament Hockey and Thunder ability are activated instantly. The right arm had turned bright black at this time, and a circle of silver lightning was wrapped around it. Boom! 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 Chen Feng quickly threw out 3 punches, all of which hit the red-eyed ghost's chest solidly. Each punch is heavier and more fierce than the last. After 3 punches, even the red-eyed ghost, whose strength had reached the early 3rd level, couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Your attack is in vain. Although your abilities are powerful, the gap between you and me is too great. It's impossible for you to. Before he could finish his words, the red-eyed ghost's expression suddenly changed. It slowly lowered its head and found that its chest had been sunken by the 3 punches from Chen Feng. Puff! The throat felt sweet, and the red-eyed ghost spat out a pool of red sticky liquid. This pool of red, sticky liquid is blood and some internal organ residue. How is this possible? To be able to kill me, your attack power must be at least around bronze 5-star. Who are you? Why do you appear to be only at the black iron 1-star level, yet your combat power is so formidable? Plop! The body of the red-eyed ghost fell heavily to the ground. Chen Feng took a deep breath. These 3 punches almost exhausted all his strength. If the red-eyed ghost doesn't die after 3 punches, he'll be in danger. Fortunately, this attack was apparently effective. Walking up to the red-eyed ghost, Chen Feng glanced at it. Then he raised his right foot and stomped hard on his head. This kick was wrapped in armament hockey and was extremely powerful. With just a click, the red-eyed ghost's head was crushed into pieces. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. After the red-eyed ghost died, a golden scroll fell out of its mouth. Chen Feng picked up the golden scroll and murmured, "This is." On the golden scroll is a map of the poisonous forest. A certain location on the map was circled by a red, with the 2 red words "secret treasure" written on them. Oh my god, it turned out to be a treasure map. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected reward. Just as he put away the golden scroll, he heard rustling footsteps behind him. Turning around, it was Tian Xin. The black tight-fitting battle robe reveals her perfect figure. Especially the 2 huge mountains on the chest, one look at them will make people have wild thoughts. When she saw Chen Feng, she was startled at first, then ran over quickly. "Junior, it's very dangerous here, you should go back to the base camp quickly," Tian Xin said anxiously. Chen Feng pointed at the corpse of the red-eyed ghost on the ground and said casually, "Don't panic, the danger has been resolved." Tian Xin was shocked when she took a look at the corpse of the vengeful ghost. She even couldn't believe it. "Did you kill it?" Tian Xin said with eyes wide open, "This is a vengeful ghost with the strength of the 2nd-level peak. Even if Ihan and I were to combine our strength, we wouldn't dare to say we could kill it." "Chen Feng, it wasn't me. Could it be that Grandma Li killed him?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Tian Xin. Tian Xin. If Tian Xin knew that this vengeful ghost's final combat power had reached the 3rd level, I'm afraid it will scare her eyeballs out. "You're awesome, Junior. Let me see if you're hurt." Tian Xin patted Chen Feng's arms and then his legs. Finally, he touched Chen Feng's crotch. Chen Feng quickly stepped back. "Senior sister, are you acting up again? This place is not suitable for random touching." Tian Xin chuckled. Afterwards, Chen Feng told Tian Xin Li Mengyel's location and asked her to rescue her. Then, he walked alone towards the location of the secret treasure on the treasure map. Chapter 12, Awesome. Realm improved significantly. Under the bright moonlight, a group of people were discussing in deep voices around the corpse of the red-eyed ghost. They were all wearing black tight combat uniforms, and from the badges on the uniforms, it could be known that they were all members of the inner courtyard demon slaying class. Tian Xin, you just said that this red-eyed ghost was killed by a black iron 1-star student? The person who spoke was the head teacher of the inner courtyard demon slaying class. The class teacher's name is Zhang Shi, and his realm is at the peak of silver 9 stars. Zhang Shi's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the word doubt was almost written on his face. Are you kidding me? A black iron 1-star cultivator killed a 2nd-level peak vengeful ghost. Even if the time, place, and people are right, it would still be impossible to do it. Tian Xin nodded repeatedly. There was really no one else here at the time. Although it's hard to believe, the fact is that this vengeful ghost was indeed killed by Chen Feng. Among the 4 people present, only Jiang Yihan believed what Tian Xin said. Because she had seen the Jod's punishment released by Chen Feng before, it was not completely impossible to kill the red-eyed ghost with an attack of that level. The man standing next to Jiang Yihan is called Zhao Yishong. He usually bullies others in the class by relying on his family's power. He has a very bad relationship with Zhao Nihan and others. Zhao Yixiong turned on his mobile phone, logged into the official website of Longhua College, and checked Chen Feng's ability level. Then he sneered, Chen Feng's ability is just F level, weak electricity. How can an F level ability plus the Black Iron 1-star realm possibly kill a second level ghost? Tion Xin, even if you want to make up a lie, you should think it through. I heard that you have a good relationship with Chen Feng. Are you trying to use this opportunity to publicize his strength so that he can be admitted to the inner courtyard as an exception? You have to know that there are psychics who can kill a second level peak ghost alone. Once discovered, it is very likely that the candidate will be exempted from the promotion examination and admitted as an exception. You're talking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Zhao Yixiong's words sounded sarcastic, which made Tion Xin furious. She clenched her fists and was about to rush up to beat him up. That's enough. Shut up, everyone. Zhang Shi stopped the two people who were about to leave. Fighting in front of him, how shameful. It's pure nonsense. Come back with me immediately. The vengeful ghost was killed, the crisis was resolved, and Zhang Shi and others did not stay in the poisonous forest any longer. After rescuing Li Mangyao, he returned to Longhua College. On the other side, Chen Feng found the secret treasure hidden in the treasure map according to the markings on it. The secret treasure turned out to be a bottle of purple elixir. As for what the effect of this elixir is, he is still unclear. Anyway, it looks useful. Without thinking too much, Chen Feng put the elixir away. Then he returned to the base camp and reunited with his class teacher Lu Ming and others. On the way back, Lu Ming sat next to Chen Feng. He said earnestly, Chen Feng, I've been thinking about this these past few days. Maybe it was inconsiderate of the teacher to ask you to take the upgrade exam. The teacher didn't consider the embarrassing situation you might face when taking exams in the future. After all, you only awakened an F-level ability. After hearing this, Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied, It's okay, Teacher Lu. In the past few days, I feel that my supernatural powers seem to have become much stronger. Perhaps, I might be able to pass the inner courtyard promotion exam. Looking at Chen Feng, whose eyes were fiery and full of confidence, Lu Ming didn't say much. He just reminded Chen Feng at the end that if he could not upgrade to the inner courtyard, he could introduce Chen Feng to a job that could support his family. When we returned to the rental house, it was already 1 a.m. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Feng ran into the bedroom impatiently. He wanted to see how much the devil fruit tree had grown. According to the system prompts, the first natural devil fruit should be produced in 7 days. In the white ceramic flower pot, the devil fruit tree has grown to half a meter high. The diameter is about 10 centimeters. Not bad, not bad. It has grown a lot. Chen Feng brought the kettle and watered the devil fruit tree. While he was watering the tree, suddenly, the green trunk bent. It was as if she was bowing to him in thanks. The sudden movement startled Chen Feng, and the kettle in his hand almost fell to the ground. Fuck, system, why is this devil fruit tree moving? This is the characteristic of the devil fruit tree. Warm reminder, when the devil fruit tree matures, the host must remember to lock the doors and windows, otherwise it may escape. Will escape? Could it be that this devil fruit tree can grow arms and legs and possess its own consciousness? All this completely overturned Chen Feng's normal consciousness. It's really amazing. It deserves to be the most mysterious existence in the pirate world. Chen Feng muttered. To be honest, Chen Feng was increasingly looking forward to what the devil fruit tree would look like when it grew up. Sitting on the big white bed, Chen Feng took out the purple elixir he found in the poisonous forest and asked the system. System, do you know what this is? Item scanning. Ding, congratulations, host. You've obtained a treasure. The purple elixir in your hand is a third-tier elixir Hua Ling Jiang. Immediately afterwards, the specific properties of the spirit transforming paste appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. Name, spiritual paste. Rank, level 3. Effect, can greatly enhance the user's cultivation level. Note, when drinking this elixir, you will feel extreme pain, as if your internal organs are burning, but after drinking it, there will be no side effects. Looking at the entry for precautions, Chen Feng frowned. My heart is burning. Extreme pain? Because he awakened an F-level supernatural power, his cultivation speed was extremely slow, and his current realm was only Black Iron 1 star. Looking at the elixir in his hand that could greatly improve his realm, Chen Feng asked himself. Do you really want to drink it? Drink! In this world, the weak can only be treated like ants and slaughtered at will, and only the strong can look down on the world. If he can't become a top-level expert, what's the point of him traveling to this world? Chen Feng took a deep breath and quickly poured the purple elixir into his mouth. Boom! 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 The whole bottle of elixir was swallowed, and then severe pain slowly spread from the inside out. The pain was unbearable, like a raging fire roasting my internal organs. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and persevered desperately. He wanted to rely on his willpower to fight the pain. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead. At this moment, Chen Feng felt that every breath he took was extremely painful. Finally, his vision went black and he passed out from the pain. In the early morning, a breeze blew into the house. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. After moving my body around, I found that not only did the pain completely disappear, but my physical and mental strength also increased several times. Closing his eyes, Chen Feng felt his current level of cultivation. Ha, I didn't expect that I could break through to Black Iron 7 stars. This elixir is really powerful. Chen Feng laughed. It spans 6 levels. It feels so good. All the severe pain I endured last night was not in vain. Bite. The phone notification sounded into Chen Feng's ears. He opened it and saw that it was a new text message. Important notice: the qualification assessment for the inter-college upgrade examination will be held today. Students interested in taking the upgrade examination should arrive at the college laboratory building before 8 a.m. to take the assessment. Chen Feng put his phone in his pocket. Is the qualification test finally about to begin? It's a good opportunity to test how much my actual combat power has increased after my realm has been upgraded to Black Iron 7 stars. After saying that, Chen Feng simply washed up, put on his backpack and ran towards the academy. Chapter 13. He is definitely hiding his strength. As soon as Chen Feng arrived at the laboratory building, he saw a man and a woman standing at the door, chatting happily. The boy's name is Yi Bao and the girl's name is Su Xia. They are all Chen Feng's classmates. When Chen Feng saw Yi Bao also discovered him. Hey, Chen Feng. Yi Bao said with a wicked smile, I didn't expect you to come and take the qualification test for the upgrade exam. Anyone can come here. What bad luck. Ever since the class knew that Chen Feng had awakened his F-level talent, those who bullied the weak and feared the strong began to mock him intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed as if they could get pleasure from mocking Chen Feng. At this moment, Yi Bao was flirting with a girl. In order to show off himself, his sarcasm towards Chen Feng became even stronger. Chen Feng disagreed. He walked up to Yi Bao and said, Please move aside. I have gigantic fear. Yi Bao was a little confused. You have a fear of giants. What does that have to do with me standing at the door? Chen Feng stretched out his big hand and pulled him away from the door. Then he walked in and said calmly, Because I'm afraid of the big idiot. Yi Bao roared, Chen Feng you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 negative emotion points from Yi Bao. Hearing this, the girl next to Yi Bao couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. I wanted to mock Chen Feng in front of the girls to boost my own prestige. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng mocked him. Suddenly, Yi Bao's face turned red with anger and his whole body was shaking. After entering the experimental building, Chen Feng went straight to the assessment registration office. This is the first step in taking the qualification assessment for the upgrade exam. You must register before you can take the assessment. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Chen Feng's turn to register his information. The registrar sitting in front of him stretched lazily, candidate's name. Chen Feng. After the registrar entered Chen Feng's name, his expression suddenly became strange. He looked up with a hint of surprise and asked, Are you sure you want to register your information and take the qualification assessment for the upgrade exam? Chen Feng asked doubtfully, I want to take the test. Is there any problem? According to the file information, your awakened superpower is F level. It has only been 6 days since your superpower awakening. I'm afraid your current realm is not even up to 5-star Black Iron. One of the hard requirements for participating in the qualification examination is that the contestants must have reached at least 5-star Black Iron. Your cultivation level probably hasn't reached the minimum requirement yet. The registrar explained patiently. In the world of spiritual energy revival, it is well known that the higher the level of supernatural power, the faster the cultivation speed. F-level supernatural power, cultivate it from black iron 1 star to black iron 5 stars. It will take at least 2 months. Therefore, the registration staff subconsciously believed that Chen Feng's current level of cultivation did not meet the minimum requirements for participating in the qualification assessment. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Perhaps I have already achieved it. At this time, Yi Bao, who was standing behind Chen Feng, was secretly happy. He thought to himself, finally I have found another chance to step on Chen Feng and regain the face I just lost. Yi Bao put his hands behind his back and walked up to Chen Feng in a pretentious manner. Boast. With an F-level talent like you, how could you possibly reach black iron 5 star in just 6 days? I have awakened an A-level talent, and my theoretical training speed is more than 10 times faster than yours. On top of that, I also took a lot of precious first-level spiritual medicines, and my realm barely reached black iron 5 star. Given your financial situation, you definitely can't afford the elixir, so I conclude you're definitely bragging. Hearing Yi Bao say this, the girl behind him tugged at his clothes and said, "Stop talking. We're all classmates. Why do you have to say such harsh words?" Yi Bao snorted coldly, "Everyone's time is precious, don't waste everyone's time, go back quickly. You don't deserve to be in a place like this." After listening to Yi Bao, Chen Feng smiled slightly. He didn't care about what Yi Bao said. Because soon, he will slap Yi Bao hard in the face. Chen Feng looked at Yi Bao nonchalantly and said calmly, "You're acting like a clown, just trying to attract attention. Well, let me make a bet with you. If my current cultivation level exceeds the black iron 5 star, I will slap you 3 times. If not, slap me. Do you dare to bet?" Yi Bao was full of confidence and agreed immediately. "Why wouldn't I dare? But I'm very strong, and I might even knock your front teeth out, so you better hold on, ha ha ha." Yi Bao is laughing happily now, but he will cry later. Chen Feng turned his head and said to the tester, "Could you please bring me a spirit stone?" The tester nodded and took out a spirit testing stone from the cabinet behind him. Using spirit stones to test the contestant's cultivation level is a relatively authoritative method. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng stretched out his right hand and pressed on the spirit stone. The next moment, the spirit stone shone brightly. Slowly, 4 large gray characters appeared on the spirit stone. 7 black iron stars. The moment these 4 large gray characters appeared, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone stared at the spirit testing stone, with surprise written all over their faces. Yi Bao, who was standing behind Chen Feng, couldn't believe his eyes. "I must be dazzled. You awakened a rubbish F rank ability. How could you possibly cultivate to iron 7 in just 6 days? Upgrading to black iron 7 stars in 6 days, even someone with an S-level talent can't do it." Yi Bao rubbed his eyes hard. Look at the spirit stone again. The big words on it remained unchanged: black iron 7 stars. He is definitely hiding his strength. Chen Feng's ability level is absolutely impossible to be F level. Yi Bao pointed at Chen Feng and said hysterically. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly. Strike like lightning. Bang! A loud slap hit Yi Bao's face. 2 more. Bang! Bang! The 2 slaps were so powerful that Yi Bao saw stars and almost fainted. With a pu sound, Yi Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. If you look closely, you will find that half a broken tooth is mixed in the blood. Sorry, I'm quite strong. Chen Feng turned his head and said calmly, "Now, can you help me register my information?" The registrar nodded quickly. At this moment, he did not dare to neglect Chen Feng at all. An F-level psychic can raise his cultivation level to black iron 7 stars in 6 days. How much energy is behind this? You can't afford to offend a small person like him. After the information is registered, a strength test will be conducted. Only after passing the strength test can the contestants be qualified to take the promotion examination. Chen Feng hummed a little tune and walked slowly into the strength testing site. In the center of the square venue, there is a 1-person high dynamometer. Next to the dynamometer, there is a long mahogany table. 2 examiners, 1 male and 1 female, sat on one side of the long table. When Chen Feng saw the 2 examiners, he was stunned for a moment. Oh my god! What a coincidence! The reason why Chen Feng was surprised was that the female examiner sitting in front of him was Jiang Yihan. The male examiner next to her was Zhao Yixiong. Although Chen Feng didn't know Zhao Yixiong, he could tell from Zhao Yixiong's malicious eyes that this guy probably had something against me. Chapter 14. You must be kidding, is Chen Feng's ability really F level? The boy at the end of the line must be Chen Feng, right? I've seen his photo in the files before. Zhao Yixiong asked. Jiang Yihan hummed lightly. It seems ordinary, but Tian Xin actually said that he killed a second-level peak ghost. It's outrageous. Zhao Yixiong looked at Chen Feng with contempt and said. You are wrong, he is very strong. Jiang Yi said coldly, her beautiful eyes always fixed on Chen Feng. Humph. Zhao Yixiong snorted coldly, I don't know why you and Tian Xin both like to flatter this guy. It's really strange. What kind of magic potion did he feed you? The boy in blue standing at the head of the team bowed to Zhao Yixiong and Jiang Yihan. This is basic etiquette for taking an assessment. Hello, seniors, my name is. The boy in blue was interrupted by Zhao Yixiong. Zhao Yixiong, don't try to be friendly, call me examiner. Alright, hello, examiners. My name is Lan Gaojie, and my awakened ability is S level, sequence 415, unparalleled strength. The cultivation level is Black Iron 7 stars. After listening to Lan Gaojie's self-introduction, Zhao Yixiong nodded and asked, what level of dynamometer did you choose? The force gauge in the center of the venue can adjust the force level. The stress levels are divided into 9 levels from low to high. As the force level increases, the upper and lower limits of the numerical display will increase. Therefore, before starting the strength test, the examiner will ask the candidate what level of dynamometer is required. The purpose is to test the strength data of the candidates more accurately. Lan Gaojie smiled calmly. Level 7, he said to himself. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Level 7. He actually dared to choose a level 7 dynamometer. Generally speaking, only those with Black Iron 9 stars or so would dare to choose such a high-level force gauge. Zhao Yixiong frowned, are you sure you are at level 7? If your strength is not strong enough, you will most likely not be able to obtain the test results. Because the value of the level 7 dynamometer shows a very high lower limit. I really don't know whether Lan Gaojie is skilled and courageous, or he is overestimating his own abilities. Although he awakened a power related to strength, a level 7 force gauge was still too much for a power user of his level. Lan Gaojie took off his shirt, revealing his angular muscles. I'm sure. Please adjust the dynamometer to level 7. Zhao Yixiong waved his hand and 2 staff members came over. After some operations, the force gauge level was adjusted to level 7. At this time, a faint golden light was already appearing on the cylindrical force gauge. Looking at the confident Lan Gaojie, Zhao Yixiong muttered softly, in the outer courtyard, no one has dared to choose a level 7 dynamometer for a long time. This kid is quite courageous. Boom! There was a loud thud, and the value on the force gauge soared instantly. The number slowly stopped 891. Looking at the value displayed on the dynamometer, Lan Gaojie shook his head and said, what a pity. I didn't perform well. Otherwise, I could have reached 900. After saying that, Lan Gaojie walked aside amid the crowd's applause. Wow, I'm really surprised today. I didn't expect someone could score 891 points. Of course I did. I thought my score of 653 was the limit. It turns out there's always someone better than you. I remember the school record for our Foreign Affairs College's strength test was 903, I think. Lan Gaojie almost broke it. That's right, it's really strong. Listening to the voices of praise from the people around him, Lan Gaojie's vanity was greatly satisfied. He raised his head proudly and looked at the classmates around him. I thought to myself, don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Next, a boy wearing a brown leather jacket took the test. After the boy introduced himself, he instantly activated his supernatural power and then delivered a heavy punch to the level 4 force gauge. The number slowly stopped 523. 523 points is actually a pretty good score. But with Lan Gaojie as an example, he could only leave in disgrace. Time passed quickly, and it was finally Chen Feng's turn to undergo the strength test. Chen Feng yawned and said, I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have gone cold, and now it's finally my turn. After bowing, Chen Feng said calmly, hello, examiners. My name is Chen Feng. My awakened ability is F level, sequence 984, weak electricity. The cultivation level is Black Iron 7 stars. After listening to Chen Feng's self-introduction, Zhao Yixiong was about to make a sarcastic remark. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yihan spoke first. Chen Feng, I'm looking forward to your strength test results. Jiang Yihan said in a cold voice, I hope you won't let me down. What dynamometer level did you choose? Chen Feng thought about it and said seriously, let's just make do with level 9 for now. Level 9. Not bad. The students who were watching all wondered if Chen Feng had lost his mind. Some female classmates even took out their cell phones and prepared to call the emergency number of the mental hospital. They all suspected that Chen Feng suffered brain damage due to the severe blow he suffered from awakening his F-level supernatural power. Okay, you have guts, Jiang Yihan commented. Then, she waved her hand, signaling the staff to adjust the dynamometer level to level 9. At this moment, a red light appeared on the cylindrical force gauge. Since the founding of Longhua College, the red light has never appeared in the external campus. Arrogant boy, you dare to choose a level 9 dynamometer. The lower limit of the level 9 dynamometer is 1000. With your F-level ability, you will definitely fail the test. Zhao Yisheng gloated. Jiang Yihan frowned slightly and said coldly, shut up. It's the candidate's freedom to choose the dynamometer level. You're talking too much nonsense. When the two were arguing, Chen Feng raised his right hand. Zhao Yisheng slammed the table, turned his head and laughed wildly. Chen Feng, do you have anything to say? Do you want to exchange it for a low-level dynamometer? It's too late. You must pay the price for your arrogance. Because he spoke so loudly, Zhao Yisheng's face turned red at this moment. Chen Feng scratched his head and said, Examiner, don't get excited. If you are constipated, go to the toilet. There is no need to hold it in. Be careful not to get sick. What a constipation. Zhao Yisheng thought to himself, I just spoke too loudly and my face turned red. Zhao Yisheng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from Zhao Yisheng. Chen Feng continued, I just want to ask, if I break the dynamometer, do I have to pay for it? Jiang Yihan shook his head slightly and said, no, the force limit of this force gauge is very high. Even if we test it in the inner courtyard, it's almost impossible to break it. Just give it your all and be content. Chen Feng swung his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said, in that case, I will show off my ugliness. Before he finished speaking, the ability of the Thunderfruit and the armament hockey were activated at the same time. I saw a silver lightning flash by, and Chen Feng's bright black fist, with lightning, hit the level 9 force gauge squarely. Boom! After a loud bang, the whole audience fell silent. The pupils of all the students present instantly dilated and their mouths opened wide enough to swallow an apple. Can the power of an F-level mutant reach this level? It's a lie. Chapter 15, that's it? I haven't even tried hard yet. Chen Feng looked at the fragments of the force gauge in front of him and picked his nose. Then he raised his voice and said, that's it? I haven't even used my full strength yet. You said you didn't have to pay for breaking the dynamometer. Don't try to get out of it. Destroyed a level 9 dynamometer with one punch. What a powerful force this requires. Not to mention the students in the outer courtyard, even few students in the inner courtyard can do it. But Chen Feng, who had awakened his F-level superpowers, did it. Zhao Yisheng recovered from his surprise and asked, why is your power so strong? Also, why did your arm turn bright black when you punched just now? What kind of supernatural power is that? Facing Zhao Yisheng's continuous questions, Chen Feng smiled indifferently. Explained, did my arm just turn bright black? No. Examiner, you're not hallucinating because you've been flying too many planes, are you? Chen Feng is not stupid enough to expose his cards to outsiders. What's more, even if Chen Feng told Zhao Yisheng that this was armament hockey, he probably wouldn't believe it. After all, in this world, it seems that no one has read the One Piece comics. Zhao Yisheng, you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from Zhao Yisheng. Chen Feng refused to admit it, and Zhao Yisheng had no choice. There is no surveillance here, and Chen Feng's moves were extremely fast, so many people didn't even see his movements clearly. Not to mention seeing Chen Feng's arm turn bright black. Walking up to Zhao Yisheng, Chen Feng glanced at the report card and said, I don't know what my score will be if I blow up the level 9 dynamometer. Sometimes I have too much strength and it's really frustrating. When Zhao Yisheng heard this, he immediately became furious. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. The most uncomfortable thing was that Chen Feng was showing off in front of Zhao Yisheng, but he could do nothing about it. The facts are there, the level 9 dynamometer was really smashed to pieces. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhao Yisheng couldn't target Chen Feng. He can only grit his teeth and say in a deep voice, since the level 9 dynamometer has been blown up, then let's enter it according to the highest strength value. 1,200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from Zhao Yishong. Looking at the system prompts, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. This guy is really good. In just over 10 minutes, he increased his negative emotion value by 30 points. A strength value of 1200 not only broke the school record, but also exceeded it by nearly 200 points. Is this really the power value displayed by an F-level Esper? The students who were watching fell into deep thought again. Especially Lan Gaojie, he was originally very popular. This time, the limelight was instantly overshadowed by Chen Feng. He bit his lower lip and angrily said in his heart, "You are just a brat who only knows how to use brute force. Just wait for me, you dare to steal my limelight. You will have delicious juice from now on." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from Zhao Yishong. Seeing the system prompt that suddenly popped up, Chen Feng was slightly startled, then turned his head to look at Lan Gaojie in the crowd. Chen Feng muttered, "I knocked, but I didn't expect there was still someone sulking here." After Chen Feng qualified for the upgrade exam, he left the laboratory building. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school. After school, Chen Feng hummed a little tune and rode a shared yellow bike towards his rental house. The clothes are torn, the water is overflowing, my sister has her brother on her body. When passing an intersection, a girl wearing a black JK uniform and holding a long knife stopped Chen Feng. This person is Jiang Yihan. However, Jiang Yihan at this moment was a little different from before. She had light makeup on her face and was wearing casual clothes. Chen Feng guessed that she might be going to meet an important person. "What's wrong, senior sister? Is there anything wrong?" Chen Feng asked. "Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No problem, just get in the car." He pointed to the back of the shared yellow bike. Jiang Yihan was speechless. "Your little yellow car doesn't even have a back seat, so why should I sit on the wheels?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 negative emotion points from Jiang Yihan. Jiang Yihan said calmly, "Get out of the car, I'll treat you to a meal." "Aha! You invited me to dinner for no reason. You're not attracted to me, are you?" Chen Feng joked, "My standards for choosing a partner are very high. Although you are beautiful, you may not meet my standards." Jiang Yihan didn't want to chat with Chen Feng. She stretched out her delicate hand and pulled Chen Feng off the bike. Then he took Chen Feng and walked towards the hotel. "Hey, I haven't returned my shared bike yet. At least wait until I return it." While passively walking, Chen Feng operated his mobile phone to lock the shared yellow bike. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at a Western restaurant. After sitting down, Jiang Yihan sat next to Chen Feng. "Senior sister, why don't you sit opposite me? Why are you sitting next to me?" Chen Feng was a little surprised. Jiang Yihan said in a cool, royal voice, "Someone else will be here soon. He'll sit across from us." Chen Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He invited me to dinner for no reason, there must be something fishy. Chen Feng asked, "Who will come later?" "My blind date." Puff. The water that Chen Feng had just drunk was directly sprayed out. "What? So you are here for a blind date? If you go on a blind date, take me with you. I don't want to be a third wheel." Chen Feng stood up and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yihan slammed the black long knife directly on the table. "Jiang Yihan, help me get rid of this blind date, I owe you a favor. If you need me in the future, I'll be there at your service." For Chen Feng, sending away a blind date is not a difficult task. In this way, you can gain the favor of the senior students in the inner courtyard. It sounds like a good deal. Sitting down again, Chen Feng asked with some confusion, "You're only in your early 20s, right? Your family has already started introducing you to blind dates at such a young age?" "My mom said that you should start dating early because the marriage market is very competitive right now." Your mother's remarks sound reasonable. Why are you cursing? Well, I'm just telling the truth. While the two were chatting, a tall and thin young man wearing a yellow plaid shirt came to the table. Hello, is this Jiang Yihan? You can feel that the young man is a little nervous. I'm Zhang Jiaming, introduced by Aunt Wang. Nice to meet you. Zhang Jiaming stretched out his right hand. Jiang Yihan, who had a cold personality, didn't seem to intend to shake hands with him. To ease the embarrassment, Chen Feng stood up and grabbed Zhang Jiaming's right hand. He smiled and said, "Brother, you are too happy too early." Chapter 16, in terms of comprehensive strength, I still crush you. Seeing Chen Feng's smiling expression, Zhang Jiaming felt a little panicked. He always felt that there was a malicious heart behind Chen Feng's smile. "Excuse me, who are you?" Zhang Jiaming asked Chen Feng. "He is my younger brother." Zhang Yihan answered first. Chen Feng nodded and accepted the title. He is younger than Zhang Yihan, so being called his younger brother is not a disadvantage for him. After that, Chen Feng's chat talent was fully activated, and he started talking to Zhang Jiaming. From food, clothing, housing and transportation to career dreams, we talk about everything, big or small. The conversation was so dense that Zhang Jiaming couldn't get a word in. Zhang Jiaming tried many times to change the subject and bring the conversation back to Zhang Yihan, but was blocked by Chen Feng every time. This also resulted in Chen Feng reaping a large amount of negative emotions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Zhang Jiaming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 4 negative emotion points from Zhang Jiaming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 negative emotion points from Zhang Jiaming. At the end of the conversation, Zhang Jiaming couldn't stand it anymore. He covered his head with his hands, his whole body was shaking, and his head was about to explode. I thought to myself, the blind date girl and Wang introduced to me is pretty, but his brother is such a chatterbox. I really can't stand it anymore. Zhang Jiaming stretched out his hands and made a stop gesture. Sorry, my house suddenly caught fire and I have to go back. Zhang Jiaming said hurriedly. Afterwards, he didn't even wait for Zhang Yihan and Chen Feng to respond. He picked up his clothes and ran out of the restaurant. While running, he muttered, "This kid is a devil." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from Zhang Jiaming. Looking at the system prompts, Chen Feng was very satisfied. This time, not only did Zhang Yihan owe him a favor, but he also gained 35 points of negative emotion. Add to that the 69 negative emotion points accumulated previously. That's a total of 104 points. It's time to open a new blind box. It feels so good, ha 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 ha. Just as Zhang Feng was daydreaming, suddenly, a familiar figure walked up to him. This person was none other than Lin Tailang, a student in the inner courtyard swordsmanship class. At that time in the spiritual land, Chen Feng not only humiliated him, but also stole his dragon roaring sword. This led to him holding a grudge against Chen Feng. He wanted to peel off Chen Feng's skin and eat his flesh. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. Lin Tailang looked at Chen Feng and Zhang Yihan with a playful expression. Su said, "Wow, Zhang Yihan didn't expect you to be so old and date a younger brother. Are you trying to pick him up? This is really big gossip. You're a top student in the inner courtyard, and you're dating a trash girl from the outer courtyard with an F-level ability. Aren't you ashamed to tell others about it?" As he spoke, he sat down opposite the two of them. Lin Tailang didn't see Zhang Jiaming, who just ran out of the door, so he thought Zhang Yihan and Chen Feng were on a date. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yihan frowned slightly. A hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. She said coldly, "Lin Tailang, watch your stinky mouth, otherwise, I will tear it apart." Lin Tailang laughed heartily, "Tear my mouth apart? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the bronze level, you can be my opponent. To tell you the truth, my current realm is bronze 1 star. I'm not a match for a rookie like you who just stepped into the bronze rank." Zhang Yihan is a cold person and doesn't want to waste time talking to Lin Tailang. Immediately, she prepared to draw out the black long sword and attack Lin Tailang. Unexpectedly, he was held down by Chen Feng. "Senior sister, wouldn't it be lowering your status to fight with such a scum?" Chen Fengyun said calmly. It seemed that he didn't take Lin Tailang seriously at all. When Lin Tailang saw Chen Feng holding Zhang Yihan down, he thought Chen Feng was scared. He then got ahead of himself and overturned the two people's plates. Snap! The clean white plate shattered, and food residues spilled all over the table. "I tell you, Chen Feng, don't think that you can beat me with your swordsmanship. Your overall strength is better than mine." Lin Tailang stood up and pointed at Chen Feng. "With my 1-star bronze strength, killing you is as easy as killing a mouse. Back in the spiritual land, I simply didn't use my supernatural powers, so you took advantage of me." Lin Tailang spoke in an aggressive tone. Like a mad dog. It was as if he wanted to get back all the ground he lost to Chen Feng that day. What Lin Tailang didn't know was that with the blessing of the Thunder Fruit and Armament Hockey, Chen Feng's overall strength is far beyond his. Although Chen Feng's cultivation level is only Black Iron 7 stars, these two treasures are enough to support him in challenging higher levels. Just as Chen Feng was about to take action and brutally attack Lin Tailang, suddenly, he noticed something strange. For some reason, Chen Feng could feel that there was a hint of demonic energy in Lin Tialong's eyes. What's going on? At the same time, Jiang Yihan and Lin Tailang both received calls from the inner courtyard demon slaying squad. Is there a new task? Jiang Yihan answered the phone without hesitation. In order to train students, the inner courtyard demon slaying class often assigns tasks to students. This is to train their practical combat capabilities. It also lays the foundation for them to successfully join the Night Watch organization in the future. Student Jiang Yihan, a peak-level first-level ghost, has appeared at number 17 Changfeng Street. The academy's location tracking has detected that you are nearby. Please go to the location immediately, kill the vengeful ghost, and protect the safety of civilians. Clear. Jiang Yihan hung up the phone, picked up the black long knife, and rushed out of the door. They are now at number 19 Changfeng Street. The vengeful ghost appeared just to their west. Although Lin Tailang is a student in the swordsmanship class, he is the top student in the class. Key training targets. He also received the same call. After all, killing more vengeful ghosts and accumulating some practical experience will definitely be a plus when you join the Night's Watch in the future. Lin Tailang slammed the table and said to Chen Feng, "You're lucky, kid. I just happen to have a new mission right now. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy you." After saying that, Lin Tailang was about to go out. Chen Feng crossed his legs, slammed the table, and said coldly, "Did I let you go?" After saying this, Chen Feng revealed cold eyes. He walked slowly to Lin Tailang. The two looked at each other and the situation was very tense. "I tell you, in terms of comprehensive strength, I still crush you." He drew out the dragon roaring sword and pointed it at Lin Tailang. When Lin Tailang saw the Longming sword, he became even more furious. This is simply a shame for him. In an instant, Lin Tialong's aura overflowed, and the surrounding tables and chairs were blown away in an instant. He said viciously, "Good boy, since you are so shameless, I will destroy you today." Chapter 17, 70 million volts, medium rare. The customers around saw that Chen Feng and Lin Tailang were on the verge of a fight. They all held their heads, hid under the table, and were silent. Because once you are affected by the two of them, at best you will lose your hands and feet, and at worst you may lose your life. Lin Tailang took a big step forward, and his S-level ability sequence 201, Withered Wolf, was instantly activated. In an instant, a purple wolf-shaped shadow completely covered Lin Tialong's body. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tialong's physical functions were greatly improved. His eyes and mouth also showed many wolf-like characteristics. In this world, there are many types of superpowers. Some powers grant the user the power of nature, others enhance the user's physical functions. Lin Tialong's ability obviously belongs to the latter. Oh? So your special ability is to turn yourself into a wild dog? Chen Feng sneered and said, "This ability is very suitable for your character." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Lin Tailang. The withered wolf was mocked as a wild dog, which is too insulting. At this moment, Lin Tailang felt his teeth numb with anger, and his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. "You sharp-tongued brat, you only know how to talk. Go to hell." As he spoke, Lin Tialong's iron fist had already slammed towards Chen Feng. Above the iron fist was a purple wolf claw phantom. A full-strength attack from a bronze warrior. Chen Feng did not dare to be careless. He used the super high speed of the Thunderfruit and instantly flashed back several meters. Boom! With a loud thud, the wooden table was smashed into pieces by the iron fist. The strength is okay, but the speed is too slow. Chen Feng touched his nose and commented nonchalantly. "You are a loser who can only run away everywhere. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Fight me head-on if you dare. Don't hide like a stinky fly." Lin Tailang roared and rushed towards Chen Feng again with murderous intent. 50 million volts, Thunderblade. This is a trick created by Chen Feng himself, attaching 50 million high-voltage lightning to the weapon. At this time, high-voltage lightning had been attached to the sharp dragon roaring sword. From a distance, it looks like a silver lightsaber, very cool. Swish. With a swing of the sword, a crescent-shaped lightning blade rushed towards Lin Tailang. Unfortunately, Lin Tialong's physical strength was extremely high at the moment, so the lightning blade did not cause much damage to his body. Lin Tailang rushed to Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng did not choose to dodge, but instantly activated the armed color domineering, attack like lightning, and punched him in the chest. There was a loud bang sound. Lin Tialong's towering body was knocked back 3 meters. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that he was seriously injured. Ahem, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Tailang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in panic, Your level is only Black Iron 7 stars, and your ability is F level. How can you possess such a powerful force? I don't accept you, I'm going to kill you. Lin Tailang roared hysterically, and then, like a mad dog, his eyes were bloodshot and he rushed towards Chen Feng to bite him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Tailang was getting anxious. Unfortunately, even if he was anxious, he couldn't make up the gap between the two. On the other side, a waiter in a black suit leaned over the counter with both hands, half of his head sticking out. Boss, this is simply a miracle. A 7-star iron player seems to be able to kill a 1-star bronze player instantly. The owner of the Western restaurant smiled slightly and said, What a fuss. You only see the surface phenomenon and don't see the deeper level. That psychic named Chen Feng hasn't used his full strength yet. The waiter was slightly startled. How did you know that? Look carefully, and you'll notice his aura has been extremely steady until now. This is enough to prove that he hasn't used his full strength. Back to Chen Feng, he saw Lin Tailang rushing towards him. With a thought, Hawkeye's unparalleled swordsmanship was instantly activated. Immediately afterwards, Chen Feng thrust his sword into the air at an extremely tricky angle. Lin Tailang had no way to avoid this sword. With a puff, the Long Ming sword pierced through the Iron Wolf's body. After being injured, Lin Tailang did not panic. Instead, he grabbed Chen Feng's sword-holding arm with both hands. He sneered, What a pity. This sword attack can't make me lose my fighting ability, and I have already caught you. Prepare to die. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tialong's 2 big hands reached out to pinch Chen Feng's neck tightly. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. 70 million volts, discharge. Endless silver lightning passed through the sword and was transmitted into Lin Tialong's body. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of electric shock. A few seconds later, Lin Tailang rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Not bad, medium rare. After Chen Feng drew out his sword, he let Lin Tailang fall heavily to the ground. Lin Tialong's body was twisted and foam was coming out of his mouth. He looked as if he had just been served by the Thunder King. Chen Feng still spared his life. After the battle, Chen Feng put away the dragon-roaring sword. Prepare to go out and see Jiang Yihan. I don't know whether she has completed her mission. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door, endless black evil spirits suddenly emanated from Lin Tialong's body. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tailang twisted his body and stood up in a strange posture. It's like a puppet. Oh. Lin Tailang opened his big mouth mechanically. Wisps of black evil energy emerged from it. Chen Feng, who was standing at the door, naturally noticed the abnormality behind him, but when he turned his head, Lin Tailang, who was full of demonic energy, was already standing behind him. Lin Tialong's eyes had turned completely black at this moment, without a trace of white, and looked extremely weird. Fuck! Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Without giving Chen Feng any time to react, Lin Tailang opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit towards Chen Feng's neck. Snap! Chen Feng's slender neck was bitten through, but not a drop of blood flowed out of the wound. Instead, there were wisps of silver lightning. Passive elementalization saved Chen Feng. Otherwise, he would have passed away by now. At this time, Lin Tailang didn't know whether he was controlled by the vengeful ghost or used some secret method to invite the ghost to possess him. In short, his strength increased dramatically. Its current strength is about bronze 5 stars. Seeing that the physical attack could not cause any harm to Chen Feng, it quickly retreated. He said gloomily, You are not my target. Since I cannot kill you in a short time, I don't want to continue to tangle with you. Just stay here quietly, human boy. After saying that, it waved its hand. A blackthorn prison appeared out of nowhere, and with a clang, Chen Feng was trapped inside. The next moment, Lin Tailang, who was full of demonic energy, ran towards Jiang Yihan. Its target is Jiangnihan. Chapter 18 SS Level Superpower Absolute Zero. Under the cold moonlight. A huge ice cone stands tall, and the transparent ice cone emits white cold air. Just one look at it will make you shudder. Through the ice layer, you can clearly see a human-shaped ghost frozen in it. This humanoid ghost is named Terrible Claws. At this moment, its expression is extremely terrified, as if it had not expected that it would be frozen. Jiangnihan stood beside the ice hammer, with the black longsword already unsheathed. A thin layer of frost condensed on the white blade. If you look closely, you will find that her body is also emitting white cold air. At this time, Jiangnihan's body temperature dropped to 129. The reason for all this is due to her SS level ability sequence 108, Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, it can give the psychic the ability to control ice, but during use, the psychic's body temperature will slowly drop. The mutant will die when his body temperature drops to 273.15. Simply put, this is a supernatural power that is very powerful but very dangerous to use. This vengeful ghost is really troublesome. I finally managed to freeze it. As Jiangnihan spoke, a hint of cold air came out of his mouth. At that moment, she was ready to release her own, Absolute Zero, ability. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow, and act cute in front of you. At this moment, her cell phone rang. When the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Student Jiangnihan, the mission has been upgraded. We just received intelligence that the Terror Claws are twin ghosts. You must be careful, the other one may be near you. Maybe it'll take advantage of the gaps between your attacks and sneak attack you. If you can't hold on, you can evacuate this area first. We have sent more senior students to reinforce you. Twin vengeful ghosts refer to ghosts that are destined to be two at birth. During combat, one of the two vengeful ghosts often acts as bait while the other sneak attacks from behind. Even the Night Watch Commissioner would find it very difficult to deal with the twin ghosts. Not to mention students like Jiangnihan who are in the inner courtyard demon slaying class and have not yet joined the Night Watch. Jiangnihan nodded solemnly, understood. Then he hung up the phone. But she had no intention of evacuating the area. Fortunately, the information arrived not too late, and she did not cancel Absolute Zero, so she could continue fighting. After evacuating the surrounding people, Jiangnihan suddenly felt a chill on his back. Could it be that another terrifying claw has appeared? Without any hesitation, he turned around and slashed behind him with the black long sword. Jiangnihan, are you crazy? Lin Tailang, who was behind her, dodged and said, I'm not a vengeful ghost. At this time, Lin Tailang restrained the evil spirit into his body. Jiangnihan naturally couldn't detect anything unusual about him. Jiangnihan put away the black long sword and frowned slightly. He said sternly, don't appear behind me quietly, otherwise, my long sword will not have eyes. Lin Tailang did not get angry after being sternly warned by Jiangnihan. Instead, he said with a smile on his face, okay, I will pay attention next time. Also, I want to apologize to you for what happened just now. We're both inner courtyard students. Even though we're not in the same class, we see each other every day. I shouldn't have made things so awkward. It's my fault, please forgive me. Jiangnihan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Tailang to suddenly apologize to him. However, she is not a narrow-minded person. She nodded slightly, hummed, and continued, according to subsequent intelligence analysis, this mission involves twin ghosts. I'm afraid there's another one nearby. Before Jiangnihan could finish her words, 5 sharp black claws had already pierced into her lower abdomen. Suddenly, severe pain spread throughout the body, and looking at the wound, blood was gushing out. The owner of the pitch-black claws is none other than Lin Tailang. I didn't expect it to be so easy. I let you down your guard. At this moment, the corners of Lin Tailang's mouth were almost grinning from ear to ear. You are a vengeful ghost, possessed by Lin Tailang. Jiangnihan swung his knife to fight back, enduring the severe pain. The white blade drew an icy arc in the air. Temporarily forced Lin Tailang to retreat. Since you've discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. A dark ghostly shadow slowly emerged from Lin Tailang. After a few seconds, the ghost materialized. As for Lin Tailang's body, it collapsed on the ground like a deflated balloon. Looking at the ghost, Jiangnihan thought to himself that something was wrong. It is exactly the same as the terrifying claw that he had just frozen. Obviously, he is the one among the twin ghosts responsible for the sneak attack. Terraclaw licked the blood on his claws and said in a playful tone, "Human, I admit that you are quite powerful, but your combat experience is lacking. As long as the battle is not over, we must never let our guard down. So, go to hell." With a whoosh sound, the figure with terrifying sharp claws rushed towards Jianihan. 10 long and narrow claws opened at the same time, and were about to pierce Jianihan. Jianihan endured the pain and plunged the long sword deep into the ground. Then he closed his eyes and murmured, "Level 1, Absolute 0. Snap. Snap. Snap." Endless ice appeared in her palm, and then followed the long sword straight to the ground. At the same time, Chen Feng, who had just broken the thorn prison, suddenly felt a chill. He thought to himself, how could it be so cold in the middle of summer? Could it be that someone has released a super powerful ice-related ability? This black cage is like a stone from a toilet pit, smelly and hard. Chen Feng rubbed his palms and said, "It trapped me for 5 minutes." Walking out of the Western restaurant, Chen Feng was slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. Frozen fruit is no exception. Changfeng Street now can be said to be an ice street. Jianihan was seen standing in the center of the ice street, holding his lower abdomen and leaning on a long sword. It can be seen that she was seriously injured, and the blood had dyed her JK uniform bright red. 2 huge ice cones, one on the left and one on the right, were distributed on both sides of Jianihan. In each ice cone, there is a clawed ghost frozen. Jianihan used all his strength and shouted to Chen Feng, "Run! Quick! I was seriously injured and have lost my fighting ability. It won't be long before these 2 resentful ghosts break through the ice. Although your abilities are powerful, your realm is only Black Iron 7. You are no match for those 2 vengeful ghosts. If you don't run now, you will die." She knew that with her injuries, it was impossible to escape. Moreover, ever since the day she joined the inner courtyard demon slaying class, she had never thought of running away from the vengeful ghost. As he spoke, cracks began to appear on the 2 ice cones. 2 terrifying claws were about to break through the ice. Terraclaw stared at the 2 of them and said, "Don't even think about running away, you two. Not only that, after killing you, we 2 brothers will also massacre all the civilians here." Another Terraclaw echoed, "That's right, slaughtering civilians is a beautiful thing. I'm also going to string human heads together and hang them on tall buildings. It's so cool just thinking about it, ha." Behind the night watchman are millions of ordinary civilians. Although Jianihan has not yet joined the night watch, she has already been aware of the need to protect the millions of people behind her. She had a determined look in her eyes, gritted her teeth, and clenched her black sword. Vowed to fight a final and life and death battle with the vengeful ghosts. At this time, Chen Feng slowly walked up to the 2 ice cones and said, "Seriously, massacre civilians? Don't dream on this. Ugly and filthy vengeful ghost, be executed before the mighty thunder." Terraclaw sneered and said, "Foolish human boy, I know your ability is very powerful, but if you want to hit us, you must first break the ice cone. But do you think that after you break the ice cone, we will still stand there and let you attack us?" Chen Feng said calmly, "You are the stupid one. Don't forget, ice can conduct electricity." The next moment, 2 powerful bolts of lightning broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. Chapter 19. The neighbor is actually a sword master. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful thunderbolts fell, striking the 2 resentful ghosts squarely. Damn it! How could a 7-star Black Iron Kid release such destructive power? Terraclaw roared in pain. Just wait. My big brother in the celestial god cult will definitely avenge me. You won't live much longer, ah. The next moment, the 2 terrifying claws disappeared into the air. Clang! When the smoke cleared, the bodies of the Terraclaws turned into 2 small black balls. A rich spiritual energy was entwined around the pitch black ball. What is this? Chen Feng squatted down and picked up the ball. Congratulations, host. These 2 black balls are ghost beads, rare treasures. You must keep them safe. Not bad, not bad. I finally got some results. It's worth all the effort I put into killing the 2 resentful ghosts. I just collected 2 ghost beads. Jianihan had already walked tremblingly behind Chen Feng. She said in a weak voice, "Is your ability really F level? The 2 bolts of lightning I just released are no less powerful than SS level abilities." Despite being seriously injured, Jianihan was still very curious about Chen Feng's special abilities. Chen Feng smiled slightly and changed the subject. "Senior sister, you are like this, and you still focus on me. You don't like me, do you? Jiang Yihan's cheeks flushed slightly. Stop talking nonsense. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 negative emotion points from Jiang Yihan. As he spoke, he made a surprising discovery. Jiang Yihan's abdomen had stopped bleeding, and his complexion had recovered a little. Jiang Yihan said softly, "My injury is not a problem. I have used my supernatural power to freeze the wound. It won't be long before the injury heals." Chen Feng nodded. It seems that this senior student has already reached a certain level in developing her supernatural powers. The original ice attack ability has been transformed into a healing ability under her control. Jiang Yihan released the ability of Absolute Zero, and the coldness on his body gradually dissipated. She held the long knife in both hands and reminded Chen Feng, the celestial god cult that the resentful ghost just mentioned is a cult organization that is opposed to the Night Watch. The celestial god cult is composed of vengeful ghosts and evil beings with special abilities. They kill innocent people indiscriminately and commit all kinds of evil. You just killed 2 of their members. You might be targeted by them in the future, so be careful. However, our city is under the protection of the Night's Watch. Powerful vengeful ghosts cannot break in, so you don't have to worry too much. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. At this point, the ghost crisis was completely resolved. Jiang Yihan went to the nearest hospital to treat his injuries. Chen Feng rode his shared bike back to his rental house. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Chen Feng threw himself onto the big white bed. Hey, the bed is still the most comfortable. I've gained a lot today. Let me open the other dimensional blind box first to see what rewards there are. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he called out the system. Ding host, I'm happy to serve you. Chen Feng let out a long sigh and said, I want to open a new blind box. Ding, congratulations. You've spent 100 points of negative emotion and purchased an alternate dimension blind box. The ethereal prompt tone ended, and a golden square box appeared out of thin air in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng shook the box and felt that it was very heavy. He was full of anticipation and muttered, This blind box is very heavy. What good things will be inside? The next moment, he tore open the blind box. A burst of golden light burst out from it. Chen Feng stuck his head out and looked inside, only to see a golden ball lying quietly inside. What the hell, what is this? Golden bird eggs? Golden tennis ball? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained an Enel golden rod. Hearing the prompt tone, Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't do it. Is this the golden rod? This is clearly a ball, it doesn't look like a stick at all. System, I have little education, so please don't lie to me. The host can try to inject the power of thunder and lightning into it and reshape the golden rod. Chen Feng took out the golden ball, and with a thought, the ability of the thunder fruit was instantly activated. With a swish sound, the shape of the golden sphere changed rapidly. The next moment, it turned into a long golden stick. The golden long stick sparkled under the light. Wow! Not bad. He used the power of thunder and lightning once again, and with a hum, the golden stick was shaped into a golden sword. As long as Chen Feng wants, this golden ball can turn into any tool he wants. Betting is included. Yes, this thing is practical. It can change its form at will. Chen Feng commented, it is a perfect match with the thunder fruit. Put the golden stick into the system backpack. Then, Chen Feng took out 2 more ghost beads. System, please give me a detailed explanation of the specific function of the ghost pearl. Okay, after killing a vengeful ghost, there's a very small chance of a ghost bead dropping. The higher the rank of the vengeful ghost, the higher the quality of the ghost bead. The 2 ghost beads in your hands are first-level ghost beads. Effect of the ghost pearl, after taking it, it can increase the ability level of the psychic. What? Raise the psychic's ability level. Chen Feng was a little surprised. Before, Chen Feng was still worried that although the ability of his thunder fruit was strong enough, the speed of cultivation was too slow. This is due to the ability level being too low. Now that he has a treasure that can improve the level of supernatural powers, Chen Feng is ecstatic. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed the 2 ghost beads. The next moment, he felt endless natural spiritual power beginning to flow into his body. After closing his eyes and meditating for a while, Chen Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had increased a little. At this moment, Chen Feng's ability level has evolved from F level, weak electricity, to E level, electric current. That's great. I'll go kill a few more low-level ghosts tomorrow. I hope I can get a few more ghost beads. Host, don't be greedy. Ghost beads are hard to come by, and the overall drop rate is around 0.0001%. Oh shit. This drop rate is too low. Chen Feng. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly reached his ears. When I opened the security door, I saw the old neighbor standing at the door. Holding 2 color CDs in his hand, he said with a smile, "Hey young man, I have some new stuff here, would you like to take a look?" Chen Feng was somewhat helpless and waved his hand, saying, "That's not necessary. You've got the wrong person. I'm a gentleman, I don't like this." The old man chuckled and said, "Also, I just cooked some dumplings with pork and cabbage filling. Would you like to try some? I've already had dinner." Chen Feng refused again. After seeing off the old man next door, Chen Feng felt a little confused. This old man is too enthusiastic. Although he is my neighbor, he shouldn't bring me food every day. That's strange. But Chen Feng didn't think much about it because he was too tired today. He lay down on the big white bed and soon fell asleep. The old man returned to his rental house, sat at the wooden table, and poured himself a cup of white wine. In front of him was a plate of hot dumplings. He murmured, "Dumplings go well with wine, the more you drink, the more you have." Suddenly, the cell phone rang. I took out my phone and saw the caller ID, President of Longhua University. "Xiao Wu, what do you want to talk to me about?" the old man said after answering the phone. "Master Sword Saint, I'm so sorry to call you so late." The voice on the other end of the line continued, "For some unknown reason, the Celestial God Cult suddenly dispatched a rank 7 resentful Ghost King. The radar shows it's heading towards your vicinity. Its target seems to be your neighbor, Chen Feng. I'm afraid our people can't stop it." The old man put down his chopsticks, a murderous look in his eyes. Snap! The floor tiles under his feet were instantly cracked by the murderous aura. "How dare you dare to touch my future disciple? Not to mention a 7th level resentful Ghost King, even if it's a 9th level resentful Demon King," the old man said in a deep voice, "I'll kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man disappeared out of thin air. Along with him, the wooden sword hanging on the wall also disappeared. "I'm really sorry, I was busy looking for a job before, so some of the posts are sloppy. Now that my work is stable, I have resumed posting at least 2 updates a day. It will break out from time to time, please collect it and urge for more updates, big guys." Chapter 20 begins. Inner Court Promotion Examination. Time flies, 3 days later. Early morning. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and a thin layer of mist is floating in the air. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, and a breath of foul air came out of his mouth. My cultivation level has finally reached Black Iron 8 stars. Chen Feng stood up and murmured, "After my ability level was raised to E level, my cultivation speed has increased significantly. Today is a special day, as the Inner Courtyard Upgrade exam is about to begin. Students from the outer college who pass the promotion examination will be eligible to be promoted to the inner college. Chen Feng has been preparing for this for 7 days. Whether he can successfully enter the inner courtyard depends on today." Before going out, Chen Feng took a look at the devil fruit tree. On the ceramic flower pot, the devil fruit tree is intricately intertwined, and in the center of the trunk, a large flower bud bulges. Chen Feng guessed that there should be many devil fruits in the flower bud. The devil fruit tree is indeed extraordinary and full of spirituality. Chen Feng touched the trunk. The devil fruit tree seemed to have life and shook twice in response to Chen Feng. During these 3 days, Chen Feng gained a total of 230 points of negative emotion. Open 2 different dimensional blind boxes. The 2 blind box rewards are both the initial stage of armament hockey. Therefore, Chen Feng's current progress in practicing armament hockey has reached 330. Only 7 levels left before reaching the second stage, where you will be surrounded by armed color domineering. Today, Longhua College is decorated with lights and 2 big red lanterns are hung at the entrance. This is to celebrate the upcoming inner college promotion exam. As soon as Chen Feng walked into the examination hall, a man in gorgeous clothes walked up behind him. The man's name is Su Weilong, and his special ability is SS level, Underworld Flame Spear, sequence 115. He and Chen Feng are in different classes. According to their ability level, he is the first in the key class. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was ranked last in the ordinary class. Su Weilong comes from a wealthy family. It is said that his family has some connections in the inner courtyard, and one of the 10 places to enter the inner courtyard has already been assigned to him. Chen Feng, you are indeed quite courageous to be able to take the inner courtyard promotion exam. Su Weilong said calmly, his hands behind his back, but many things in this world cannot be achieved by courage alone. I hope you don't get eliminated in the first round, otherwise it would be too boring. Although Su Weilong did not directly mock Chen Feng, his words were full of sarcasm. It sounds very unpleasant. Chen Feng hates this kind of hermaphrodite the most. He pinched his ears and cursed, "Stupid hermaphrodite, get out!" After being scolded, Su Weilong showed no expression on his face and walked straight towards the waiting area. He considered himself of noble status and would not argue with a poor person like Chen Feng in public. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 negative emotion points from Su Weilong. After filling out the registration form, Chen Feng walks slowly into the examination waiting area. The auditorium is located behind the candidate waiting area. Through the one-way glass, the audience can see the player's status in real time. Chen Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Ming, sat in the audience with a serious expression, watching the 10 contestants from their class. The one he was most worried about was Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng's ability level is the lowest in the class, only F. The others are at least B level or above. The man in a suit sitting next to Lu Ming is the director of the School of Foreign Affairs of Longhua College. Lu Ming's immediate superior. He opened the thermos and took a sip of tea. Teacher Lu, your class has been at the bottom of the list of students promoted to the inner courtyard for years. If no one is promoted this year, there's no need for you to continue being the homeroom teacher. This is the ultimatum given by the headmaster to Lu Ming. Director, this year Zhang Long from our class has awakened an S-level ability. He's very likely to successfully upgrade. Lu Ming clenched his fists as he spoke. Also, although Chen Feng from our class has only awakened an F-level ability, he's very hardworking. Enough, some things are destined by nature and cannot be achieved by hard work. Lu Ming was interrupted by the dean before he could finish his words. No student who awakened an F-level ability has ever been admitted to the inner courtyard. Don't harbor such illusions. After saying that, the dean took another sip of tea. In his opinion, Chen Feng, who had awakened F-level superpowers, should not have come to take the inner courtyard upgrade exam at all. At the same time, Zhang Li, who is also the class teacher, is teacher Zhang. Also sat next to Lu Ming. Director, this year Su Weilong in our class has awakened SS-level superpowers. It is almost certain for him to pass the upgrade exam. Zhang Li flattered the dean. The dean nodded and said, I'm also optimistic about Su Weilong. SS-level abilities are considered very rare in the inner courtyard. Zhang Li, if he can successfully get promoted to the inner courtyard, this year's outstanding class teacher title will be yours. Hearing what the dean said, Zhang Li smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, Director. A huge quartz clock hangs above the waiting area. When the minute hand of the quartz clock returns to 0, the first exam officially begins. At this time, all the students in the contestants' waiting area were on full alert. The content of the inner court promotion examination changes every year. Therefore, no one knows what the content of this year's assessment will be. Boom! After a deep ring, the quartz clock returned to 0, and the first test officially began. A mechanical sound was heard, and then a straight white passage opened in front of the contestants. Everyone's eyes were focused on the passage. Suddenly, a notification from the ethereal system came. The first round of the inner courtyard upgrade exam has officially begun. Exam content: students will pass the first exam after crossing the passage and reaching the other side. Countdown begins, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Students who fail to pass through the passage after the assessment time has expired will be automatically eliminated. The system prompt tone ends. At this time, the participating students began to discuss with some doubts. The first test is too easy, it's not as difficult as the rumors say. Don't let your guard down. There might be hidden weapons in the passage. I heard the disability rate for the inner courtyard promotion exam is as high as 74%. This is true. My eldest brother was shot in the knee by an arrow while taking the inner courtyard promotion exam. He is still lying in the hospital. Wow, it's so dangerous? We have to be careful then. While everyone was discussing, a student as strong as an ox walked quickly towards the entrance of the passage. Don't be afraid of a thing, just go ahead and it's over. The next second, he rushed into the white passage alone. Chapter 21. The difficulty of the exam has greatly increased. The first strong man who rushed into the white passage was named Li Heibao. He is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. I still don't know how difficult the inner court promotion exam is. As soon as he stepped into the white passage, he felt a slippery feeling under his feet. Li Heibao's face changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Slurp! His body tilted and he fell heavily to the ground. It was the kind where his face hit the ground first. With a crack, one of Li Heibao's front teeth was knocked out. Fuck, why is the ground so smooth? Li Heibao, whose front teeth were knocked out, spoke with a lisp. Li Heibao tried to stand up with his hands on the ground, but after struggling several times, he found that he couldn't do it at all. Because the white ground was smeared with some liquid, it was extremely slippery. 10 times smoother than ice on a snowy day. This white passage is indeed not as simple as it looks. Chen Feng touched his chin and analyzed. In fact, the purpose of the first exam is to test the extent to which the candidates have developed their supernatural powers. Theoretically, no matter what kind of supernatural power, as long as it is developed properly, it can pass through this white channel. Li Heibao cursed angrily and directly activated his special ability, S-Level Sequence 375, Snow Leopard. The next moment, a white leopard-shaped shadow appeared on his body. Soon after, his limbs began to show the characteristics of a snow leopard. The most eye-catching thing is the 10 sharp claws growing on his fingers. Li Bao hunched over on the ground, his 10 sharp claws dug into the ground, and then slowly crawled forward. Although his method is slow, it is solid and stable. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to reach the finish line before the time is up. At this moment, the dean of students in the audience looked at the slowly crawling Li Heibao and said with disdain, such a powerful S-level ability was actually used like this by him. He's really terrible at developing his abilities. He took a sip of tea while speaking. With his talent, even if he manages to get into the inner courtyard, he'll definitely be at the bottom of the class. This S-level ability is really wasted. Lu Ming on the side nodded without denying it. Based on Li Bao's performance, he could basically judge that this classmate was the type with big muscles and a small brain. Director, isn't this year's inner courtyard promotion exam too difficult? Those students with weak abilities probably have no chance of passing. Lu Ming frowned and said in a deep voice. He found that so far, no student had been able to walk 10 meters along this white passage. Most students were already sweating profusely after using their special powers to walk just 7 or 8 meters. Had to stop and rest for a while. He roughly estimated that the entire white passage was about 200 meters long. Based on this calculation, at least half of the students will be eliminated in the first exam. The head teacher crossed his legs and said, the inner courtyard exams have always been getting harder each year. There's nothing strange about that. After all, the inner courtyard of Longhua University is a holy place for cultivation that all human cultivators yearn for. And I heard that the Sword Saint will personally supervise the promotion exam this year. At the request of the Sword Saint, the difficulty of this year's inner court upgrade exam will be unprecedentedly increased. Similarly, the rewards for passing the exam will also far exceed those of previous years. When Lu Ming heard the word Sword Saint, his heart trembled slightly. That's the Night's Watch organization, one of the 5 most powerful fighters, an existence that many people dream of meeting. Now I have the opportunity to see it, I am so lucky. If the occasion permits, Lu Ming even wants to ask the Sword Saint for an autograph. Master Sword Saint? Is it the sword that once killed 3 dragon-shaped ghost kings with a single blow, the Sword Saint? I am his loyal fan and have grown up listening to his legends. Lu Ming was so excited that his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Shoo! The dean made a hushed expression. The Sword Saint is not someone we can casually discuss. Let's leave this topic at that. Let us get back to the exam waiting area. By observing Li Heibao's actions just now, Chen Feng has basically judged the difficulty of this exam. After a little thought, he had already figured out a way to deal with the situation. At this time, Chen Feng noticed that his classmate Zhang Long seemed to be forming a small group. I want to use the power of a small group to pass the first exam. Chen Feng was dismissive of his approach of forming small groups. After all, this is an individual assessment, not a team competition. Moreover, how long can this temporary small group formed for short-term interests last? No one can say. Because Zhang Long was not familiar with the other candidates, he only recruited his classmates. However, there were a total of 10 students in Chen Feng's class who took the exam. Zhang Long invited the other 9 people, but left out Chen Feng, as if he was intentionally avoiding Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng didn't want to join them, he was very unhappy with what Zhang Long did. Su Xiaoyun, the class beauty, was naturally among them. She trotted over to Chen Feng and said sweetly, "Chen Feng, why don't you join our class group? That way, whether it's this exam or the next one, we students can look after each other." Su Xiaoyun invited Chen Feng. But Chen Feng could see that this was only Su Xiaoyun's unilateral intention. Because he took a look at Zhang Long's jealous eyes, Chen Feng could feel that this kid definitely did not welcome him to join. Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets and said disapprovingly, "Thank you for your kindness, but some people in your small group don't seem to welcome my joining. I'd better not make myself miserable. Besides, this level of exam is not difficult for me, so I don't need to form cliques." At this moment, Zhang Long walked up to Chen Feng with a fake smile on his face. "Student Chen Feng, you're blowing your own trumpet." Zhang Long scoffed. "You're just a piece of trash with an awakened F-level ability. What makes you think you can pass this exam? Your remarks are not meant to show off or attract attention in front of Xiaoyun, right? Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Zhang Long walked up to Chen Feng and patted him on the shoulder. "Our small group of 9 people is an elite group, not a garbage recycling station. Even if Xiaoyun speaks well of you, you can't join us," Zhang Long said proudly. Chapter 22 Reward Upgrade, Level 2 Ghost Pearl. I heard Zhang Long speak without any consideration for his classmates. Su Xiaoyun's delicate little face turned red with anger. She clenched her fists and scolded, "Zhang Long, we are classmates, do you have to say such harsh words? Besides, Chen Feng has been practicing very hard, so his level of cultivation is not much lower than yours. Don't go too far." Zhang Long spread his hands and said, "A piece of trash who has awakened an F-level superpower will only be trash no matter how much he practices. By the way, Xiaoyun, why do you always speak for Chen Feng? As the class beauty, there are many boys in our class chasing you. Who isn't 1,000 times stronger than Chen Feng? If you get too close to this kind of trash, you might end up becoming trash yourself." Su Xiaoyun was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Zhang Long's words were really too harsh. Yes, Su Xiaoyun, if you continue to speak for Chen Feng, you should quit our class group." Someone behind Zhang Long echoed. "We don't need traitors here. In this world of spiritual revival, the strong are respected. The weak can only become ants." Lanhua College is a small microcosm of this world. Therefore, the students behind Zhang Long naturally wanted to lick him, an S-level mutant. And F-level psychics like Chen Feng naturally became his targets of suppression. Humph. What's the big deal? Just quit. It's better not to stay with this inhumane little group. Su Xiaoyun immediately stood next to Chen Feng. Expressed his position. Su Xiaoyun closed her beautiful eyes slightly and whispered to Chen Feng, "Don't worry, my special ability has the ability to fly. Hold my hands tightly for a moment. Let's work hard and think of a way. We may still be able to pass." Faced with Su Xiaoyun's sudden comfort, Chen Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Please, I'm not bragging. I'm really strong, okay? Passing this level of exam was really easy for me." Chen Feng rubbed Su Xiaoyun's cute bun and said, "Don't argue with these stupid people. This will lower your quality to the same level as them. Just follow me steadily, and we'll walk over there slowly." Su Xiaoyun nodded slightly, indicating that she would listen to Chen Feng in everything. Sometimes Chen Feng was really curious about what method the previous owner of this body used. Only then could this beautiful school belle follow him so wholeheartedly. It's simply a miracle. Is it just because this body looks so handsome? He glanced at Su Xiaoyun's innocent eyes. He directly denied the idea. He believed that Su Xiaoyun was not the kind of woman who was superficial enough to only look at appearance. Chen Feng, we're classmates, stop pretending to be cool. And if you walk over slowly, you won't die from the fall." Zhang Long sneered. This time Chen Feng did not fight back. Because he knew that he would soon slap him in the face with his actions. Chen Feng took Su Xiaoyun's hand and stood in front of the white passage. Su Xiaoyun moved her mind and directly released her special ability. Suddenly, a white light appeared on her body. The next moment, a pair of snow-white feather wings spread out from behind her. Chen Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the supernatural power released by Su Xiaoyun. And he could feel a holy aura surrounding Su Xiaoyun. At this moment, she gave people a feeling of being sacred and inviolable. Wow, has it turned into an archangel? So beautiful. Chen Feng praised. Archangel's sword, if you're a brother, come and cut me down. Chen Feng didn't expect that he subconsciously recited an advertising slogan. Hearing Chen Feng's praise, Su Xiaoyun smiled brightly. My ability is a rank sequence 397, Holy Angel. This ability grants me the ability to fly and light attribute attacks. As my cultivation level improves, the snow-white wings on my back will grow from 1 pair to 2 pairs, and eventually to 3 pairs, making me a 6-winged angel. Isn't that amazing? Su Xiaoyun, carrot. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up and said, it's really an amazing ability, but maintaining this angelic state must be very tiring. Generally speaking, the more powerful the ability appears, the greater the burden it places on the body. In this world, this is common sense. Su Xiaoyun nodded, as a sign of agreement. Then cancel the angel state. You just need to follow me and walk over slowly. Chen Feng said seriously. It doesn't look like bragging. Everyone knows that this white passage is extremely smooth. Can you really walk through it slowly? Although Su Xiaoyun had doubts in her heart. But she still chose to believe Chen Feng. Swish! Holy Angel's supernatural power was lifted, and Su Xiaoyun returned to her original appearance. At this moment, the broadcast prompt sound suddenly reached everyone's ears. 10 minutes have passed since the exam started, and no candidate has yet passed through the white channel. In order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for the exam, the college has decided to increase the rewards. The first 10 students to pass through the white passage will each be awarded a second-level ghost bead. The first-place winner will receive an additional one. Upon hearing this, the students were silent for a moment. Then, everyone cheered almost crazily. For them, the second-level ghost bead is definitely a priceless treasure. After all, in this city, for many big families, it is extremely difficult to obtain a second-level ghost bead. This also indirectly reflects the strong strength of Longhua University's inner school. The first place prize is 2 second-level ghost beads? The inner courtyard is really generous. Chen Feng muttered. I urgently need to upgrade my ability level. I must get these 2 second-level ghost beads. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng strode directly into the white passage. Zhang Long stood behind him, ready to laugh at Chen Feng's joke. Unexpectedly, things did not develop as he imagined. After stepping into the white passage for the first time, Chen Feng's figure remained as steady as a rock. There was no sign of falling. Fuck, why can he walk so steadily? Could it be that the ground is no longer slippery? Thinking of this, Zhang Long also stepped into the white passage. Plop! As expected, Zhang Long fell flat on his face. My nose was crooked and blood was all over the floor. Looking at Chen Feng, who continued to walk forward, his body remained straight and even. Zhang Long was completely shocked. He shouted in disbelief, How is this possible? It doesn't make sense. Chen Feng, how can you walk through such a slippery passage as if it were flat ground? Chen Feng ignored Zhang Long, but his pace became faster and faster. After walking more than 10 meters, Chen Feng even started jogging. This time, not only Zhang Long, but all the candidates present were shocked. They stared at Chen Feng blankly, their eyes almost falling to the ground in shock. It's simply out of this world. How on earth did he do it? At the same time, in the audience, the Dean of Education clapped and cheered non-stop. He pointed at Chen Feng's back and said, this contestant is incredibly talented. He actually thought of attaching lightning powers to the soles of his shoes. In this way, the high-voltage electricity will evaporate the slime on the surface, and you won't slip when you walk on it. Such a high-voltage current can only be released by those with S-level or higher lightning abilities. After saying this, the dean took a sip of tea. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming's subsequent words made him spit out the tea. Lu Ming whispered, Director, actually, this student is the one I mentioned to you before, but you were very pessimistic about. Chen Feng. Chapter 23, Super Cool. Earn a lot of negative emotion points. Even if he were beaten to death, the Dean of Studies would never have thought that the student he praised so much was Chen Feng, who had awakened F-level superpowers in Lu Ming's class. Isn't this Chen Feng a loser? How is it possible to release such a powerful high-voltage current? The Dean wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt a little embarrassed. But at this time, he had to bite the bullet and continue to praise, otherwise he would be slapping himself in the face and indirectly saying that he was blind. Well, I really didn't expect that Teacher Lu's teaching ability is so outstanding that he can even train students who have awakened F-level superpowers to be so outstanding. It's really not easy. Lu Ming was very grateful for the praise from the dean. He said modestly, no, it's all the children's own hard work. Although Chen Feng is a naughty kid, he is actually quite smart. He only needs to be nurtured carefully. I believe I can achieve great success in the future. Not even worse than those students who have awakened A-level superpowers. But it can be seen that Lu Ming attaches great importance to Chen Feng from the bottom of his heart. While Lu Ming was speaking, Teacher Zhang gave him a jealous look. She lazily sprawled on the chair, her two long legs in black silk stockings pressed together tightly, and said calmly, "What's the point of just being clever? The inner court promotion exam is ultimately a test of comprehensive strength. With weak abilities and low cultivation level, you won't get far if you only rely on your cleverness." Teacher Zhang's remarks were almost like reporting Chen Feng's ID number. Teacher Lu smiled slightly and pointed into the white passage. "That's not necessarily true. Look, Chen Feng has already started running. I guess I'll be the first to cross the finish line soon." What? Teacher Zhang looked carefully and was shocked. Oh my god, it really started running. And the speed is not slow. 2 minutes ago, in the white passage, Chen Feng strode towards the finish line. In the blink of an eye, he had run more than 50 meters. Far surpassed those students who crawled forward slowly from the beginning. Su Xiaoyun, in accordance with Chen Feng's instructions, followed Chen Feng slowly, following in his footsteps. After all, the mucus under his footprints had evaporated and was no longer slippery. After seeing Su Xiaoyun's method, the other candidates followed suit and scrambled to grab the footprints left by Chen Feng. If we talk about the person who enjoys grabbing footprints the most, it would be Zhang Long. Chen Feng and I are from the same class. We are classmates who love each other. It's natural for me to inherit his footprints. This is reasonable. Don't grab it blindly. Hey, can you guys please have some manners? Standing in the middle of the crowd, Zhang Long shouted loudly. Zhang Long's expression changed so quickly that it was jaw-dropping. Just now, he and Chen Feng were at loggerheads. Now we are classmates who love each other. Can you have some shame? Hey! Zhang Long, aren't you ashamed of what you're saying? I've heard of inheriting an estate, but I've never heard of inheriting footprints. Besides, Chen Feng is your father? Why should you inherit what he left behind? Yes, get off Chen Feng's footprints quickly. At this time, the situation behind Chen Feng was in chaos, all because of the fight for Chen Feng's footprints. These students taking the exam had just awakened their superpowers a few days ago, and their control over their superpowers was far less proficient than Chen Feng's. So Chen Feng's seemingly simple operations were godlike operations in front of them. In this way, fighting for Chen Feng's footprints naturally became the easiest way to pass the level. Zhang Long's face turned red and his neck became angry after being scolded by everyone. He wanted to speak out in rebuttal. But I don't know how to refute it. After all, what people say is true. So he could only keep his mouth shut and sulk alone. In this way, Chen Feng gained a lot of negative emotion points. While Chen Feng was running, several system prompts suddenly flashed through his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 8 negative emotion points from Zhang Long. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 8 negative emotion points from Zhang Long. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 negative emotion points from the dean. Chen Feng was not surprised to receive Zhang Long's negative emotion value. But what the hell is the negative emotion value of the dean of studies? I didn't even meet the dean today, so how could I have such negative emotions in him? That's strange. Is this a beaver? In any case, the accumulated negative emotion value has exceeded 100 again. After the first exam is over, go open a new blind box. Hopefully there's something good in there. Ding! Friendly reminder, the next blind box will contain items related to physical training inheritance. Physical training inheritance? What could it be? Chen Feng suddenly felt a little excited. While thinking, Chen Feng's pace did not slow down at all. A few minutes later, Chen Feng had run more than 150 meters. There are about 50 meters left to reach the finish line. There was no candidate in front of him at this time. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 second-level ghost beads would already be in Chen Feng's pocket. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from the front. This is an indoor passage, why is there such a strong wind? Chen Feng muttered softly. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Chen Feng's vigilance increased again. The next moment, Chen Feng knew where this strong wind came from. Suddenly, 3 iron plates appeared in front of them. They were covered with dense spikes and were whistling as they pressed towards the candidates. If you look closely, you'll notice scarlet bloodstains on the spikes. Chen Feng took a quick glance and realized how powerful these spikes were. Once they pierced a person, the person would either die or be crippled. It seems that the first exam is not as easy as I thought. The 3 iron plates almost completely blocked the passage in front, with only some gaps above and between the iron plates. However, these gaps are so narrow that it is impossible for normal humans to pass through them. There seems to be only one way to break through. That means everyone works together, releasing their special powers at the same time, and smashing the iron plate. Because Chen Feng's progress is far ahead of others, he will be the first one to face the spiked iron plate. Before, the candidates behind him were very jealous of Chen Feng. At this moment, people looked at him with a different look, a look of gloating. He, it seems that rushing too far forward is not a good thing. Chen Feng is alone there, and it's impossible to find someone to help him smash the iron plate. That's right. I guess he has no choice but to run back, otherwise he will definitely be stabbed to death by the spiked iron plate. He deserves to be stabbed to death. People who only rely on clever tricks are destined not to get far. That's right, if you want to pass the inner court promotion exam, hard power is the most important thing. Behind Chen Feng, there were only mocking words. What's funny is that these people who mocked him are still fighting for the footprints he left behind. Among the crowd, only Su Xiaoyun was truly worried about Chen Feng. Su Xiaoyun quickened her pace. She wanted to rush to Chen Feng as soon as possible, fight with him, and work together to blast a hole in the spiked iron plate. Chen Feng, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Because she was running so fast, the peaks on her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her face became a little red. Facing the fierce and pressing spiked iron plate, Chen Feng was not panicked. Because he already had a plan in mind. The blood-stained spikes were approaching. In an instant, the spike was less than half a centimeter away from the tip of Chen Feng's nose. Chapter 24, Obtaining the Lucci Hat and Inheriting the 6 Styles of the Navy. Facing the spiked iron plate right in front of him, Chen Feng was not in a hurry. With a light tap of his fingers, a silver lightning shot out from his fingertips. Swish! In an instant, high-voltage lightning melted a hole in the spiked iron plate. The gap is neither too big nor too small, just enough for an adult to pass through. No one could have imagined that the crisis of the spiked iron plate was resolved so easily by Chen Feng. As long as it's metal, my lightning can dissolve it. After adjusting his position, Chen Feng easily passed through the spiked iron plate. Among all the people present, only the Dean of Studies knew how valuable Chen Feng's seemingly casual attack was. He had personally selected the spiked iron plate. The iron plate is made of special metal and can withstand high temperatures of 1000 degrees. The lightning released by Chen Feng could actually dissolve it easily, which was simply unbelievable. Teacher Lu, are you sure that the ability awakened by Chen Feng in your class is F level? Could it be that there is something wrong with the ability awakening stone and his ability is displayed incorrectly? The dean asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied, it's no mistake that the ability Chen Feng awakened at that time was F level. None of us could believe that his ability was actually the lowest level F level. So, I tested his ability level 3 times in a row, and the results were the same. Now the dean is really emo. How could an F level ability release such powerful lightning? This doesn't make sense. Immediately, the Dean of Studies extended his hand to call his secretary. A few seconds later, a female secretary in formal attire stood respectfully beside the Dean, waiting for his orders. Xiao Zhang, go to the archives and retrieve all of Chen Feng's files. Look through them carefully to see if there is anything unusual. The Dean instructed. Also, investigate in detail to see if he has had any contact with anyone from the Celestial God cult recently. If so, or if he has any unusual behavior, report it to me immediately. Clear. The female secretary nodded and retreated. If we say that Chen Feng was being clever by attaching lightning to his feet at the beginning, this time, melting the iron plate in the blink of an eye is a testament to his real strength. But it is obviously unreasonable that Chen Feng, who has awakened F-level superpowers, has such strong hard power. In the Dean's opinion, if Chen Feng did not have a strong family background, he would have been given a lot of rare treasures. There was only one possibility: he had joined the Celestial God cult and used their evil methods to forcibly enhance his own abilities. Back to the White Passage. Chen Feng and Su Xiaoyun passed through the gap one after another and successfully passed through the spiked iron plate. Chen Feng easily melted the spiked iron plate, which led the candidates behind him to make a wrong judgment. The strength of the iron plate was very low. Little did they know that the lightning released by Chen Feng had a voltage of up to 80 million volts. It is only natural that it has such destructive power. Hey, it turns out these spiked iron plates are so fragile. We were so frightened. Yes, even an ant like Chen Feng, who has awakened an F-level ability, can easily blast a gap through it. Then, shouldn't my A-level ability be able to blast the spiked iron plate into powder? No more words, just take my fire dragon bullet. The candidates had different opinions as they saw that the spiked iron plate was less than 10 meters away from them. People then released their special powers to attack the iron plate. A thin, red-haired man stretched out his palms and directly released his A-level fire ability. Red Flame Fire Dragon Bullet. The next moment, a scorching dragon-shaped fireball slammed towards the spiked iron plate. Boom! The moment the fireball hit the spiked iron plate, countless sparks flew. After the sparks dissipated, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The spiked iron plate is still as new as ever, without any damage. This fire dragon bullet didn't even leave a crack on the spiked iron plate. How is this possible? My superpower is A-level, Red Flame. The fire dragon bullets I release can penetrate 30 centimeters thick steel plates. How is it possible that not even a trace can be left on this spiked iron plate? No, this is absolutely impossible. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the red-haired man's forehead. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme. Seeing that the spiked iron plate was less than 5 meters away from everyone, the danger escalated again. Su Weilong, who possessed the SS ability, raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. At this moment, we must unite and attack the spiked iron plate together. Only then will we have a chance to survive. I'll count down to 3, and then we'll unleash our powers together to attack the iron plate. This seems to be the only solution right now." Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at the spiked iron plate intently, ready to attack. Suddenly, an announcement sounded from the loudspeaker. Congratulations to Chen Feng for passing the White Passage first and receiving 2 second-level ghost beads as a reward. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone was first surprised, and then turned to jealousy. Those are 2 second-level ghost beads, which would be sold for at least 1,000 gold coins on the black market. Who wouldn't be envious of such a high reward? Immediately afterwards, another announcement sounded into everyone's ears. Congratulations to Su Xiaoyun for coming in second place through the White Passage and receiving a second-level ghost bead as a reward. Even Su Xiaoyun, who was following behind Chen Feng, passed through the White Passage. Yet they were still here, ready to attack the spiked iron plate. Why is the gap between people so huge? After passing through the White Passage, Chen Feng came to a circular waiting area. There are dozens of red soft chairs in the waiting area for candidates to recharge their energy for the second exam. Chen Feng glanced behind him and smacked his lips. Looks like we have to wait for them for a while. After the voice fell, Chen Feng sat on a red soft chair. And Su Xiaoyun sat obediently beside him. At this time, a staff member in black formal attire walked towards the two of them, carrying a round tray. On the tray is the reward for this exam. 3 second-level ghost beads containing rich spiritual energy. Congratulations to both of you on passing your first exam. This is your reward. The staff spoke very politely. He took the 2 second-level ghost beads, his lips curled up slightly, and he felt very satisfied. After taking these 2 ghost beads, his ability might be able to evolve to D level, and his cultivation speed would be greatly improved. "Excuse me, do we have a restroom here?" Chen Feng asked the staff. "Yes, please follow me." After saying that, Chen Feng followed the staff and walked towards the bathroom. Chen Feng went to the bathroom not to relieve himself, but to open a new blind box from another dimension. The other dimensional blind box system is his trump card, and he doesn't want to expose it to the public. After turning a few corners, Chen Feng arrived at the bathroom cubicle. Then, Chen Feng moved his mind and called out the system. "System, I want to open a new blind box." Ding, congratulations. You've spent 100 points of negative emotion and purchased an alternate dimension blind box. A golden light flashed, and a golden square box appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Wow, this blind box is very light. I wonder what's inside. In no time, Chen Feng tore open the golden blind box. There was only a black top hat placed among them. This is Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a Lucci hat. After wearing it, you can receive the inheritance of the orthodox Navy 6 styles. After seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Navy 6 styles. That is one of the most powerful taijutsu techniques in the pirate world. Chapter 25, Taijutsu? Sorry, I'm not very good at it. The Navy 6 styles refers to physical techniques that exceed the limits of human physical fitness. The specific 6 styles are shaving, high-speed movement, iron block, super strong defense, paper drawing, dodge attacks and restore physical strength. Moonstep, walking in the air, storm kick, rolling up a vacuum to emit a blue shock wave, finger gun, can make the fingertips produce bullet-like attack power. Each move is extremely powerful. If ordinary people learn all of them, they will be able to fight against devil fruit users. However, the 6 styles of naval maneuvers are extremely difficult to learn. In the world of pirates, even many naval generals only know a few of the moves, and those who can learn all of them are rare. But there are a very small number of geniuses who can grasp the key points after watching it once. For example, the protagonist of One Piece learned how to shave after watching Lucci demonstrate it once. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng put the black top hat on his head. Ding! Congratulations, you have inherited the authentic 6 styles of the Navy. Navy 6 styles training progress, 1-3. The next moment, the black top hat turned into countless pieces and disappeared into the air. All the 6 physical skills flooded into Chen Feng's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he had already mastered the basic usage of the 6 styles of the Navy. How cool! I learned all 6 Navy styles in one go. At this moment, Chen Feng was confident that he could defeat a first-level resentful ghost with just the 6 physical techniques. However, Chen Feng also noticed the second system prompt. The progress of practicing the 6 styles of the Navy is only 1-3. Could it be that the 6 styles of the Navy have more advanced uses? Immediately, Chen Feng called out the system and expressed his doubts. Report to the host, the inheritance of the Navy's 6 styles has 3 stages. Phase 1, master the basic usage of the 6 naval styles. Phase 2, master the advanced uses of the 6 styles of the Navy. These include Razor Moonstep plus Shave, Shave Iron Block, Jade Moonstep plus Shave plus Iron Block. Phase 3, Navy 6th form will be upgraded to Navy 8th form. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng was slightly shocked. What? Navy Type 6 can actually be upgraded to Navy Type 8. The Navy's 8 styles has never appeared even in the world of One Piece. Which 2 unique physical skills will be added? Chen Feng was very much looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng returned to the circular waiting area. At this time, nearly half of the candidates passed through the white channel and came to the circular waiting area. Looking into the distance, a large gap was blasted open in the spiked iron plate. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be caused by the combined attack of the candidates. In the entire waiting area, except for Chen Feng and Su Xiaoyun, everyone else was exhausted. They all slumped in the soft chairs, breathing heavily. However, the school only gave 15 minutes of break. And the calculation starts from the first candidate who passes through the white channel. Now, the 15-minute break has just ended. Chen Feng and Su Xiaoyun had almost rested, but the rest of the people had to face the second exam before they could even sit down. Ding! Attention all candidates, the second exam will begin in 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. As the countdown began, the candidates who had just passed through the white channel began to complain. Oh my god! Is this even possible? I just passed the first exam, and now it's the second one. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to be used like this. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Hey, stop complaining. If you want to blame someone, blame us for being so bad. We're so far behind the first place. 10 seconds passed in a flash. There was a loud clang and a huge iron door fell down. The white passage is completely separated from the circular waiting area. Before the candidates could react, all the lights in the waiting area went out. The entire waiting area was instantly shrouded in absolute darkness, so dark that you couldn't even see your hand in front of you. Holy crap, what's going on? Could it be that there's a power outage in the exam room? Chen Feng frowned and muttered. Humans are born with a certain fear of dark environments, and this fear is engraved in human DNA. At this time, darkness suddenly fell without any warning, and people began to panic. Someone thought that we could use supernatural powers for lighting temporarily. Just as some candidates with fire-related abilities were preparing to activate their abilities, suddenly, an announcement came from the loudspeaker. The second exam officially begins. In the second exam, please do not use your special abilities, or you will be eliminated immediately. In 1 minute, 10 doors will appear in front of you. All 10 doors lead to the same inner courtyard auditorium. Behind every door, there are unknown dangers. The larger the door number, the higher the danger index. Similarly, the larger the door number you choose, the higher the points you'll get after clearing the level. Ultimately, the Inner Academy will select and admit 10 people based on their scores. Theoretically speaking, even if you enter gate number 1, which is the least dangerous, you could face death. So, candidates who are afraid can now voluntarily withdraw. This minute is reserved for everyone to think. In the absolute darkness, a minute seemed to pass by very slowly. You can't use your supernatural powers in this exam, and my taijutsu skills are terrible, so I decided to withdraw. Su Xiaoyun tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and whispered. Have you really decided to quit? Su Xiaoyun looked at Chen Feng with her big round eyes and said seriously, well, I've decided. You have to keep going. Carrying my share of hard work, let's get into the inner courtyard together. Another important reason why she gave up now was that she didn't want to drag Chen Feng down. She knew in her heart that with Chen Feng's strength, he would definitely choose a difficulty level higher than Gate 5. I basically don't know any physical skills, so if I insist on following Chen Feng, I will only become a burden and drag Chen Feng down. Without waiting for Chen Feng's response, Su Xiaoyun simply raised her hand in greeting and withdrew from the inner courtyard upgrade exam. Gradually, nearly half of the candidates withdrew from the inner court promotion exam. With a loud bang, 10 iron doors fell from the sky. There is a number written on each iron door, from left to right, they are 1 to 10. After the iron gate appeared, faint lights flashed in the circular waiting area. At this time, Su Weilong walked behind Chen Feng and said pretentiously, Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to not withdraw from the exam. Physical training is something that only people like us from the upper class can access. A commoner like you probably hasn't practiced any physical techniques at all. But I'm different. As a noble, I've been practicing physical skills since I was a child. Even without using my supernatural powers, my combat power is still extremely strong. After showing off, Su Weilong walked to the door of gate number 7. Su Weilong chose gate number 7, which was quite difficult, and everyone present was amazed at him. Because before him, no one dared to choose a level higher than gate 5. Standing in front of door number 7, Su Weilong looked back at Chen Feng. By the way, Chen Feng, which door number did you choose? Number 1? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, I'm really not good at physical training. But anyway, it's better than some of that garbage. I'll just pick door number 10. After saying that, Chen Feng walked towards the empty door number 10. Chapter 26, The Power of 6 Styles, Killing the Ghosts in Seconds. Seeing Chen Feng walking towards gate number 10. The other candidates all looked at each other in confusion, thinking that there was something wrong with his brain. Gate number 10 is 3 levels more difficult than gate number 7, the one Su Weilong chose. Why does Chen Feng, who has awakened F-level superpowers, dare to choose? The most angry person was Su Weilong. He gritted his teeth and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Su Weilong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Su Weilong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 negative emotion points from Su Weilong. The system prompt sound kept appearing in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng, I advise you to choose carefully. Su Weilong said viciously, if you choose gate number 10 just to steal my limelight, then only death awaits you. Don't overestimate your abilities. Chen Feng snorted coldly, opened door number 10 and walked in. Time was running out and he didn't have time to waste talking to Su Weilong. Behind gate number 10 is a long, cold, and narrow corridor. There is no light source and no sound in the corridor, so it is very easy to lose your sense of direction when walking in it. At this moment, Chen Feng was nervous because he knew that the danger that was about to come might be beyond his imagination. But then he thought about it and realized that he possessed both the 6 styles of the Navy and armament hockey. Suddenly, his heart was filled with confidence again. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water reached Chen Feng's ears. If it wasn't pitch black at this moment, Chen Feng should be able to see a tiger-shaped ghost lying not far in front of him. The sound of water dripping is made by its saliva dripping onto the ground. Hey! Here comes a delicious human. I can finally have some meat today. The tiger-shaped ghost's eyes have night vision capabilities, so Chen Feng's actions were captured clearly by him. The tiger-shaped vengeful ghost is called the Ghost, and its strength is in the middle stage of the second level. He was kept in the inner courtyard behind gate number 10. Used to test the top foreign college candidates. It has mastered the S-level sequence 367, bone cloning, ability. The ghost didn't take Chen Feng seriously at all, because he felt through his breath that Chen Feng's level was about black iron 8 stars. Compared with myself, the gap is huge. Moreover, in this exam, candidates are not allowed to use supernatural powers and can only use physical skills. In this way, the evil spirits are more confident in crushing Chen Feng. Chen Feng approached. Seeing that the distance to the evil ghost was less than 10 meters. In an instant, the tiger's eyes turned cold and he slapped the ground with his claws. 3 whoosh. 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 3 sharp white bone spikes suddenly drilled out from the ground and pierced Chen Feng's body. Shave. Chen Feng reacted extremely quickly. The moment the bone spur emerged from the ground, Chen Feng's figure disappeared. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly disappear in front of him, the ghost was a little confused for a moment. Where's the person? Why did that human suddenly disappear? Before the ghost finished speaking, Chen Feng's figure appeared above the ghost. Lan Jiao. 2 blue arc-shaped shock waves shot out directly from Chen Feng's toes. At an extremely fast speed, it rushed towards the body of the ghost. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, the ghost waved his hand and a round bone shield appeared in front of him, blocking the 2 kicks for him. Human, how did you find me? It's so dark here, you shouldn't be able to see anything at all, said the ghost in disbelief. Chen Feng stretched out his index finger and tickled his ear. The sound of your claws slapping the ground has exposed your position. Upon hearing this, the ghost instantly changed his gaze and looked at Chen Feng. I didn't expect that he looked so young. He actually has extensive practical experience. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. What a pity, you candidates are not allowed to use your superpowers here. Otherwise, I might not be your opponent. As he spoke, the bones in the ghost's body grew rapidly. Bone drill. The bones were quickly pieced together, and soon, a huge bone drill was hovering behind it. Because he was in a dark environment, Chen Feng could not see the specific appearance of the bone drill clearly. But he could feel that the sharp aura emitted by the huge bone drill was much stronger than any attack method he had encountered before. The next moment, the bone drill spun at high speed and attacked Chen Feng fiercely. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, and his armed color domineering was activated instantly. It just so happened that he also wanted to try to see how far he had reached after cultivating the 3rd level of armament hockey. The bright black hands instantly grabbed the bone drill that was coming towards him. Where the bone drill touched Chen Feng's hands, countless sparks burst out due to the intense friction. Damn it, the power of this bone spur is so overbearing, it seems that armament hockey alone can't completely resist it. Chen Feng shouted, Iron block. In an instant, his body's defense increased several times. At this point, the bone drill could no longer move forward. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can a mere 8-star black iron human like you block my strongest move, the bone drill, with just your physical skills? No, that's absolutely impossible. At this moment, there were 3 emotions in the eyes of the ghost. One is fear, one is unwillingness, one is madness. Whoosh! The ghost took advantage of Chen Feng's pause in the bone drill and quickly moved behind him, stabbing Chen Feng's back with its claws. At the same time, in the inner courtyard auditorium, all the teachers from the external colleges and the examiners from the internal colleges were sitting in the audience, looking up at the live broadcast on the big screen. The scene of Chen Feng fighting with the ghosts was being played live in front of them. Did Chen Feng really not use any superpowers? What were those 2 blue shockwaves he just kicked out with his feet? The dean asked in confusion. Reporting to the director, no energy fluctuations were detected behind door number 10. Chen Feng definitely did not use any supernatural powers. The blue shockwave seems to be a physical technique. The female secretary, who was wearing a black formal suit and a high ponytail, explained patiently. Upon hearing this, the dean's face darkened. This level of physical skills is probably only possessed by the top families. Could it be that Chen Feng is the young master of a big family? How's the progress of the investigation into Chen Feng? The dean asked the female secretary. The information is being sorted out and it will take some time to complete. Hurry up! I need to get all his information as soon as possible. There are so many mysteries surrounding this candidate. Yes. As soon as the dean finished speaking, the door of the auditorium was kicked open. Bang! All the examiners focused their attention on the gate. A young man wearing a foreign school uniform slowly walked out of the crowd. The young man's body was covered in green blood and he was holding a head in his hand. From the young man's rapid breathing, one could tell that he had just experienced a fierce fight. This young man is Chen Feng. Boom! The head was thrown to the floor. Chen Feng wiped the blood off his hands onto his school uniform, then sat down on the floor, panting heavily. The accomplices are so desperate they're determined to tear my head off. So, I just unscrewed its head first. That makes sense. Chapter 27. Shocked, senior sister wants to arrange a big sword. Everyone present saw Chen Feng walking out of door number 10. They all opened their eyes wide in shock. This is gate number 10, the most difficult one. How could you clear it in just 10 minutes? What are you playing? What are you doing? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Student Chen Feng, you are the first to pass the second exam, and the difficulty of the choice is also the highest. So, no matter from which aspect, you will be admitted to the inner courtyard of Longhua University with the first place. Congratulations! You're excellent. The chief examiner of the inner court spoke slowly to Chen Feng in a kind tone. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a staff member in formal attire handed 2 cards to Chen Feng. These 2 cards, one black and one red, are extra rewards for Chen Feng passing the exam. One is a black savings card worth 1,000 gold coins, and the other is a spiritual land annual card. The annual pass to the spiritual land allows Chen Feng to enter the spiritual land for free to practice for 1 year, and it is a symbol of status. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the reward and put the 2 cards away. After bowing to the examiners and signing his confirmation, he left the inner courtyard hall. 20 minutes later. Su Weilong ran out from behind gate number 7, covered in disgrace. Luckily, I ran fast. The vengeful ghost behind gate number 7 was too ferocious. Su Weilong muttered fearfully, gate number 7 is so difficult, so you can imagine how difficult it is beyond gate number 10. It must be incredibly difficult. I'm afraid that Kid Chen Feng is now dead and has no place to be buried. Hee hee, this is what happens to those who pretend to be cool. While muttering, Su Weilong imagined how miserable Chen Feng's death was. After a moment, Su Weilong came back to his senses from his fantasy. Looking around, he found that there was no candidate around, and he was immediately ecstatic. Ha ha, could it be that I was the first one to pass the second exam? Thinking of this, Su Weilong immediately puffed out his chest proudly, put his hands behind his back, and walked up to the chief examiner of the inner courtyard. Examiner, I've heard that the first candidate to pass the exam will receive a generous reward. Su Weilong said calmly, give it to me quickly, I can't wait. Upon hearing this, all the examiners present looked at Su Weilong with embarrassment. The whole audience was silent, the scene was so awkward. Seeing that no one responded, Su Weilong frowned. What are you still hesitating about? Among all the candidates present, except for Chen Feng, the difficulty of my choice is the highest. Moreover, I was the first one to come out. Who else could take first place but me? Su Weilong's tone was a little impatient. At this time, Zhang Li, as Su Weilong's class teacher, couldn't help it. With a dark face, she slammed the table and said, that's enough, Su Weilong, stop embarrassing yourself here. You're not even number 1. The first place winner is Chen Feng. He already received his reward and went home. Maybe he's already on bus number 2. After hearing what Zhang Li said, Su Weilong's mind went blank. He seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue and staggered back a few steps. What? Chen Feng is first? He even went home after receiving his reward. He's just a loser who awakened an F-level superpower. How could he be stronger than me? No, that's absolutely not true. There must be something fishy going on in this exam. Someone among you must have been bribed by Chen Feng. Su Weilong couldn't believe this fact. He covered his head and shouted wildly in the middle of the examination room like a clown. All the examiners present shook their heads helplessly after seeing this scene. It's so shameful that a student who has awakened SS-level superpowers would lose to a student who has awakened F-level superpowers. That's not all. It's embarrassing enough, but he even acted like a spoiled brat in the middle of the exam room. What about quality? Do you still have any qualities? Zhongli, the students you teach have very poor professional ability and quality. The dean said to Zhongli with a gloomy face. It seems that this year's Outstanding Homeroom Teacher Award will be given to teacher Lu Ming. It was normal for the dean to have such a reaction. After all, Su Weilong had brought disgrace upon himself even to the inner courtyard. Zhongli had no way to refute and could only push Su Weilong out of the inner courtyard auditorium with a sullen face. She cursed in her heart, Su Weilong, you bastard, you have caused me so much trouble. You have embarrassed me and you too. I really regret teaching such a loser student like you. At the same time, Chen Feng was carrying a kettle and watering the devil fruit tree. The devil fruit tree will bloom and bear fruit in 3 days, and then Chen Feng will get his second natural fruit. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Chen Feng now has enough means of attack, but his control ability is slightly insufficient. If the devil fruit tree could grow an ice fruit, that would be great. Chen Feng thought secretly in his heart. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the street is bustling and bustling. Chen Feng and Li Xiu were sitting around a low table, eating barbecue. That's awesome, buddy. I didn't even dare to take the inner courtyard promotion exam, but I didn't expect you to pass. Li Xiu raised his beer cup and said with a smile, and I got first place. The male protagonist of a cool novel is just like this. Chen Feng also raised his glass. Hey, don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. After the two clinked glasses, they drank half a cup of draft beer with a chug of wine. At this time, several beautiful girls with heavy makeup and exposed white legs walked over. The beauties all wore short skirts and high heels, revealing their deep cleavage. Just one look at a man and his blood will boil. Handsome guys, if you have time, come to our jelly foot bath for a massage. It's only 10 gold coins a night, and I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Yes, be sure to come and try our technology when you have time. I'll make you feel great. After saying that, the pretty girls placed a few small cards with beautiful girls printed on them on the table. Li Xiu picked up a small card and silently wrote down the contact number on it. Wow, it's quite close to us. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Feng said in a critical tone, the ideological and moral education I received over the years does not support me doing this. As he spoke, Chen Feng was about to put the small card into his pocket. Unexpectedly, two familiar figures suddenly sat opposite them. When I looked closely, it turned out to be Jiang Yihan and Tian Xin. Suddenly, Chen Feng, who was holding the beautiful girl's small card in his hand, felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Chen Feng was quick-witted and stuffed the small card into Li Xiu's pocket. Keep your little card safe and don't throw it away. Chen Feng criticized seriously. When Li Xiu heard what Chen Feng said, she was stunned. What? How did it become my little card? Weren't you planning to put it in your pocket just now? As the two of them were pushing and shoving each other, Tian Xin suddenly asked, is that an advertising card for Jellyfoot Bathing City? I didn't expect Tian Xin to ask this suddenly. Chen Feng nodded mechanically. Come, let your sister have a look. Tian Xin said excitedly. After taking the small card, Tian Xin and Jiang Yihan looked at each other. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed the number above. Hello, this is Jellyfoot Bath City, we are happy to serve you. I want to reserve a private room. Okay, how many people are there? 4. What service would you like to book? Big sword, oil massage, SPA, everything. Okay, we've already made an appointment for you, just come directly. Chen Feng and Li Xiu widened their eyes, they were completely shocked. Tian Xion's fluent speech is really a bit too understanding. Chapter 28 Private Room, Selecting a Technician. When Chen Feng and Li Xiu heard that Tian Xian was going to treat them to a foot massage, they immediately smiled with joy. However, things are not as simple as imagined. On the way to Jellyfoot Bathing City, Tian Xian told them the truth behind the massage activity in this foot bathing city. It turned out that their inner courtyard demon slaying squad had received reliable information that a vengeful ghost had infiltrated the beauty foot bath city, in order to avoid causing a riot among the people. The higher-ups decided to send all the students of the demon slaying class to the beautiful foot bathing city as customers to find and kill the vengeful ghosts. The reason why Chen Feng was called along was because he was now a prospective student in the inner courtyard. I want him to come and see the world in advance. Well, I thought you asked me to come here to enjoy myself, but I didn't expect that you wanted me to accompany you to carry out the mission. Chen Feng complained. My senior sister is so cunning, I want to go back to the countryside. Speaking of that vengeful ghost, what level is it? Is it dangerous? Hearing Chen Feng's question, Tian Xan smiled brightly. There is almost no information about this vengeful ghost, and I don't know how dangerous it is. But if you are in danger, you can call me and I will be there to protect you at any time. At this moment, Jiang Yihan suddenly said, "You can call me." 10,000 divine beasts roared past in Chen Feng's mind. It seemed that the two of them knew nothing. Just ask me to come and see the world. Is it too late to get off now? Tian Xin seemed to see that Chen Feng wanted to slip away. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Feng's belt. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Chen Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he was not afraid. "But, I just passed the inner courtyard upgrade exam and was exhausted. I finally had a chance to rest for a while, but I actually have to accompany you on a mission. Even the donkeys in the production team couldn't be used like this." In the end, Chen Feng was dragged by Tian Xin into the magnificent Jellyfoot Massage City. The decoration of Jellyfoot Bath City is very luxurious, with gold everywhere. But the furniture and furnishings are very down to earth, giving customers a feeling of being at home. As soon as they stepped through the door, they were greeted by a waitress in a black formal dress. Li Xiu glanced at the young lady. She leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, "Did you notice that there's a hole in her black stockings with letters on them? Guess how this hole was made?" Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him. His eyes seemed to tell him, "Can you please not talk about these things in public?" An embarrassing group. Li Xiu didn't take it seriously and continued to look at the girl's black stockings with letters on them. "Hello, my name is Li Qian. Do you four have an appointment?" asked the young lady in black stockings. "Some." Tian Xin showed Li Qian the appointment text message. After a while, Li Qian took 4 cards and distributed one to each person. "The private room you reserved is number 302. It's the second room on the left after you go up to the 3rd floor." After knowing the exact location of the private room, Chen Feng and others prepared to go there. At this time, a tall man in a black leather jacket came over. He smiled at Tian Xin and Jiang Yihan and seemed to be very familiar with the two girls. The man's name is Lu Zicheng, and he is also from the inner courtyard demon slaying class. His purpose of coming here is the same as Tian Xian's. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" Li Qian asked. Lu Zicheng smiled calmly, took out a diamond black card, and said, "I'm an SVIP customer, no appointment is needed." Yes, it turns out he is a regular customer. No wonder Lu Zicheng has dark eye sockets like a panda. Li Qian respectfully took the diamond black card and ran to get his hand cards. At this moment, Lu Zicheng turned his eyes to Chen Feng and Li Xiu. Through their aura, he could sense that Chen Feng and the other two's cultivation levels were not high. Suddenly, he raised his head proudly. "Tian Xin, this kind of high-end hunting occasion is not something that any ant can participate in. What are you calling 2 little brats here for? Not only can they not help you, they might even hold you back." Hearing Lu Zicheng's ridicule, Tian Xin frowned. She said coldly, "I am happy with it, it's none of your business." Looking at the aggressive Lu Zicheng, Chen Feng couldn't bear it any longer. He stepped forward and asked, "Senior, did you not brush your teeth this morning?" Lu Zicheng didn't understand why Chen Feng suddenly asked this. I subconsciously replied, "I swiped it." "Oh? That's weird. Why does your mouth still stink like shit?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yihan and Tian Xin both covered their mouths and laughed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from Lu Zicheng. Lu Zicheng suppressed his anger. He thought to himself that although this kid was sharp-tongued, his cultivation level was much lower than his after all. He was ready to use his strength to teach Chen Feng a lesson. My junior fellow is indeed a quick-witted person. My name is Lu Zicheng, and I'm very happy to meet you. Lu Zicheng hypocritically stretched out his right hand, ready to shake hands with Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw through Lu Zicheng's little thoughts at a glance. Just reach out and hold it. Lu Zicheng was overjoyed to see that his plan had succeeded. Good boy, I'm going to crush you to death. Unexpectedly, he tried his best but was unable to move Chen Feng's right hand at all. Instead, it hurt my fingers. Looking at the expression on Chen Feng's face, he was still smiling, as if he was mocking him. What's going on? Why are this guy's hands so hard? Like a piece of iron. What Lu Zicheng didn't know was that when Chen Feng shook hands with him, he actually activated the iron block. My name is Chen Feng, and I'm not happy to meet you. As he spoke, Chen Feng instantly activated his armed color domineering and pinched it hard. Ah! After a scream, Lu Zicheng's fingers were swollen all over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lu Zicheng's 8 points of negative emotion value. In pain, Lu Zicheng quickly pulled out his right hand and looked at Chen Feng with surprise. Wow, this guy doesn't look very strong, but how come he has such strong hands? Senior, do you want us to shake hands again? Chen Feng said with a smile. Lu Zicheng quickly waved his hand to refuse. That's not necessary. I have something important to do. I'll excuse you first. After saying that, Lu Zicheng hurriedly took the cards in his hand and ran towards his private room. While running, Lu Zicheng muttered, "This kid is too weird, his strength is far from what he looks like, I can't afford to offend him." 5 minutes later, Chen Feng and his 3 companions pushed open the door of private room 302. The private room is bright and clean, and looks very formal. What is strange is that there are only 3 massage beds in the private room. What happened to the reservation for 4 people? Is there anyone who has to stand? The waiter on the side explained, "I'm sorry, one of the beds here is broken, so we need to ask a customer to go to a private room alone." Chen Feng's eyes rolled, and he raised his hand and said, "Me. I'll go to the private room alone." After all, there are 2 girls here, Jiang Yihan and Tian Xan, so he is somewhat restrained from moving freely. Soon, Chen Feng followed the waiter to a private room. There is only 1 bed in the private room, which is very quiet and private. It doesn't look poking. Chen Feng sat on the leather sofa with his legs crossed, waiting for the massage technicians to arrive. He needs to choose a technician carefully and relax. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. 7 or 8 female technicians in black business attire walked in carrying small boxes. The black high heels made a tapping sound as they walked on the floor tiles. After entering, they stood in a row in front of Chen Feng, waiting for Chen Feng to choose them. Chen Feng took a quick look. Although these technicians were all beautiful and had great figures, he didn't like them very much. So, he leaned back and said calmly, "No, change a batch." Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 negative emotion point from Suli. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 negative emotion point from Yang Hua. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 negative emotion point from Gao Xiaoying. I didn't expect that just a casual remark would bring so much negative emotions. Suddenly, Chen Feng was overjoyed. This is really a good place to brush negative emotions. Come on. Chapter 29 Dark Loli, the strongest enemy. A tall beauty in a black long dress stood in front of the sink, admiring her own beauty. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ears and murmured, "This new skin looks pretty good. Those before were too ugly." The beautiful woman in a long skirt walked out of the bathroom and paced gracefully in the corridor. Suddenly, she heard a shout, "No, change another batch." The beauty raised her eyebrows and walked into the private room following the voice. At first glance, I saw Chen Feng curled up on the sofa. Manager Hu, this customer is very picky. This is already the 5th batch of sisters, and he is still not satisfied. The foreman in a gray uniform complained to the beautiful woman in a long skirt. The foreman didn't know that the real manager who had died in the toilet cubicle 5 minutes ago. The person in front of her was a vengeful ghost disguised as Manager Hu. Manager Hu waved to the foreman and said softly, "All of you go down. Leave this customer to me. Watch me charm him into sleep." The foreman ran out of the private room feeling relieved. Clang! The door of the private room was slammed shut. At this time, Chen Feng was enjoying the lows in negative emotions. 5 waves of technicians have already caused him to gain more than 80 points of negative emotion. Just a little bit more and you can redeem the new blind box. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by Manager Hu. "Sir, you have high standards and look down on my sisters. Let me serve you personally." Manager Hu showed a very professional smile. "I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If you're not, I won't charge you a penny." Chen Feng looked up and glanced at Manager Hu. Suddenly, my heart started beating wildly. My cheeks were also a little hot. Manager Hu has a very beautiful appearance and her clothes are extremely sexy. It is no exaggeration to say that she is so stunning that she can make fish sink to the bottom of their chests and geese fall to the ground. Her long, smooth black hair fell on her shoulders, and she wore 2 diamond earrings on her ears. Chen Feng was sure that in this city, as long as she smiled lightly, there would naturally be men willing to be her slaves. How could Chen Feng not be satisfied to have such a beautiful woman serving him? After just a moment, Chen Feng took off his shirt and lay motionless on the massage chair. "Go ahead, I'm ready." Chen Feng said calmly, "Whatever big sword, oil massage, or kidney therapy, just give it to me." Seeing that Chen Feng was not alert at all, Manager Hu showed a sly smile. He slowly walked to Chen Feng, took out a bottle of essential oil and applied it on his back. Then, she used her slender jade fingers to gently stroke Chen Feng's back and spread the essential oils evenly. Is this kind of force okay, sir? Manager Hu asked in a standard mature lady voice. No, try harder. Didn't you have dinner? The donkeys in the production team are stronger than you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of negative emotion value from the puppet ghost. I wanted to tease Manager Hu, but after seeing the system prompt, his heart sank instantly. Damn it. It just can't make me feel comfortable. I finally met a beautiful technician, but she's still a vengeful ghost. Chen Feng's thoughts raced. This Manager Hu beside him might be the target of the Demon Slayer squad's hunt tonight. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, Manager Hu's right hand nails quickly extended, like sharp blades and steel forks. Die, human! She had a fierce look in her eyes and attacked like lightning, stabbing her long nails into Chen Feng's back. This strike can penetrate 20 kilograms of rock. Once he hits the unprepared Chen Feng, he will surely die. Unexpectedly, Manager Hu was fast, but Chen Feng was even faster. Chen Feng rolled over and avoided the attack. Then he kicked Manager Hu out with a kick. This kick was wrapped in armed color domineering and was extremely powerful. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. I want you to show your true colors. Chen Feng stood up, put on his clothes, and said coldly. The puppet ghost flew out horizontally and smashed the wall with a bang. It landed on the ground before the puppet ghost could come to his senses. Chen Feng's body turned into a lightning shadow and flashed directly in front of it. He raised the golden sword made from the melted golden stick with both hands and stabbed it straight at its head. Snap! After the puppet ghost struggled for a few times, its head tilted and it completely lost its life. This vengeful ghost is too weak. I'm afraid he's not even at the middle stage of the first level. Chen Feng felt something was a little strange. Was it worth it for the entire demon-slaying squad to go out and hunt down a vengeful ghost of this level? Chen Feng took out his cell phone and prepared to call Tian Xian to tell her that he had gotten rid of the vengeful ghost. Sudden. Chen Feng discovered that there was a thin blue energy line on the limbs and head of the puppet ghost. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find it at all. Could it be that someone is controlling it from behind the scenes? Chen Feng analyzed, touching his chin. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Following the blue energy line, Chen Feng arrived at the door of room 402. The door was ajar, and you could enter with a gentle push. Chen Feng was fully alert and was about to push the door open when suddenly a scream came from inside the house. Bang! Kicked the door open. Chen Feng rushed in and saw a girl in an inner school uniform slumped on the ground, with bright red blood flowing from the corners of her mouth and wrists. It was obvious that she was seriously injured and in critical condition. The culprit who caused her harm was a little Lolita with red twin tails. The little Lolita was wearing a black gothic long skirt, black over-the-knee socks and black leather shoes. At this moment, she was sitting on the windowsill, holding a teddy bear, looking at the girls in the inner courtyard with a playful look on her face. She pouted and scolded, "Your toy is not fun at all." At this moment, the little Loli focused her attention on Chen Feng. "Here comes a new toy, hee 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 hee. I hope you can have more fun and not break down so quickly." The little Lolita looked at Chen Feng with joy on her face, as if in her eyes, Chen Feng was just a toy for her to play with at will. Chen Feng did not dare to be careless at all. He frowned and immediately took an attacking stance. Because he could vaguely feel that although this little Lolita seemed harmless on the surface, but in fact, the concentration of ghost energy emanating from her body was. It is more than 10 times stronger than the ghost behind door number 10. It's hard to say, his strength has reached the 3rd level. Chapter 30, 100 million volts, Thunder God descends. The girl in the inner courtyard who was slumped on the ground was named Su Shui. She had a level supernatural powers and her cultivation level was at the peak of Black Iron 9 stars. She struggled to stand up and shouted to Chen Feng, Jr., "Run, run. Although I really hope you can save me, I can't harm you. This vengeful ghost is extremely powerful. You're only at the iron level. You're absolutely no match for this vengeful ghost. Go get the seniors who are at the bronze level or above." After saying that, the girl in the inner courtyard glanced at the little Lolita, her eyes filled with fear. Immediately, she shook her head and said, "No, no, no. If a bronze-level warrior comes, he'll probably die. Only a silver-level warrior can fight it. In the eyes of this inner courtyard girl, Chen Feng is just a weakling of the black iron level. His fight with the little lowly was like hitting a rock with an egg. But what she didn't know was that Chen Feng had countless powerful trump cards. If I really fight to the death with the little lowly, it's hard to say who will win. Chen Feng smiled at Su Shui and said, "Senior, my strength is pretty good, maybe I can kill it." Su Shui was stunned, then looked at Chen Feng with surprise. For a moment, I didn't know whether Chen Feng was a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of tigers, or a person with great skills and courage. The next moment, Chen Feng decided to take the initiative. Crack, crack, crack. 50 million volts lightning attraction. Dazzling silver lightning instantly wrapped around the golden sword. Chen Feng used all his strength to move quickly, and with a whoosh, his body turned into a shadow of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was above the little lowly. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng swung his sword and slashed directly at the little lowly's head. This sword seems to have no rules, but in fact there are traces to follow. No matter the angle or the strength, it's extremely tricky. After all, Chen Feng inherited the swordsmanship legacy of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. Most importantly, the sword's attack speed was so fast that Su Shui couldn't even see it clearly. Su Shui couldn't help but said in shock, "This junior doesn't look like he has a high level of cultivation, but I didn't expect his ability to be so powerful. I'm afraid it must be at least an SS level lightning ability." Seeing Chen Feng's sword swinging towards her, the little lowly pouted. She suddenly raised her hand and a blue energy line appeared in front of her. Blocked the attack for her. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chen Feng's golden sword collided with the blue energy line, splashing sparks. "Your superpowers are very strong, and your swordsmanship is not bad either. Unfortunately, your level is far below mine. You can't beat me. Lulululululu." The little lowly smiled playfully and exerted force with her right hand. In an instant, Chen Feng was knocked several meters away. After Chen Feng landed, he staggered back a few steps before he could barely steady himself. As expected of a third-level vengeful ghost, it's ridiculously powerful. Chen Feng commented, "But don't underestimate me, Chen Feng. Next, I'll let you taste my strongest move." After saying that, Chen Feng instantly mobilized all his strength and released his ultimate move, 100 million volts Thunder God. In an instant, the thunder elements within 100 meters around him quickly gathered into his body. It was as if a huge beast of thunder and lightning was about to break out of the body. After a moment, silver lightning completely enveloped Chen Feng's body. At this moment, Chen Feng was like the god of thunder descending to the earth. His whole body was flashing with lightning, his body was suspended in the air, his eyeballs were no longer in his eye sockets, replaced by 2 clusters of silver lightning. In this form, Chen Feng's combat power increased by more than 5 times. The only drawback is that with Chen Feng's current level of cultivation, he can only maintain this state for 3 minutes. Therefore, the little lowly must be defeated within 3 minutes. Otherwise, Su Shui, who was standing in the corner, saw Chen Feng's thunder god posture, her pupils suddenly dilated and her expression was shocked. This. Could it be the form of a demigod? Su Shui shook her head and denied herself, "No, the concentration of his cultivation aura is clearly only black iron 8 stars. It's impossible that he is a demigod-level strongman. But this demigod-like energy, what on earth is going on?" In Su Shui's understanding, only demigods can combine natural energy with their bodies. So Chen Feng's thunder god posture made her subconsciously think of a demigod. Not only Su Shui. The little lowly was also shocked when she saw Chen Feng's thunder god form. It wiped the cold sweat from its forehead and said proudly, You've transformed, so it's not fun anymore. I won't play with you anymore, humph." The little girl moved, opened the window, jumped up, and jumped out from the windowsill. Chen Feng was just about to set out to chase after him. Unexpectedly, the little lowly suddenly left him a message. These words made him immediately give up the idea of pursuit. "I advise you not to chase me, go home and have a look, my men have already gone to your rental house to steal the house, he. I heard the little lowly say this. Chen Feng couldn't help but frown and widen his eyes. Oh no! The devil fruit tree is still in the rental house. Chen Feng muttered, "I'm afraid these resentful ghosts are going to attack the devil fruit tree. I've worked so hard to plant this devil fruit tree for 7 days, and it will bear fruit in 3 days. It must not be destroyed. Thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately released his thunder god form and said to Su Shuadun Sr., I have something urgent to do and need to leave quickly. I don't have time to call emergency services for you, sorry. After saying that, Chen Feng's body turned into a streak of lightning. Disappeared into the air. As soon as Chen Feng left, Tian Xin and others rushed into the private room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw all the open windows and Su Shui leaning against the wall, covered in blood. Su Shui, are you okay? Tian Xin rushed over, supported Su Shui who was about to fall, and asked, We rushed here immediately after receiving your distress signal. Why are you alone here? Where's the third-level vengeful ghost you mentioned? Su Shui replied weakly, a third-level ghost was scared away by a junior named Chen Feng. What? The third-level vengeful ghost was scared away by Chen Feng? Is this a beaver? This is not a beaver. Chen Feng's cultivation level is only black iron 8 stars. The superpower is only F level. This was unbelievable. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unable to believe it. Under the cold moonlight, Chen Feng was running towards his rental house at the fastest speed. If these vengeful ghosts dare to destroy my devil fruit tree, I will make them pay with blood. 10 minutes later. Chen Feng arrived at the door of the rental house. At this time, the security door of the rental house had been pried open, leaving a gap ajar. Hateful. Chen Feng cursed inwardly, then opened the door and rushed in. Unexpectedly, as soon as the security door was opened, a gust of extremely cold air suddenly hit me in the face. Chen Feng shivered from the cold. Chen Feng looked around and saw that the rental house was covered with frost everywhere, and the temperature inside was close to below zero. Fuck, these damned ghosts actually froze my house. I'm going to let them bleed. Chen Feng didn't delay and rushed into the bedroom. I want to see if the devil fruit tree is damaged. Unexpectedly, after entering the bedroom, he was shocked by the scene before him. A devil fruit tree in a ceramic flower pot, intact. Around the tree, 2 vengeful ghosts were frozen. The expressions of the ghosts were very uniform, all of them were dumbfounded, as if they had seen something unbelievable before being frozen. You did this? Chen Feng said to the devil fruit tree. The devil fruit tree swayed back and forth, and then made a hum sound. Chapter 31. 3 days later, the destruction of the celestial god cult. Seeing his rental house being looted, Chen Feng suddenly became very angry. With a thought, the power of thunder wrapped around his fist. Make a crackling sound. Then he punched twice, breaking the ice on the heads of the 2 ghosts. Now, the ghost's head was freed from the ice and could speak. Hey, kid, let us go quickly, or my big brother won't let you go. The 2 vengeful ghosts shouted fiercely, my big brother is a third-level vengeful ghost. It will only take a few minutes to kill you. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't respond, they thought Chen Feng was scared. He then intensified his attack, saying, if you break the ice and let us go now, I can consider leaving you with an intact body. Otherwise, when my eldest brother comes, he will make sure you die without a burial place. I can't live, I can't die. When Chen Feng heard the threats from the resentful ghosts, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The third-level boss you are talking about is just a little lowly wearing a gothic-style black long skirt? Chen Feng said coldly. The resentful ghost was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, yes, kid, have you met our boss? I just saw it, and I scared it away. Chen Feng said it lightly, as if scaring away a third-level vengeful ghost was a trivial matter to him. You're talking nonsense. Our boss is at level 3, how could he be scared away by you? Your cultivation level is only black iron 8 star. A third-level vengeful ghost, whose strength is equivalent to that of a silver-level human. How could it be scared away by Chen Feng, a mere black iron 8 star? No one would believe it if I told others. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, and a cluster of lightning appeared in his palm. Believe it or not, I can tell you clearly that your boss won't come to save you. Also, I didn't break the ice on your heads just to listen to your noise. Instead, I want to get some information from you. Next, you must answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, I will use lightning to treat you well. Looking at the high-voltage lightning in Chen Feng's palm, the resentful ghosts couldn't help but swallow. But they still stubbornly said, you're dreaming. We won't tell you any information. Chen Feng snorted coldly, you're being stubborn? I'm good at dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Before he finished speaking, the lightning in Chen Feng's hand fell on the 2 resentful ghosts. Immediately afterwards, lightning flashed in the house. Ah! The screams were endless. The moment the lightning touched their bodies, the two resentful ghosts felt extreme pain, as if tens of thousands of knives were cutting their bodies. Chen Feng controlled the lightning very well. It would not melt the ice, but it could also electrocute the resentful ghosts until they were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. In 5 minutes, the expressions of the two vengeful ghosts had become distorted with pain, and wisps of white smoke were coming out of their bodies. "Boss, stop it, we're going to fight everyone. Yes, your thunder and lightning are too powerful. We really can't withstand it." Seeing the resentful ghosts begging for mercy, Chen Feng waved his hand and removed the power of thunder and lightning from their bodies. Then he sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and began to interrogate the two resentful ghosts. After some interrogation, Chen Feng got all the information he wanted. These resentful ghosts all came from the Tianqian sect. The reason they targeted Chen Feng was because Chen Feng had killed the Terror Claw on Changfeng Street. They want revenge for the Terror Claws. Chen Feng smacked his lips and said, "You Tianqian sect members are too stingy. I just killed one of your followers. Just a small matter makes you so hostile to me? God just killed a believer. Terror Claw is an important cadre in the celestial god cult." Judging from Chen Feng's tone, it was as if he just killed a chicken casually. "You're looking down on the celestial god cult too much." After saying that, Chen Feng stood up and gently stroked the devil fruit tree. He muttered in his heart, "I'm a very vengeful person. Now I know the address of your Tianqian sect's branch in this city. Once I get my second nature type devil fruit, I will definitely destroy your celestial cult branch." 3 more days. To all the celestial god believers in this city, please enjoy these remaining 3 days. Tian Xan, who was still cleaning up the battlefield at Jellyfoot Bath, suddenly received a call from Chen Feng. "Senior, I just controlled 2 second-level ghosts. Please ask the specialists from the Demon Slayer class to take them away." "What?" Tian Xan thought she was hallucinating. Chen Feng repeated what he had just said. "Brother, you just scared away a 3rd-level ghost at the Jellyfoot Bathing City, and now you're controlling 2 second-level ghosts. This is too efficient. Even the donkeys in the production team are not as hardworking as you. I now strongly suspect that your true identity is the Night's Watch and you have hidden your strength." Chen Feng. A few minutes later, the inner courtyard specialist brought the two resentful ghosts in Chen Feng's rental house back to the inner courtyard of Longhua College. Beneath the surface of the inner courtyard lies a huge prison. The name of the prison is Wujian. That is where the demon slayers and night watchmen imprison the vengeful ghosts. At the bottom of Wujian, it is said that the 9th-level evil spirit god Paimon is imprisoned. Before leaving, the inner courtyard commissioner also repaired Chen Feng's security door. For this, Chen Feng gave them a high praise. Lying on the big white bed, Chen Feng decided to use up the 132 points of negative emotion accumulated tonight. "System, come out quickly." "Host, I am here. What can I do for you?" "I want to open a new dimension blind box." "Ding, congratulations. You've spent 100 points of negative emotion and purchased an alternate dimension blind box." A golden square box appeared out of thin air in his hand. Looking at the golden blind box in his hand, Chen Feng was delighted. "Every time I open the other dimensional blind box, I am full of anticipation. I don't know what treasures will be inside this time." After tearing it open impatiently, I saw a golden bracelet lying quietly inside. "This is..." "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a gold bracelet from Enel." Chen Feng took out the gold bracelet and put it on his hand. "System, what is the use of this gold bracelet?" "After wearing the gold bracelet, you can obtain the inheritance of Enel's HeartNet observation hockey." After seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. In the world of pirates, the HeartNet is actually a kind of observation hockey. Now that he has obtained the inheritance of the HeartNet, coupled with his own ability of the Thunderfruit, he is simply adding wings to a tiger. Ha 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 ha. The moment he put the gold bracelet on his wrist, Chen Feng obtained the Heart Network inheritance. He closed his eyes gently. In an instant, the aura of all living creatures within 100 meters around him floated in front of his eyes in the form of souls. At this moment, as long as Chen Feng wanted, he could hear the voice of anyone within 100 meters. Chapter 32, Setting Up a Stall. Crazy harvest of negative emotions. The moon is dim in the middle of the night. A spotted stray dog is rummaging through a trash can looking for food. Suddenly, a silver pillar of lightning fell from the sky. With a loud bang, a pillar of lightning exploded beside it. Woof! The frightened stray dog screamed and ran away. At the same time, Chen Feng, who was sitting on the big bed in the rental house, shook his head. I still can't grasp the accuracy of long-range lightning strikes using the mind network. Chen Feng muttered to himself, I originally wanted to hit the trash can, but I didn't expect it to be so off. It seems I still need to practice more. Host, your observation hockey training progress is 130. Keep working hard. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Feng touched his chin. The training progress of observation hockey is the same as that of armament hockey, and is also divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, sense the breath. Can detect the number and position of enemies beyond sight. Phase 2, predict the attack. After practicing observation hockey to this level, you can predict the enemy's next move. Phase 3, foresee the future. This stage can be said to be the peak of observation hockey, and the user can see the future in a short period of time. Both armament hockey and observation hockey need to improve their training progress. If you want to improve your cultivation progress, you can only do so by opening the blind box from another dimension. Therefore, Chen Feng now needs a lot of negative emotion value. Looks like I need to open more blind boxes. Chen Feng muttered. The next morning, Chen Feng got some fried stinky tofu from the old man next door. When he arrived at the gate of the outer courtyard, Chen Feng set up a fried stinky tofu stall. Slowly, the extremely strong stench spread out. These stinky smells immediately became a powerful tool for harvesting negative emotions. Selling stinky tofu, 5 gold coins for a small portion, 10 gold coins for a large portion. A century-old brand, no stinking, no money. Chen Feng wore 2 layers of disposable masks and fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, looking like a street vendor. The students passing by the stall pinched their noses and looked at Chen Feng with disgust. Fuck, this stinks so bad, it smells like exploding shit. Yeah, I almost vomited my breakfast after taking a whiff of it. That's right, this stinky tofu was extremely stinky, it's just, ugh. The more painful the students' expressions were, the happier Chen Feng was. Because he had only been setting up the stall for more than 10 minutes, he had already harvested more than 40 points of negative emotions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 negative emotion points from Li Jiaming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 negative emotion points from Wang Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 negative emotion points from Mai Lin. Looking at the system prompts that kept appearing, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. If this continues, it won't be long before I accumulate thousands of negative emotion points. By then, won't there be so many blind boxes from other dimensions that you can open them all? Ha 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 ha. When Chen Feng was daydreaming, suddenly, a boy wearing a black leather jacket and as strong as an ox walked up to his stall. The man's name is Su Zhuang, and he likes to eat stinky things. Snail noodles, stinky tofu, and canned herring are all delicacies that he can't put down. Su Zhuang asked Chen Feng. Hey buddy, how much is this stinky tofu? 5 gold coins for a small portion, 10 gold coins for a large portion. Fuck, is this tofu made of gold, or is this oil made of gold? Look around here, there's no place selling stinky tofu. I got these from the uncle next door. If you think it's too expensive, I think it's too expensive too. Will this stinky tofu stay stinky? I run a stinky tofu stall, can I sell you fragrant tofu? Time flies, and before I knew it, the morning was over. All the stinky tofu were sold out, and Chen Feng gained more than 500 points of negative emotion. 500 points of negative emotion value are enough to open 5 other dimensional blind boxes. Not bad, not bad. Ding ling ling. The school bell rang, and now it was time for the students from the external school to go home at noon. Students kept walking out of the school, talking and laughing, their faces full of youthfulness. Looking at the large number of students filing out, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that the stinky tofu was sold out, otherwise I could have harvested a lot of negative emotions. Just as Chen Feng was about to close his stall, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of his stall, jumping and skipping. This beautiful figure was Su Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, it feels like 24 hours have passed since we last met. Chen Feng waved and greeted her. Su Xiaoyun smiled awkwardly and asked, why the hell are you just sitting there? Su Xiaoyun said, Chen Feng, you are really amazing, relying only on F-level abilities. You were admitted to the inner courtyard with the highest score. Now our teachers are all proud of you. Chen Feng didn't say anything and smiled faintly. At this time, a boy with luxurious clothes and permed hair walked up to Su Xiaoyun. The boy's name is Lu Xie, and he is holding a red rose in his hand. Lu Xie said to Su Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, be my girlfriend. My love for you is like this fiery red rose." As the class beauty, Su Xiaoyun naturally has no shortage of suitors. However, she had no interest in rich second generations like Lu Xie. "I'm sorry, I don't have any feelings for you. We are not suitable." Su Xiaoyun refused very straightforwardly. After being rejected, Lu Xie's eyes showed a fierce look. He grabbed Su Xiaoyun's wrist and yelled, "It's your blessing that I like you. How dare you reject me? I'm really giving you face." Su Xiaoyun was frightened by the roar and turned pale. She subconsciously wanted to hide towards Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, Lu Xie's big hand held her very tightly. After struggling for several times, she still couldn't get rid of Lu Xie's grip. Chen Feng, who was standing aside, had a gloomy expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes and warned Lu Xie coldly, "Let go of your dirty hands in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Hearing the voice, Lu Xie subconsciously glanced at Chen Feng. After sensing that Chen Feng's cultivation level was only black iron 8 stars, Lu Xie smiled contemptuously. "With your shitty skills, you still want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" Lu Xie sneered, "You're simply overestimating your abilities. Go back and take a piss and look at yourself." After saying that, Lu Xie refocused his gaze on Su Xiaoyun's chest. "Prepare to tease Su Xiaoyun further." Chen Feng said in a deep voice, 3 seconds have passed. "Since you ignored my warning, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing Chen Feng say this, Lu Xie looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, "You're welcome? What can you do if I say you're not welcome? I'm telling you, my strength is at the peak of black iron 9 stars. I can fight you in single combat without any problem. Also, your name seems to be Chen Feng, right? I heard that you just got a place in the inner courtyard. My uncle is a senior executive in the inner courtyard. If you dare to offend me, I will have my uncle remove your place in the inner courtyard in a matter of minutes. By then, all your efforts during this period will be in vain. If you have the guts, attack me." In Lu Xie's opinion, he was far superior to Chen Feng in terms of both strength and background. In his eyes, Chen Feng is just a tiny ant. The students watching also started discussing. Fuck. Lu Xie has connections all over Longhua College, and Chen Feng actually dared to offend him. Does he really want to die? Although Chen Feng is quite capable, the Lu Xie family is extremely powerful. It is not a wise choice to offend him. Oh, what a pity. If I offend Lu Xie, I'm afraid Chen Feng's place in the inner courtyard will be taken away. When Su Xiaoyun heard that Uncle Lu Xie was a senior executive in the inner courtyard, she immediately became worried about Chen Feng. She knew very well how valuable the inner court places were to commoners. She struggled to break free from Lu Xie's grip, then whispered to Chen Feng, "Forget it, let's just go and ignore him. You've worked so hard to get into the inner courtyard. Don't ruin your future because of a momentary impulse." Chapter 33, Crush Lu Xie and cut off 2 of his fingers. Lu Xie's face was filled with ferocity, and his facial features were distorted and distorted. He said viciously, "Want to run? It's too late. Go to hell, Chen Feng." Lu Xie's mind moved, and his S-level talent, sequence 362, Dark Flame, talent was instantly activated. A cluster of black flames suddenly appeared on his palm. The temperature of this black flame is several times higher than that of ordinary flames, and it is also highly corrosive. Once it burns the body, it is difficult to extinguish. Dark Flame, Hell Arrow. The next moment, 3 sharp arrows formed by black flames shot out from Lu Xie's hands one after another. The arrows were so fast that ordinary psychics below the bronze level had no time to dodge. Whoosh! 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 The black flame arrow, with a sharp sound of wind, flew straight towards Chen Feng's head. Seeing this, Chen Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and closed his eyes. Fuck, has Chen Feng given up resistance? Why did he close his eyes? Who knows? He probably knew he couldn't avoid Lu Xie's attack, so he wanted to die in a dignified manner. The students watching were talking about it. The next moment, Chen Feng's action shocked them. Chen Feng moved his head left and right 3 times and easily avoided the attack of the black flame arrow. Chen Feng, who possesses the power of observation haki, can dodge attacks of this magnitude as easily as reading lines on the palm of his hand. With this little bit of strength, you still dare to bark like a dog? Chen Feng said contemptuously, "I thought you were so powerful." Lu Xie looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, and out of fear, his body subconsciously took 2 steps back. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "This. How is this possible? You must have been lucky just now to have dodged the attack. From now on, your luck won't be so good anymore." Lu Xie shouted angrily, stretched out his hands, and the aura around him rapidly increased. In an instant, countless black flames slowly rose behind him and slowly gathered into a giant black flame sword. The attack range of this move of mine is very large. Let's see how you can dodge it. Lu Xie roared hysterically. Driven by his thoughts, the giant black flame sword slashed towards Chen Feng. When the tip of the black flame giant sword was less than 3 centimeters away from Chen Feng's body, the scene that shocked everyone appeared again. Chen Feng's body actually disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. Shave. The black flame giant sword did not hit Chen Feng, but it cut the bus stop behind him into 2 pieces. It is obvious that this move is extremely powerful. It is something that ordinary black iron mutants cannot withstand. Damn, how could this guy disappear out of thin air? Lu Xie said in surprise. Before he finished speaking, Chen Feng's figure appeared right above Lu Xie. He stretched out his right hand, spread his fingers, and muttered to himself, 30 million volts, discharge. A ball of silver high-voltage lightning instantly appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Before everyone could react, high-voltage lightning completely enveloped Lu Xie's body. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere. Ah! Lu Xie screamed in agony from the electric shock, his whole body convulsed violently, and some white foam came out of his mouth. This is the characteristic of the Thunder Fruit's ability, fast, accurate, and ruthless. With a plop, Lu Xie collapsed to the ground, and a pool of yellow liquid slowly flowed out from between his legs. Well, this is incontinence caused by electric shock. When everyone saw the yellow liquid flowing out of Lu Xie's crotch, they couldn't help but pinch their noses and whispered, "Damn, Lu Xie's urine smell is too strong, it's almost covering the smell of stinky tofu." I think it's not just urine, I'm afraid even feces will be electrocuted. It's very likely, otherwise why would it smell so bad? Hearing the sound of everyone's discussion, Lu Xie's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. If there is a crack in the ground near him now, he will crawl into it without hesitation. It's so damn embarrassing. How can I continue to work in the outer courtyard in the future? This is not the end. Chen Feng gently waved his fingers in the air, and a lightning blade instantly flew towards Lu Xie's left palm. Phew! The lightning blade cut off Lu Xie's 2 fingers like a sharp knife cutting tofu. Blood continued to flow out from his wound, and slowly, the blood dyed half of his clothes red. Chen Feng said in a cold voice with an expressionless face, "Cutting off 2 of your fingers is just a warning. If you dare to bully others like a mad dog again, I will kill you." Lu Xie covered his wound, tumbled to his feet, and said, No, this is not true. You are just an F-class mutant with an 8-star black iron rank. Why can he crush me in actual combat? Why? Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on Lu Xie's painful face. He took out his cell phone and called his uncle, who was a senior executive in the inner courtyard. This is to take advantage of the situation. Although he couldn't beat Chen Feng, he would use other methods to make Chen Feng pay the price. 2 minutes ago, the inner courtyard dean's office. A group of middle-aged people in formal attire were sitting around an old man, chatting animatedly. From the expressions and actions of the middle-aged men, it can be seen that they are all trying their best to flatter the old man. This old man is one of the 5 strongest fighters of the Night's Watch. Codename, Sword Saint. Master Ma, you are still as skilled as ever. The sword you used to kill the Ghost King a few days ago is enough for me to learn from for a lifetime. Uncle Lu Xie smiled and flattered the old man, "If you are free in the future, please come to our logistics team more often and give us some guidance." Mr. Ma held a cup of hot tea and smiled slightly. After taking a sip slowly, he said perfunctorily, "I'll go when I have time." At this moment, Uncle Lu Xie's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Lu Xie's voice complained. A minute later, Uncle Lu Xie hung up the phone. "Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, I have to leave now. My nephew had a conflict with a naughty boy named Chen Feng at the school gate. I heard the fight was pretty fierce. I'm going to go to the school gate myself and take care of it." Uncle Lu Xie explained. He usually loves his nephew Lu Xie very much. Now that Lu Xie has had 2 fingers chopped off, he can't just sit back and watch. Chen Feng? Hearing the name, Mr. Ma stopped drinking tea. Chen Feng is my prospective disciple. The purpose of my coming to Dragon City this time is to observe his character so that I can accept him as my disciple. So, what are you going to do with him? As he spoke, the murderous look in old Ma's eyes made Uncle Lu Xie break out in a cold sweat. Ah ha ha, so Chen Feng is your prospective disciple. Uncle Lu Xie said with a smile, it's really a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding between the two children. I'll go to the school gate to mediate now. After saying this, Uncle Lu Xie didn't dare to stay in the office for another second. He quickly pushed the door open and walked out. Because Mr. Ma's murderous aura was so fierce, it seemed as if it was about to materialize. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll be injured by this strong murderous aura. Chapter 34, Inner Court Executives? Another slap in the face. Lu Xie covered his wound and looked at the outer courtyard gate with anticipation. He thought to himself, Uncle, please come out quickly, support me and give this guy a good beating. As Lu Xie was expecting, a middle-aged man in formal attire appeared, followed by 2 security guards in black. The man hurriedly pushed open the school gate and strode towards Chen Feng. This man was none other than Uncle Lu Xie, whose name was Lu Jian. When Lu Xie saw Lu Jian, he was overjoyed, as if the pain he had just felt disappeared in an instant. The backer has finally arrived. He raised his arms and shouted, Uncle, I'm here. When the onlookers saw Lu Jian, they immediately felt worried for Chen Feng, because Lu Jian held a high position of power in the inner court and was notorious for protecting his own people. This time, Chen Feng is in big trouble. Not only will his chance to enter the inner courtyard be revoked, but he might even be subjected to Lu Jian's crazy revenge. Su Xiaoyun, who was standing next to Chen Feng, had a melancholy look on her face. She tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's clothes and whispered, Chen Feng, don't worry. I just called my father and he said he would send someone to mediate immediately. Let's try to delay it for a little while. Su Xiaoyun's father is a small entrepreneur in Longcheng. Have certain connections and influence. But Su Xiaoyun was not sure whether Lu Jian would give him face. However, this is the only solution she can think of so far. Uncle, it's him. He's Chen Feng. Lu Xie pointed at Chen Feng and roared, hurry up and have him arrested. I'm going to retaliate against him with the most brutal punishment. He cut off 2 of my fingers, I will cut off both of his arms and make him pay back tenfold. Unexpectedly, Lu Jian's face darkened and he ignored Lu Xie. Instead, he used all his strength to slap Lu Xie in the face. Bang! The slap was so powerful that the sound could be heard by everyone present. Lu Xie was slapped. At this moment I am completely confused. He covered his burning cheek and said to Lu Jian aggrievedly, Uncle, did you hit the wrong person? I am your nephew Lu Xie, Chen Feng is over there. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully gained 10 points of negative emotions from Lu Xie. Lu Jian said seriously, I hate you. Blame me for being too protective of you. That's why you developed such a domineering personality. Student Chen Feng acts in an upright and honest manner and has a good character. You must have insulted classmate Chen Feng first, so he attacked you. After hearing what Lu Jian said, Lu Xie felt like crying. It's over, barbecue is gone. Is uncle possessed by evil spirits today? Why are your elbows turned outward? Speak madly for Chen Feng. Not only Lu Xie, but even Chen Feng was a little confused. Although I am an upright young man who respects teachers, I shouldn't let Lu Jian speak for me like this. Whose uncle is he anyway? It's not me, it's Chen Feng Xian. Lu Xie still wanted to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Jian interrupted his speech with another slap, and this slap was harder and louder. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully gained 8 points of negative emotions from Lu Xie. After 2 slaps, Lu Xie's cheeks swelled up like a pig's head. Pick up your severed finger and get to the infirmary. Lu Jian frowned and urged, hurry. In 10 seconds, I don't want to see you again. Looking at the serious expression on Lu Jian's face, Lu Xie didn't dare to say another word. I had no choice but to pick up the severed finger and run to the infirmary in a dejected manner like a stray dog. After scolding Lu Xie, Lu Jian immediately changed his expression. The expression on his face changed from serious and critical to full of smiles. He slowly walked up to Chen Feng, bent over, and said with a smile, Student Chen Feng, I'm really sorry. I didn't take good care of my child. I'm here to apologize to you. I will bear the losses he caused you. Seeing Lu Jian so humble, everyone present was shocked. People were discussing. Fuck, it turns out Chen Feng has been playing dumb the whole time. No wonder he wasn't panicking at all just now. Yes, I guess Chen Feng has a powerful background, otherwise why would Uncle Lu Xie be so polite to him? Chen Feng is not only extremely powerful, but also has such an amazing background. I love him so much, I want to give birth to a baby with him. Hey, stop yelling, you big guy. I don't like men. Although Chen Feng clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, he is not unforgiving. He waved his hand and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Lu Xie's 2 moves can't cause me any damage. It's just that he broke the bus shelter. You can fix it." After saying that, Chen Feng pointed behind him. The bus shelter, broken into 2 pieces, lay there quietly. Of course. How dare Lu Xie, that bastard, destroy public property so casually? I'll definitely scold him when I get back. Lu Jian answered with a smile, his eyes full of respect. He would do his best to curry favor with Master Ma's prospective disciple. After all, if you can make Mr. Ma happy and give him a few pointers, it can help him improve his realm and bring him great fortune. After a few more pleasantries, Lu Jian returned to the inner courtyard with the security guards. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Chen Feng prepared to pack up and return to the rental house. The crowd of onlookers gradually began to disperse. At this moment, boom! An explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth came slowly from behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng subconsciously looked back. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the high-rise office building behind him. The raging fire instantly engulfed the entire building. Thick black smoke also rose up and enveloped the building. For a moment, the people trapped in the office building fled frantically for their lives, and their cries for help were endless. Layer upon layer of heat waves rolled in. Although he was nearly 100 meters away from Chen Feng, he still felt extremely hot all over. Beads of hot sweat kept dripping down from his forehead. Not long after, the sirens sounded loudly. Several fire trucks roared past Chen Feng. When the fire truck approached the office building, a group of contrarians wearing orange fire suits jumped out of the car one after another. They acted skillfully and methodically, putting out the fire as quickly as possible. Another group of firefighters in black uniforms jumped out of the car and rushed directly into the fire. Chen Feng could tell at a glance that these firefighters in black uniforms had spiritual fluctuations on their bodies. They are all superpowered. I'm afraid this fire is not as simple as it seems. Chen Feng guessed that these flames should have been released by a fire-type mutant. While Chen Feng was thinking, Su Xiaoyun, who was beside him, suddenly took a deep breath and rushed towards the fire scene regardless of everything. Chen Feng frowned and quickly reached out to stop Su Xiaoyun. What are you going to do? Su Xiaoyun explained anxiously, my sister works in this office building. She is just an ordinary person and she needs my help. Which floor does your sister work on? Chen Feng asked. 28th floor. Chen Feng glanced at the office building in front of him and counted it. There were only 28 floors in total. After a fire occurs, the higher up the ladder you are, the more dangerous it is. From this we can see that Sister Su Xiaoyun's situation is indeed precarious, no wonder she is so anxious. Chen Feng reached out and touched Su Xiaoyun's bun, comforting her, don't worry, I'll help you save your sister. Chen Feng, thank you so much. Su Xiaoyun replied with tears in her eyes. Su Xiaoyun did not reject Chen Feng's kindness because she knew that Chen Feng was very powerful. Since he dared to say so, he must have a way to rescue her sister. At the first moment, Chen Feng did not rush into the fire scene. He wanted to determine Sister Su Xiaoyun's location first. With just a thought, he released his observation hockey instantly. The next moment, the entire office building was shrouded in observation hockey. Sure enough, there was still a human presence in the center of the 28th floor. If nothing unexpected happens, this aura belongs to Su Xiaoyun's sister. Just as Chen Feng was preparing to take the next step, an uncle firefighter suddenly ran to Chen Feng. The firefighter said, "Kid, get away from here. It's too dangerous. The building could explode a second time at any time." The firefighter thought Chen Feng was an ordinary person, so he kindly advised. The worldview of this book unfolds a little slowly. I hope my good brothers can patiently read it after chapter 50. 3. Chapter 35, The Valiant Senior Sister, The Sword Master's Bottom Line. The firefighter grabbed Chen Feng's wrist tightly and refused to let him enter the fire to save people. Chen Feng knew that the uncle meant well and was worried that he would get injured in the fire. Therefore, he couldn't force the uncle, so he could only explain, "Uncle, don't worry, I have the strength. A small fire can't hurt me at all." Besides, I'm a person with special abilities. My physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Let me go in and save them. Although the office building was on fire and filled with thick fog. But with Chen Feng's strength, it is not difficult to rescue people from it. After all, he has many powerful trump cards. The firefighter uncle could sense from his breath that Chen Feng's strength was about black iron 8 stars. Although this kind of strength is considered top-notch among his peers, it is not enough when facing such a dangerous fire. After all, even bronze-level firefighters will suffer casualties when rescuing people, let alone black iron-level psychics. So the firefighter put more strength in his hands. He didn't want to see Chen Feng die in vain. Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhang, come here, the two of you. The firefighter extended his hand and beckoned to his two men. You two, take this kid away quickly and don't let him mess around here. The fire is now in a critical condition. Every second of delay will increase the loss to the people. Seeing that it really didn't make sense, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to use his special ability to break free from the firefighter's control. Suddenly, a woman in a black uniform jumped out of the fire truck. The woman's name is Su Bing, and she is the highest-ranking officer of the Night's Watch in Dragon City. Su Bing has a dashing short hair and wears black sunglasses. Her face is so beautiful that nothing can be added to it. Under the black uniform is a hip-hugging miniskirt, and below that are slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Chen Feng glanced at Su Bing and found that her legs were straight and long. Once his eyes fell on them, it was difficult to look away. Let him go into the fire scene to save people. I believe he has the ability to do so. If anything unexpected happens, I will be solely responsible. Although Su Bing's voice was not loud, she spoke with great confidence, as if making people subconsciously obey her orders. But, sir, he's still a student. I'm afraid. The firefighter uncle was still worried about Chen Feng's safety. Follow the order. The moment the firefighter uncle let go of Chen Feng's wrist, Chen Feng's body turned into a lightning shadow and rushed into the raging fire. Seeing Chen Feng's figure disappear, the three firefighters around him all widened their eyes and showed surprise. This is too fast. Is this kid really just a black iron level esper? Looking at this speed, I believe he's a silver level psychic. Indeed, it was so fast that I didn't even see clearly how he disappeared. After Chen Feng entered the fire scene, Sword Saint Ma Lao appeared silently behind Su Bing. The next moment, Su Bing also noticed the presence of Mr. Ma. Su Bing turned around and said calmly, "Teacher, I have already let Chen Feng into the fire scene as you requested." You let him into the fire to rescue people, was it to test his abilities? Mr. Ma, yes, he has many secrets. This is very interesting. I want to try to figure him out. But, in a crisis of this magnitude, can he really reveal all his cards? Mr. Ma smiled slightly and said, "This fire is just the tip of the iceberg of this crisis. The danger here is much greater than it appears." Su Bing nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, she felt a big hand behind her, quietly approaching her buttocks. Su Bing's face was full of black lines. He turned around suddenly and punched Old Ma hard. Ah! Old Ma covered his head and screamed in pain. The part of his body where he was hit had swelled up. "Master, you are doing weird things again," Su Bing said to Master Ma in a low voice. 10 minutes later. Fire on the 28th floor of an office building. The place was filled with the smell of burning and the crackling sound of fire could be heard everywhere. The smoke went up high, causing thick black smoke to fill the area and making the field of vision extremely narrow. The most terrifying thing is that if this black smoke is inhaled in excess, it is very likely to cause death. Su Xiaoyun's sister's name is Su Xia. At this time, she was trapped in a small house, and the entrance to the corridor was blocked by rubble. As an ordinary person, Su Xia simply did not have the strength to move the huge rubble. So he could only cover his mouth and nose with a wet towel and wait quietly for rescue. Slowly, she inhaled more and more black smoke, and her consciousness began to blur. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a gap was blasted open in the rubble, followed by a flash of lightning. Chen Feng came to Su Xia. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Chen Feng picked up Su Xia and was about to escape. Suddenly, a cry for help was heard not far away. "Please, save me, I don't want to die yet. As long as you are willing to save me, I can give you money, as much as you want." Following the sound, I saw a man in a gray suit lying on the ground, begging for help. The man's body was pinned down by the fallen pillar, unable to move at all. It looks very miserable. At this moment, another loud noise was heard and the whole building shook instantly. There was a second explosion in the building. Damn it, it looks like this building won't last much longer. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. We can only save people one by one. So Chen Feng didn't think much about it and just ran towards the ground at full speed while holding Su Xia. Seeing that Chen Feng ignored him, the man felt very resentful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. Chen Feng, who was running wildly, suddenly saw a system prompt. He immediately thought of the man trapped upstairs. No wonder he felt that he was abnormal just now. Even though he was in the fire, his face was as clean as if he had just washed it. It turns out to be a vengeful ghost. Chen Feng speculated that he most likely wanted to wait for Chen Feng to rescue him and then take the opportunity to attack Chen Feng. So vicious. However, now that he already knew the man's true identity, Chen Feng didn't mind going back to brush up on his negative emotions. After putting Su Xia in a safe area, Chen Feng returned to the fire scene. Came to the man. When the man saw Chen Feng coming back to save him, he instantly showed an ecstatic expression. It thought to itself, you still can't resist the temptation of money. Wait for death, stupid human. Hurry, help me move this stone pillar. The man shouted loudly, as long as you can rescue me, I will give you any money you want. Seeing the man's anxious expression, Chen Feng sneered. It's like watching a clown. He then bent down, exerted force with both hands, and slowly lifted the stone pillar. But when the stone pillar was lifted less than 10 centimeters, Chen Feng suddenly let go, and with a loud bang, the stone pillar fell on the man again. Ouch! My legs, the man cried out. Young man, are you okay? If it doesn't work, we can just call a few more firefighters. Don't try to be brave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. Chen Feng scratched his head and said with a silly smile, sorry, my hands were shaking just now and I didn't hold it firmly. My fucking hands are shaking. Is this something that can cause hand shaking? If I shake it twice more, this half of my body will be smashed to pieces. After saying that, Chen Feng clasped the pillar tightly with both hands again and said calmly, let's do it again. Chapter 36, Heart Network Powered, Remote Attack. The blazing ghost didn't know that Chen Feng had seen through his identity. So he still looked at Chen Feng with ulterior motives, wanting to attack him unexpectedly when Chen Feng moved the pillar. The pillar was lifted another 10 centimeters, and at this time, Chen Feng withdrew his hand again. Boom! There was another loud thud, and the pillar hit the fiery ghost again. Score twice? The blazing ghost's eyes were about to pop out of his head in pain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. The blazing ghost's facial features were twisted together due to the pain, and it thought to itself, is this human deliberately teasing me? What's going on? Are your hands shaking again? The blazing ghost looked at Chen Feng with resentment on his face. Can you do it? Forget it, forget it. Don't save me. Just let me lie here quietly. I don't want to live anymore. Chen Feng chuckled and said, that won't work. Everyone has only one life. You can't give up. I have to rescue you. After saying that, Chen Feng grabbed the blazing ghost's arm and pulled it hard. At this moment, the blazing ghost wanted to cry. He originally built this pillar on himself in order to trick Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was even more sinister. He dropped the pillar twice in a row, which directly caused the pillar to fall heavily on him. Not only that, Chen Feng was still pulling its body frantically, and severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. Stop, stop, stop pulling. My body will be torn apart if you pull anymore. The blazing ghost screamed in pain, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. My old legs, my old waist. You are simply committing a sin. You can see it really hurts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. Looking at the soaring negative emotion value, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. You little bastard, you want to trick me? I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Chen Feng was still exerting force with his hands, the blazing ghost finally couldn't bear it anymore. It opened its mouth wide and a high-temperature fireball shot out, aiming directly at Chen Feng's head. Under the effect of his observation haki, Chen Feng tilted his head slightly and dodged the incoming fireball. The posture is also very handsome. Oh. You finally can't help it? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at the blazing ghost and said frankly, "Your acting is very poor. I have seen that you are a ghost for a long time. I was just teasing you." After hearing what Chen Feng said, the blazing ghost's anger level soared to the limit. "Aha, I'm going to kill you!" the blazing ghost roared. Before he could finish his words, the burning ghost's mouth opened to an incredible extent, and whoosh, 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 the flames in the building were sucked into his mouth one after another. Slowly, the body of the blazing ghost grew larger and larger, and its skin began to peel off. A few seconds later, a skeleton covered in flames appeared in front of Chen Feng. This is the true form of the blazing ghost. The blazing ghost was about 2 meters tall, with 2 deep eye sockets constantly emitting hellish fire. You can refer to zombie Tyrannosaurus for its appearance. How dare you tease me? Go to hell, you stupid human! The blazing ghost roared and slapped Chen Feng with its flaming claws. The speed is so fast that it is unavoidable. At the same time, on the 10th floor of the office building, 3 firefighters in black uniforms were rushing to the 28th floor. After the blazing ghost devoured the flames of the entire building, its strength advanced to the 3rd level. So they received Su Bing's death order: go to the 28th floor to pick up Chen Feng. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Boom! Several thunders flashed. The firefighter subconsciously turned his head and saw dark clouds, lightning and thunder outside the window. The next moment, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Quick, speed up and charge upwards. That kid named Chen Feng is only at Black Iron 8 star. Facing a 3rd-order vengeful ghost, he has no power to fight back. There wasn't even a chance to escape. The leading psychic firefighter shouted. While speaking, his pace did not slow down at all. When they rushed to the 24th floor, they suddenly heard a fierce fighting sound coming from above. After a while, the fighting stopped abruptly. The firefighters knew that the outcome was probably decided. Oh no, that child, I'm afraid he's been killed. But when they rushed to the platform on the 28th floor, they were shocked by the scene before them. Not only was Chen Feng fine, he even stepped hard on the blazing ghost's head with his foot. On the other hand, the flames around the blazing ghost had dimmed a lot. It was now lying on the ground with its limbs facing the ground, looking miserable, as if it was in a dying state. Beat the 3rd-level ghost. Is this really something a Black Iron 8-star psychic can do? At this time, Chen Feng also noticed 3 firefighters rushing up. He said with a smile, "It just so happens that I just controlled a 3rd-level ghost, and I don't know what to do with it. I'll just give it to you." After saying that, Chen Feng kicked the blazing ghost hard. The blazing ghost lying on the ground stared at Chen Feng intently. He yelled in dissatisfaction, "Boy, don't be so proud, I still have a trump card. This trump card is enough to make all of you perish in a sea of fire, ha 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 ha." Chen Feng kicked the blazing ghost aside and said, "Hey? What other cards do you have? Show them off." The blazing ghost who was kicked aside rolled over and stood up. Hiccup! A small red detonator was spit out from its mouth. It gripped the detonator tightly and sneered, "While we were fighting, I had my men plant 4 soul-destroying bombs around this building. Now, if I just push it lightly, boom, the whole building will turn into ashes in an instant." He. When the firefighters heard the words soul-destroying bomb, they broke out in cold sweats. Because they know that the soul-destroying bomb is a forbidden weapon of the celestial god cult, and its power is equivalent to that of a small mushroom bomb. Just one is enough to reduce the entire building to ashes. If 4 of them exploded at the same time, the power would be unimaginable. Chen Feng, from now on, you have to use all your strength to escape. The 3 of us will try our best to stop him from pressing the detonator. Also, you don't have to feel any pressure. We firefighters are supposed to protect civilians. The leading firefighter Chen Feng whispered. The 3 of them were ready to die together with the fiery ghost in order to protect Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said to the blazing ghost indifferently, "Hey, I thought it was some awesome trump card. So, that's it. Press it hard." When the 3 firefighters heard what Chen Feng said, their pupils dilated sharply and their faces showed panic. What's wrong with this kid? Crazy? You, don't provoke him. The power of the soul-destroying bomb is far greater than you can imagine, the firefighter shouted. Once it explodes, it's no joke. Chen Feng dared to say this, and it was not without reason. This was because the subordinates of the blazing ghost had already been knocked unconscious by the remote lightning from his heart network. The soul-destroying bomb was not deployed successfully at all, so there is no need to be afraid. But the three firefighters were unaware. Chapter 37 Kill the Ghost and Open the Blind Box crazily. Seeing that Chen Feng was not afraid at all, the blazing ghost couldn't help but get so angry that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. Foolish human, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Let us die together. After it finished speaking, it pressed the detonator in its hand. Despair. After the crisp sound, the red button on the detonator was pressed, but the expected big explosion did not happen. Everyone present, except Chen Feng, was stunned when they saw this. What's going on? The blazing ghost stumbled back 2 steps, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I must have not pressed the detonator button completely just now. That's why the explosion didn't succeed. After saying that, it pressed the red button on the detonator again. This time, it was very sure that it had pressed the detonator button to the bottom. But the soul-destroying bomb still didn't explode. The blazing ghost panicked. It was completely panicked. Originally, it thought it could use the soul-destroying bomb to achieve an extreme 1-for-4 exchange. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. Damn it, explode, why not explode? The blazing ghost shouted while pressing the detonator frantically. He looked very embarrassed. Chen Feng quietly walked over to it and said quietly, is there a possibility that the soul-destroying bomb was not successfully placed at all? That's why it can't explode. Hearing what Chen Feng said, the pupils of the blazing ghost suddenly shrank. He said with a panicked look on his face, impossible, absolutely impossible. The men I arranged to place the soul-destroying bombs were all picked from the inside out. They are absolutely loyal to the celestial god cult, there is no way they could go wrong. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, did you notice those lightning bolts just now? That's not a natural phenomenon. I released it, and your men were knocked unconscious by the electric shock I gave them. Even though the blazing ghost didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of it and it couldn't help but believe it. The soul-destroying bomb really can't explode. You are only a black iron level psychic. How can you deliver a lightning strike from such a long distance? I don't understand. To use supernatural powers to this extent, you need at least silver level strength. After saying that, the blazing ghost dropped to his knees with a thud. His eyes were filled with despair. Chen Feng smiled calmly, touched its head and said, there are still many things in this world that you cannot understand. You'll get used to it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from the blazing ghost. The blazing ghost felt extremely insulted. Just get used to it. I have lived for over 100 years and have tasted more salt than you have walked. How come it's your turn to educate me? 30 million volt Thunderbird. Chen Feng lightly tapped the air with his 2 fingers, and a silver Thunderbird instantly flew over the body of the blazing ghost. After a flash of lightning, the blazing ghost collapsed completely to the ground. It's numb. Completely numb. The blazing ghost looked at Chen Feng with fear on his face. This human seemed to be only at the black iron level, but in fact he was unfathomable. It feels like killing him is harder than climbing to the sky. At this moment, 3 firefighters in black rushed over. Completely control the blazing ghost. After seeing Chen Feng's powerful strength, the firefighter spoke to Chen Feng with more respect in his tone. After all, in this world of spiritual revival, the strong are respected and the wise are the teachers. If you have strength, you will be respected no matter your age. Young master, the moves you just unleashed are so powerful. They're truly breathtaking. Not only are your abilities strong, but your control over them is also powerful enough. If you have time, could you please come to our fire brigade and give us some pointers? The leading firefighter spoke very politely. Chen Feng nodded lightly and said seriously, no problem, your profession is very sacred, and I admire you very much. If you can use me, just ask. The firefighters in this world are the same as those on Blue Star. They are protecting the property and life safety of civilians at all times. They are very respectable. While Chen Feng was chatting with the firefighters, the blazing ghost that was being held down suddenly jumped up. He used up all his remaining strength to launch a final attack on Chen Feng. The next moment, a sharp claw covered with strange flames pierced straight into Chen Feng's head. Ahahahahahaha, you didn't expect that I would attack you when you let your guard down. The blazing ghost laughed heartily, feeling very proud. You were careless after all, human. Unexpectedly, the next second, the smile of the blazing ghost froze completely. because there was no blood flowing from the wound on Chen Feng's head. If you look closely, you will find that it is full of silver lightning. It seemed as if Chen Feng's entire body was made up of thunder and lightning. The blazing ghost took a step back and looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. It was shocked. Completely shocked. The blazing ghost said, You are actually a demigod. And it's a once-in-a-century demigod of thunder. Seeing that Chen Feng's body was full of thunder elements, the blazing ghost subconsciously mistook him for a demigod. In this world, thunder attribute abilities are relatively rare. Those who can cultivate the thunder attribute to the semi-god level are even rarer. The thunder demigod has not appeared in nearly 100 years. The three firefighters had no idea that the handsome young man standing next to them would actually be a demigod. But his aura is clearly only at the black iron level. I'm not a demigod, believe it or not. Chen Feng explained. After saying this, a trace of fear flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He had indeed let his guard down a little just now. If it weren't for the passive elementalization of the thunder fruit, he's probably dead now. What if, in the next battle, my physical strength is exhausted to the limit and I can't passively transform into an element? Isn't it just? Chen Feng didn't dare to think about it anymore. It seemed that he had to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Improve the upper limit of your physical and mental strength. Immediately afterwards, a murderous look flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. 80 million volts, thunder welcome. Swish. A huge pillar of lightning suddenly exploded from behind Chen Feng, penetrating the body of the fiery ghost like a flood. The firefighters standing by could see that Chen Feng was really angry. After receiving Lei Ying's baptism, the Qiyuan ghost was completely electrified. The white skeleton has now turned charred black. And wisps of white smoke were rising from the charred skeleton. There was also a smell of burnt bones in the air. With a thud, the blazing ghost's massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless from its eye sockets. After, the firefighters carried the body of the fiery ghost away, while Chen Feng hailed a shared bike and returned to his rental house. Today was a really fruitful day. Thinking of this, Chen Feng was filled with ecstasy. He could open another dimension blind box again. He was so looking forward to it. Evening. Inside the rental house. The wind was howling outside the window, and the big trees were swaying with it. Chen Feng lay on the big white bed and leisurely called out the system. System, how many negative emotions do I have now? Reporting to the master, your current negative emotion value remaining is 706 points. Wow, there are still so many left? Chen Feng didn't expect that in just one day, he had accumulated more than 700 points of negative emotion value. The old man's stinky tofu deserves credit for this. Exchange all negative emotion points for other dimensional blind boxes. Yes, master. The next moment, 7 golden blind boxes appeared. They are neatly arranged on the white bed. Chapter 38, Promoted to the Second Level, Domineering Entanglement. Congratulations on successfully opening the blind box and obtaining the primary armed color domineering. Congratulations on successfully opening the blind box and obtaining the primary armed color domineering. Congratulations on successfully opening the blind box and obtaining the primary armed color domineering. After seeing the prompt, Chen Feng was completely numb. I opened 7 different dimensional blind boxes in a row and got the same reward. This is such a coincidence. Even chocolate is not so coincidental. The original training progress was at the armament hockey stage 330, but now it has suddenly skyrocketed to the second stage 1030. Ding! Congratulations host, your armament hockey has been upgraded to the second stage, entanglement. Looking at the new system prompt that popped up, Chen Feng could barely accept it. Although I didn't get a powerful treasure, my armament hockey has been greatly improved. The next moment, he took out the golden sword from the system backpack. With a thought, 2 black and purple domineering auras spiraled around the golden sword. Buzz! After the sound, Chen Feng's right hand and the entire golden sword turned bright black. Is this the armament hockey? It feels incredibly powerful. Chen Feng said to himself. He wanted to swing his sword. Try to see how powerful the golden sword is after being wrapped in armament hockey. But then think about it, in the world of pirates, weapons wrapped in armed domineering are all capable of splitting mountains and breaking rocks. When he swung the sword, the load-bearing wall of the rental house could not bear it. By then, the whole building will collapse. Forget it. Just be patient for now, wait until tomorrow when you go out, find an open place, and then try the power of armament hockey, entanglement. Putting away the golden sword, Chen Feng picked up the kettle from the windowsill and watered the devil fruit tree. The devil fruit tree grew bigger and bigger, and now it has lush branches and leaves, and the top of the trunk has reached the ceiling. Fortunately, it will bear fruit in 2 days. Otherwise, at this rate of growth, it would have burst through the ceiling and grown all the way upstairs. By then, the people upstairs will probably complain to me. After doing all this, Chen Feng took a hot bath. Then he lay comfortably on the big white bed, ready to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have 2 second-level ghost beads that he had not used. These 2 second-level ghost beads were prizes for the inner courtyard upgrade exam. Chen Feng had intended to take them when he returned that day, but later forgot about them because of too many trivial matters. Now is a good time to take the ghost pearl. Chen Feng took out 2 second-level ghost beads and took a look at them. The pill-sized ghost bead was emitting wisps of spiritual energy. Anyone who took a look at it would know that it was a rare treasure. Raising his neck, Chen Feng swallowed the 2 pearls directly. Suddenly, rich spiritual energy began to nourish Chen Feng's internal organs. The feeling is so wonderful, as if the whole body is sublimated. I hope my ability level can be raised to D level tomorrow. After saying that, Chen Feng fell asleep. Next day. 6 a.m. The sun was rising, and the dew on the grass and the glass in the buildings were all sparkling, indicating that the morning was approaching. Chen Feng stretched lazily, feeling that all the fatigue from yesterday had been swept away. He sat up, closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body's abilities. He discovered that his special ability was still E-level, electric current. System, what's going on? Why hasn't my ability level increased even after I took 2 second-level ghost beads? Last time, I remember I only took 1 ghost bead, and my ability level evolved from F to E. Chen Feng frowned slightly and asked the system his questions. The difficulty of evolving superpowers increases linearly. To evolve an E-level superpower to a D-level superpower, you need 5 second-level ghost beads. Oh, alright. Although his ability level did not increase, Chen Feng felt that his cultivation speed seemed to have increased slightly. It seems these 2 second-level ghost beads are not completely useless. At this time, his stomach began to growl. Chen Feng took out a sandwich and a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. This is his breakfast. He unscrewed the milk bottle and poured half of it into his mouth. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Oh my god, who is banging on the door so early? Chen Feng was startled by the sudden knock on the door and accidentally spilled some milk on his pants. He opened the security door while wiping the milk off his pants with a tissue. What Chen Feng didn't expect was that outside the security door stood a stunning beauty. Chen Feng actually knew this beautiful lady. She was Su Bing, who had spoken up for him at the fire scene. Today, she wore a burgundy shortsuit as her top, a black base shirt underneath, and leather pants and black marten boots underneath. Compared with yesterday, it is less sexy and more cool. My name is Su Bing, and I'm the highest commander of the Dragon City Night Watch. Come with me. I'll take you to collect the reward for your bravery yesterday. Su Bing doesn't like to drag things out, so she went straight to the point and explained her purpose. Stopping the action of wiping the milk in his hand, Chen Feng asked, bonus? How much is it? If it's not much, I won't go to receive the prize. Please donate it for me. You know, the training time of a superpower is very precious. Before Chen Feng could finish, Su Bing interrupted him, 1,000 gold coins. Damn, so many. Chen Feng, sitting in the passenger seat of the jeep, and Su Bing, who was driving, drove towards the night watch base together. Chen Feng took a sip of the iced black tea handed to him by Su Bing. Su Bing suddenly asked quietly, by the way, do you reward yourself every morning? Even though you're a young man with a strong sexual stamina, if you only have 1 shot every day for a long time, you won't be able to handle it. Puff. Chen Feng directly spat out the iced black tea in his mouth. WTF? Did I just hallucinate? How could this cold beauty suddenly say such a thing? When I opened the door just now, I was wiping the milk off my pants. She must have misunderstood me. Listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. I accidentally spilled milk on my pants, and I was wiping it when you came. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Su Bing glanced at him through the rearview mirror. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she said, oh, so that's how it is. Chen Feng? 20 minutes later. Chen Feng and the other person arrived at the gate of the night watch base. There was an inspection exemption pass hanging in front of Su Bing's jeep, so she drove directly into the yard without any pause at the door. After the two got off the car, she asked Chen Feng to wait there for a while. She is going to park in the underground garage. After Chen Feng nodded, he stood under a locust tree in the yard, waiting for Su Bing to come back. The Night's Watch base is very grandly built, with tall buildings and all modern facilities. As Chen Feng was looking around, a gorgeous young man walked towards him. The young man was Su Weilong, and he was followed by Atosa Inu. Su Weilong's family spent a huge amount of money to help him get the qualification to visit the Night Watch base for 3 hours. Although he could only visit for 3 hours, it was enough for him to gain a lot of knowledge. After all matters within the Night Watch base are kept completely confidential from ordinary people. A few days ago, Chen Feng stole his limelight in the promotion exam, which made him hate Chen Feng with a vengeance. He swore that once he had the chance, he would take revenge on Chen Feng. A few seconds later, Su Weilong walked up to Chen Feng and shouted, "Chen Feng, why are you here? Could it be that you sneaked in by climbing over the wall?" Seeing that Chen Feng ignored him, he became even more rampant. Breaking into the Night's Watch base is a serious crime. You are finished, ha 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 ha. Chapter 39 Night Watch. God's natural enemy. Chen Feng glanced at Su Weilong, holding the back of his head, and said indifferently, "I was invited here to receive the bonus. I didn't expect to meet you again." What a bad luck. A civilian was invited to the Night's Watch base? Still receiving bonuses? Su Weilong didn't believe a word Chen Feng said. Who do you think you are to deserve an invitation from the Night Watch? Su Weilong scoffed. You really think you've become a big shot just because you passed the inner court exam? Let me tell you, the inner courtyard students have no standing in front of the Night Watch. At this moment, a security officer in black uniform happened to be patrolling here. The security guard held an explosion-proof fork in his hand, which was specifically used to deal with criminals. Su Weilong's brows immediately lit up. He waved his hand and said to the security guard, "Security officer, this kid has trespassed into the Night Watch base. Quickly, put him on a fork. Get him out of here." Hearing the voice, the security officer's eyes fell on Chen Feng. Because Chen Feng came in directly in Su Bing's jeep and did not register at the door. So the security officer really hadn't seen him. "Young man, this is the Night Watch base. It contains many top-secret files. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter without permission," the security officer said. "Come with me to the security room and explain." Just as Chen Feng was about to explain to the security officer, Su Weilong beside him could no longer hold back. How could he miss this great opportunity to take revenge on Chen Feng? Su Weilong bent down and said to the Tosa dog beside him, "Colonel, go and bite that kid named Chen Feng to death for me." Tosa Inu is an island dog breed, so Su Weilong gave it an island name. Woof! 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 The Tosa dogs barked continuously. The next moment, it opened its big mouth full of fangs and pounced towards Chen Feng to bite. How dare you let a dog bite someone in broad daylight? Seeing this, Chen Feng was not polite at all. He raised his right foot and kicked the Tosa Inu directly in the stomach. This kick was wrapped in armament hockey and was extremely powerful. There was a loud bang. The Tosa Inu didn't even have time to scream before Chen Feng kicked it in two, with blood flowing all over the ground. Seeing this, Su Weilong widened his eyes and his whole body trembled with anger. He pointed at Chen Feng and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you kick my colonel to death? Do you know how much effort and money I spent to buy it? Its life is much more precious than that of ordinary people like you." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 points of negative emotion value from Su Weilong. Chen Feng didn't know how much this Tosa dog was worth. But he only knew that he could not allow the dog to bite him. Moreover, Su Weilong compared the lives of dogs with the lives of civilians. This made Chen Feng sound very unhappy. Su Weilong's mind moved, and the SS level, Underworld Flame Spear, ability was instantly activated. In an instant, a ball of gray-brown flame wrapped around his body. The temperature was frighteningly high. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me." The furious Su Weilong was about to attack Chen Feng when he was suddenly stopped by a voice coming from afar. "Stop." I saw a cold and majestic lady walking towards them slowly. "This person is Su Bing. Chen Feng is my guest. If anyone dares to attack him," Su Bing said coldly, "I will take his life." Su Bing's words seemed to carry a sense of oppression. As soon as the words came out, the temperature around them seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. Su Weilong could clearly sense the strong aura of Su Bing. He put away his special ability and asked, "Who are you?" "Chen Feng and I have a personal grudge. I advise you not to stop me, otherwise." Su Weilong's father had taken him to meet many Night Watch executives, but he had never met Su Bing. Therefore, he speculated that Su Bing was just an ordinary commissioner. It was just a bluff. Because his family is wealthy, ordinary commissioners have to give him some face. Bang! Before Su Weilong could finish his words, Su Bing raised his hand and slapped him. It slapped him on the left side of his face. The slap was so powerful that it left a clear 5-finger mark on Su Weilong's face. "Fuck, you actually dared to hit me, I'm so..." Su Weilong bared his teeth, his eyes filled with anger, ready to activate his supernatural powers to attack Su Bing. Bang! Su Bing slapped him again, this time on the right side of his cheek. This time, Su Weilong was really angry to the extreme. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to activate his supernatural power, the security officer next to him directly stabbed him to the ground with a riot fork. "Boy, you actually want to attack the highest commander of the Night's Watch? That's because she's a big shot who doesn't bear grudges. Otherwise, even if you had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill you," the security officer said coldly. The security officer's fork actually saved Su Weilong's life. Otherwise, if Su Weilong really angered Su Bing, he would surely die. "What? Is she the High Commander of the Night's Watch?" Su Weilong opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. She looks only 26 or 27 years old. How did she get to this position when she's so young? At this point, Su Weilong regretted it too late. This time, he completely offended Su Bing. Not only him, but his entire family will probably suffer as well. Chen Feng followed Su Bing through a long corridor and arrived at her office. The decoration of the office is very simple. Apart from the hard furnishings, there are only some basic functional furniture. Su Bing sat down on the office chair, her two long, straight legs pressed together tightly. She said calmly, "Are you wondering why the office of the highest commander of the Night's Watch is so crowded? It's so simple and rustic, not luxurious at all." Chen Feng shrugged and refused to deny it. Su Bing smiled slightly. "The salary of a night watchman is very high. As the highest officer of the Dragon City branch, I get a salary of 2,000 gold coins a month, but I am a pragmatist. I don't like those fancy things." After saying that, Su Bing pressed a button at hand. The moment the button was pressed, the entire white wall behind her was pushed up. Afterwards, a new wall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The new wall was very rough, not even painted with white lime, but the things hanging on the wall made Chen Feng frown and look surprised. "What kind of creatures are those heads hanging on the wall? Are they vengeful ghosts?" Chen Fengfa asked. Su Bing stood up, looking at the heads of various shapes on the wall with a serious face. Obviously, these heads are her proud trophies. After a few seconds, she said in a deep voice, "It's not a vengeful ghost. The owners of these heads are the so-called gods, their chosen agents in the human world." "What? An agent chosen by God on Earth?" Chen Feng had no idea about this at all. He only knew that there were people with special abilities and vengeful ghosts in this world. "I've never heard of the existence of gods and gods' agents." Seeing Chen Feng's puzzled expression, Su Bing patted his shoulder and said, "It's normal that you don't know about the existence of gods. Because, often when they first appear, they are immediately eliminated by the Night's Watch. So, we, the Night's Watch, have another nickname, God's natural enemy." Su Bing said word by word. Chapter 40, Granted Divine Power, Agent of Death. Yongkang Hospital, Inghua Street. In Ward 104. On the white bed, a man in hospital gown lay. The medicine was being injected into his body drop by drop through the catheter. The man is very thin, which is caused by long-term malnutrition. The heart rate displayed on the instrument next to him was slowly returning to zero. Obviously, he will soon pass away. At this moment, a shadowy figure in a black robe appeared out of nowhere and sat quietly beside his bed. The black-robed figure crossed his fingers, lowered his head and said nothing. His appearance filled the entire room with the atmosphere of death and despair. The man discovered the presence of the black-robed figure. He struggled to open his eyes and asked, Who are you?" At this time, the black-robed figure smiled faintly and said, "You are full of the scent of death, I like it very much. I am Thanatos, the god of death and destruction." The man coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. You are the Grim Reaper? Thanatos exuded a deathly aura. Yes, I chose you from among billions of people. You possess unparalleled potential. Potential? The man covered his face with his skull-like hands. I don't have any potential. I haven't even awakened the lowest level F-level superpowers. That's why I get bullied everywhere. I'm a waste. Trash. When the man said the last 4 words, he spoke with extra force, as if he were having a last burst of energy. He stretched out his hand. Patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Become my agent and follow my will. I will grant you a power that surpasses all supernatural powers, divine power." The man took a deep breath. I do. After listening to Su Bing's introduction to the Night Watch, Chen Feng gained some new understanding of this world. Turn out to be. Things like God really exist. It was dusk. At this time, the two were sitting in a speeding jeep, and she planned to send Chen Feng back to the rental house. Squeak! When driving on a narrow mountain road, Su Bing slammed on the brakes without any warning. The car body shook violently for a moment and then stopped completely. By the way, aren't you a veteran driver with 10 years of driving experience? Chen Feng complained, why are your brakes so unstable? Su Bing pointed ahead. Looking in the direction Su Bing pointed, they saw 2 huge boulders blocking their way. The rolling rocks cut off the entire mountain road. Was it caused by a mudslide? Su Bing shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. It seems to be man-made. As the two were talking, a thin man with a black aura of death all over his body slowly walked out from the shadows. The man looked at the 2 people sitting in the car and laughed extremely creepily. He is the new death agent. Chuck, Night Watchman? The death agent's mouth had stretched to his ears due to his laughter. It seems that the degree of integration between this death agent and divine authority has reached over 30%. It's a tough target. While Su Bing was analyzing, he pulled out a dragon-patterned tang sword from behind the seat. The tang sword is about 150 centimeters long, pitch black, with a green dragon engraved in the middle of the blade. Chen Feng could tell at a glance that this knife was definitely not an ordinary one. This sword is called Qinglu. It is a sword that slays gods. So far, 7 agents of gods have died under its blade. Just stay in the car. This level of battle is not something a black iron rank can intervene in. After saying that, Su Bing pushed open the car door and got out calmly. Seeing Su Bing get off the car, the death agent extended his long tongue and licked his lips. Then he looked at Su Bing with a sick look and said, I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman among the Night Watchmen. It would be a shame to kill you. I might as well peel off your skin, chuckle, dry it and make a specimen. Su Bing's expression was calm, and he raised his beautiful eyes slightly as he said, Your divine power integration is very high, but unfortunately you are unlucky. I am the most capable Night Watchman in the entire Dragon City. You will be my 8th trophy. As he spoke, Su Bing's SS level, Blood Moon, ability was instantly activated. Without any hesitation, he clenched Qinglu's right hand and slashed out with a knife. Swish! A blood-red crescent sword energy cut through the ground and headed straight for the death agent's head. Su Bing is worthy of being the highest commander of the Dragon City Night Watch. The strength is really strong. After dozens of rounds, she remained calm, neither blushing nor fluttering. On the other hand, the death agent was covered in wounds and blood. If the fight continues, it is obvious who will win and who will lose. As expected of the most capable fighter among the Dragon City Night Watchmen, he's truly strong. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, the death agent set his sights on Chen Feng. I can't beat you, but can I beat the guy in the car? The death agent moved and came directly to the jeep. With a push of both hands, he pushed Chen Feng and the jeep off the cliff together. Su Bing didn't expect that the agent of death would attack Chen Feng when she came to her senses. The death agent had vanished from sight. Damn it, I was careless. Chen Feng is still in the car. After saying that, she also jumped off the cliff. The death agent was overjoyed when he saw the jeep that had been smashed into scrap metal. He finally got rid of one. You should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Just when the death agent was feeling proud, suddenly, there was a loud bang. The jeep door was kicked out. Countless silver lightning bolts flew out from the car and slowly gathered into a human shape. I'm not a pushover. Chen Feng pinched his fingers, and, you succeeded in irritating me. The death agent squatted down, stretched out his palm and pressed it to the ground. Swish, swish. The pitch-black abyss of death spread out with him as the center. The abyss of death is filled with soul-shaped ghost hands, as if they want to drag all things in the world into the underworld. Boy, that woman is at least at the star glory level. I really can't beat her. But even though I'm seriously injured now, killing you, a black iron rank warrior, is still as easy as crushing an ant. As he spoke, the death agent looked up and stared at Chen Feng with his eyes without whites. Chen Feng shook his head and said, "So, the God's agent is someone like you." 200 million volts. Thunder God descends. Now. 9-day thunderbolts pierced through the clouds and descended upon Chen Feng, forming a sea of thunder. Then, amidst the sea of thunder, a giant thunder-shaped figure slowly emerged. Chapter 41 Thor vs. Death. The thunder-shaped figure was about 3 meters tall, and he had just walked out of the sea of thunder. The surrounding birds and beasts fled in all directions, because they simply cannot withstand such terrifying pressure. The thunder shadow figure with silver blue light was Chen Feng, who was wrapped in countless thunders. At this time, every time Chen Feng took a step, a piece of scorched land would appear on the ground. Looking at Chen Feng, who was like Thor, the death agent looked solemn. Could it be that you were chosen by the thunder god, gained his divine authority, and became his agent? Otherwise, how could a mere black iron rank possess such powerful strength? The death agent roared. At this time, a breeze blew across the ground. Chen Feng looked at the death agent nonchalantly without answering his question. Boom! Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and silver blue lightning was entwined on the thunderclouds, as if they were about to hit the ground in the next moment. Chen Feng raised his hand gently. Then, a pillar of lightning struck directly at the location of the death agent. At this time, although the death agent was seriously injured, his strength was still around silver level. It wasn't a big problem to withstand Chen Feng's lightning column. When the smoke cleared, it was seen that the death agent's clothes had been shattered into shreds by the lightning pillar. The skin all over his body also changed from pale to charred black. Damn it, a mere black iron rank cultivator can actually wield such a powerful force. The death agent's eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment, he was also extremely angry. This is so fucking unreasonable. He stretched out his right hand and suddenly pulled it in the air, and a pitch-black lightsaber was pulled out of thin air. There was a ghostly aura coming out of the lightsaber, as if it was a dark sword from hell. Once hit by this sword, any living creature, no matter what kind, as long as it has life, will be slowly annihilated. Swish! The death agent moved. He leaped up and landed on Chen Feng's head. He raised the dark sword and chopped it towards Chen Feng's head. Today I want to see who is more powerful, you, the god of thunder, or the god of death. At this time, Chen Feng and the agent of death looked into each other's eyes. Through the silver blue lightning, it can be seen that Chen Feng's eyes are still as calm as water, without a trace of ripples. This is because Chen Feng has not yet used his full strength. The death agent is fast, but Chen Feng is even faster. Thor shave. The huge thunder-shaped figure suddenly disappeared. To the death agent's surprise, the rakeage appeared behind him. This move is the perfect combination of Chen Feng's thunder fruit ability and shave. Even with its huge body, its speed does not slow down. The death agent was not given any time to react. Chen Feng stretched out his giant thunder hand and grabbed the tiny body of the death agent tightly. If you look closely, you will find that the giant hand of thunder is also wrapped with black and purple armed color domineering. Then, the giant hand holding the death agent smashed directly to the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Countless pieces of gravel, grass, and trees were scattered everywhere. The body of the death agent was also smashed into pieces of flesh. Chen Feng released the ability of the thunder fruit and stood on the ground with both feet. He looked at the minced meat in the pit and muttered, "I wonder what kind of strength the god's agent would have in his prime." At this time, Su Bing finally arrived. Seeing that Chen Feng had no obvious external injuries, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. She held out her hand. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder and asked, "Did the death agent escape?" "It doesn't matter. He escaped. We can catch him later. As long as you are okay, that's all that matters." Chen Feng pointed to the large pit in front of him and said, "He didn't escape. That piece of flesh is the agent of death." Hearing this, Su Bing smiled slightly, while turning his head to look towards the big pit. "You mean, you killed the death agent? What a joke." That's a divine agent with a divine power fusion degree of 30%. How could he be killed by a black iron rank? When her eyes fell on the big pit, she was speechless for a moment. Because there was indeed a mass of minced meat in the pit, and Su Bing could sense that this mass of minced meat was slowly emitting the aura of death and destruction. This piece of minced meat, is it really an agent of death? Su Bing's voice was trembling, and his tone sounded very unbelievable. Guaranteed authenticity. Su Bing squatted down, checked the minced meat, and confirmed the identity of the agent. He said to Chen Feng, "Impressive. You might have become the youngest god slayer in the world. Although a god's agent isn't exactly a god, but the fact that you were able to kill him at such a young age is incredible." Although until now, Su Bing still doesn't believe that a black iron level psychic can kill the agent of God. But the facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. She thought about it again and it seemed to make some sense. After all, Chen Feng is the teacher's chosen disciple. Maybe he really has some supernatural power hidden in him. Chen Feng was slightly startled and whispered, "Well, actually, the main reason I was able to kill him was because you severely injured him. If he were in his prime, I wouldn't necessarily be his match." Su Bing patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said, "The process is not important. What matters is the result. The result is that you killed the agent of the god of death in the human world. Come on, follow me back to the Night's Watch base. As a god slayer, the Night's Watch will reward you with two things, the God Slayer Medal and the Acting Night's Watch Qualification Certificate." After the two walked away, three figures emerged from the shadows. If Chen Feng were here, he would recognize that the person standing in the middle was the dark little loli he had seen at the beautiful foot bathing city. The little girl complained, "Boss, why did we have to hide in the shadows just now? It was so uncomfortable. It's nighttime now, and visibility is limited. We just need to hide in the trees, right?" The shadowy figure she called boss reached out and knocked on the little girl's head, saying, "What do you know?" According to intelligence, the young man named Chen Feng has an exceptionally strong perception ability. Even if you hide out of his sight, he will find you. Another shadow said, "So mysterious? He's only a black iron rank. Do we really need to be so wary of him?" The boss made a silencing gesture. "Stop arguing and get down to business." After saying this, he bent down and stretched his arms into the shadow. Then he pulled out two tied-up humans from the shadows. The two men struggled frantically, their eyes filled with fear. Boom! Boom! He flung his hands, throwing the two civilians onto the shattered flesh of the death agent. The next moment, something strange happened. The two humans' bodies aged rapidly and turned into two skeletons in a few seconds. Meanwhile, the death agent's body pieced itself back together and he climbed out of the pit, his eyes now alive. "Lord Thanatos, the god of death and destruction, bestowed upon me the divine authority, controller of life and death and the cycle of reincarnation. As long as there are living things for me to draw life from, I am theoretically immortal." After seeing the death agent resurrected, the boss smiled. He extended his right hand and said sincerely, "Lord Death, congratulations on your rebirth. The Night's Watch is our common enemy. On behalf of the celestial cult, I invite you to join us. Together we can defeat the Night's Watch." Chapter 42. Chen Feng, know a billion points of physical skills. Late at night in the rental house. Chen Feng sat at the desk and opened the drawer. Then he casually put two things into the drawer, one was the God-slaying medal, and the other was the Acting Night Watchman Qualification Certificate. Both of these things represent supreme honor. It's something that many people with special abilities have been longing for their entire lives. After putting the things away, Chen Feng stood up and took the kettle to water the devil fruit tree. There's only one day left before the new nature-type devil fruit is due to be added to my account. I'm so excited. From the day he planted the devil fruit tree, Chen Feng also started to buy dozens of blind boxes. I have obtained many powerful treasures. But he never got a new devil fruit. Therefore, he now placed all his hopes on this devil fruit tree that was growing bigger and bigger. After all, a new natural devil fruit would increase his strength exponentially. Time flies. 2 days later. Early morning. Chen Feng opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. Today is the first day of school in the inner courtyard, and the devil fruit tree will bear fruit tonight. What a wonderful day. I got dressed and had a quick breakfast. Chen Feng pushed open the security door and walked down the stairs. On the street, a pink Maserati sports car caught the eyes of passers-by. This car is so beautiful. I'd be willing to live 10 years less if I could own one. Don't dream about it. Forget owning it. You'll never be able to sit on it in your lifetime. Because this sports car costs at least 50,000 gold coins. You can't afford it even if you sell your kidneys. Ah, this 50,000 gold coins, based on my salary, I would have to go without food and drink for 1,000 years to buy it. Chen Feng also thought that this sports car was very beautiful, so he unconsciously took a few more glances at it. Just as he was walking past the sports car, the window suddenly dropped down. Get in the car, Chen Feng. Hearing the voice, Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. As far as he can remember, he doesn't have any friends who can afford a top-of-the-line chartered car. Following the direction of the voice, I saw Tian Xian, wearing an inner school uniform, sitting in the driver's seat with a pair of top-notch black sunglasses on her face. She looks like a rich girl. Chen Feng bent down and the two men looked into each other's eyes. At this time, Tian Xian smiled charmingly and said, "Don't stare at me for a long time, otherwise you will fall in love with me. Come on in the car, brother." Chen Feng. After getting in the car, Chen Feng learned from Tian Xian that she was picking him up to go to school. As for the address of Chen Feng's rental house, Tian Xian silently memorized it after returning from Jellyfoot Massage Parlor that day. The pink Maserati is speeding on the road, giving you a strong sense of pushback. Chen Feng hummed a little tune and enjoyed himself comfortably. At this time, Tian Xian on the side suddenly asked, "Brother, I know you're big." "Bah, no, your powers are very strong. But I don't know how are your physical skills and reaction abilities." Chen Feng didn't know why Tian Xian asked this. He casually replied, "It's okay. I know a little bit of physical skills." Tian Xian smiled brightly and said, "I guess that your physical skills weren't that great. After all, no one is perfect. It's impossible to be strong in both physical skills and supernatural powers. That would be too unbelievable. But don't worry, sister has made preparations." After saying this, Tian Xian casually threw a book to Chen Feng. She said calmly, "Take advantage of the time on the road to read it carefully. It will help you with the entrance examination." Chen Feng was a little surprised. He picked up the book and glanced at the title, Introduction to Physical Skills and Body Movements. The entrance exam is divided into two parts. Will it test students' physical skills? Chen Feng casually flipped through the beginner's guide to physical skills and movement a few times, then closed the book and put it away. The physical skills and body techniques taught in the book are too basic. In comparison, the 6 styles of the Navy is much more advanced. Therefore, this book has no value at all to Chen Feng. Of course, physical skills and body techniques are required subjects for the placement test. This book took a lot of effort to buy for me. It's not easy. You must cherish it. You know, in this world, only wealthy families can learn physical skills. Many people can't even afford them. Hearing Tian Xian say this, Chen Feng felt a warmth flowing in his heart. He could feel that Tian Xian was really doing this for his own good. I really treat him as my younger brother. So he couldn't let Tian Xian down, so he quickly thanked her and carefully put the book into his backpack. Tian Xian, who was driving, glanced at Chen Feng. I found that he was not reading. Could it be that he knew that cramming at the last minute was useless, so he gave up? This one do. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 10 negative emotion points from Tian Xian. Tian Xian said to Chen Feng seriously, "Brother, you can't give up. Now, it's good to read some books and memorize some tricks in your head." Chen Feng stretched out his little finger, tickled his ear and said, "I have a good memory. I can memorize all the physical techniques in the book with just one glance. I think the inner college placement test won't be a big problem for me." Tian Xin. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the inner courtyard. After getting off the bus, Tian Xin and Chen Feng went to the new student registration office together. The new student registration area was crowded with people and noisy. Don't look at the crowds. In fact, most of these people are old students from the inner college, because there are only 10 students who have actually been promoted from the outer college to the inner college. When Chen Feng picked up the new student registration form and was about to fill in the information, only to find out that the welcoming specialist was actually Jiang Han. After filling it out truthfully, you can take the inner courtyard class placement test, Jiang Han said in a cold and royal sister voice. Before Chen Feng could respond, Tian Xian put her arm around Chen Feng's neck and said with a grin, "Yan, I'll leave my younger brother to you." I'll go to the examination hall's audience seats first and help you get a good seat, he 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 he. Come find me later. Jiang Yihan nodded slightly. The other 9 freshmen, seeing how the 2 senior students were taking such good care of Chen Feng, immediately looked at him with envy. It's such a wonderful thing to be taken care of by 2 beautiful senior students at the same time. At this moment, the bald student standing nearby became extremely jealous when he saw Chen Feng being favored by 2 beautiful women. Tian Xin and Jiang Yihan, these 2 top school beauties, are people he can never catch up with even in his dreams. So, he said indifferently, this kid named Chen Feng is of low level and has poor abilities. I guess I was lucky enough to get into the inner courtyard. The yellow-haired boy beside him echoed, of course he is. He'll be exposed in the placement test soon, and he'll definitely be assigned to the worst class. Listen to what the 2 said. Jiang Yihan's pretty face suddenly showed a hint of annoyance. Chapter 43. This speed is unimaginable. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Frost flowers formed on the ground and the tabletop. All of this was caused by Jiang Yihan activating the SS level supernatural power, Absolute Zero. The reason for activating the supernatural power is very simple. Jiang Yihan wants to teach Baldy and his little brothers a lesson and make them pay the price for their rude words. I have to say, the senior is good at getting along, and she really works hard when she has something to do. At the same time, Chen Feng filled out the registration form in his hand truthfully. He handed it to Jiang Yihan with both hands and said calmly, Senior, there's no need to get angry at this clown. They say these rubbish just to attract attention and grab everyone's attention. I'll just give them a good slap in the face with the facts later. Under Chen Feng's persuasion, Jiang Yihan also lifted his supernatural power state. Indeed, there is no need to argue with the clown. Seeing that Chen Feng was not angry. Instead, he was mocking him in a sarcastic way, which made the bald man feel a little aggrieved. It was as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Kid, you want to slap me in the face with facts? Dream on. The bald man stepped forward and said, Humph, everyone can brag. If you have the guts, take the class placement exam and get into the top 3. Without even raising his eyelids, Chen Feng said calmly, What will you do if I make it into the top 3? Hearing Chen Feng say this, the bald man couldn't help but burst into laughter. You? And you're in the top 3. Luck doesn't always favor fools. The bald man touched his shiny forehead and continued, If you can get into the top 3, I'll be your little brother for a year for free. I will follow your lead during this period. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you don't make the top 3, you can be my little brother for free, how about that? Chen Feng raised his head and glanced at the bald man, and found that the bald man's cultivation level was actually not low, with the strength of a bronze 5-star. No problem, it's a deal. Looks like I'll have to recruit a bronze 5-star minion right after I enter the inner courtyard. The class placement test, after all, is still an examination of students' physical skills. With the 6 styles of the Navy as a super physical skill, Chen Feng can easily get the top 3, let alone the first place. Baldy has confirmed that Chen Feng is the big brother. With his hands behind his back, Chen Feng hummed a little tune and walked leisurely towards the indoor examination room. A confident look. After seeing Chen Feng walk into the examination room, the younger brother beside the bald man reminded him, Brother, let's go to the audience seats and watch his live game. I can't wait to see his ugly side, ha 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 ha. The bald man waved his hand and said calmly, No rush. The freshman placement test involves crossing an obstacle course. You can't use your superpowers during this test. It's all about physical skills and agility. The quicker you reach the finish line, the higher your score. Based on that kid's ability, even if he were given 30 minutes, he wouldn't be able to reach the finish line. I'm thirsty, let's go buy 2 bottles of Coke first, and then we can slowly enjoy his embarrassing appearance. As he spoke, the bald man couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After taking Chen Feng as his younger brother, he could get close to Jiang Yihan and Tian Xin, the 2 school beauties. Thinking of this, the bald man felt secretly happy. Clang! 2 bottles of Coke fell out of the vending machine. The bald man unscrewed one of the bottles, took a few gulps, and then let out a long series of burps. On a hot summer day, drinking a bottle of iced happy water is such a wonderful thing. The younger brother next to him also took a sip and made the same exclamation. You too, are you enjoying your iced Coke? Sudden. A voice that was both strange and familiar came slowly from behind them. It's okay, quite comfortable, do you want to have a sip? The bald man froze in place before he could finish his words. because the person standing behind them was Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was calm and his eyes were peaceful. Even his breathing was extremely steady, not at all like someone who had just taken an exam. How did you come out so quickly? A look of panic appeared in the bald man's eyes. From the time you entered the examination room to now, it hasn't even been 3 minutes. The younger brother beside him reminded him, "Boss, is it possible that because his strength is too weak, the examiner thinks he can't pass the exam, so he was eliminated early?" The bald man thought about it and felt that what his younger brother said made sense. How could it be possible to pass the placement test in just 3 minutes? You should know that the fastest passing time for the class placement test, according to the school record, is only 5 minutes and 34 seconds. That was set by a freshman who was a bronze 3-star. Chen Feng guessed that the bald man would not believe him. So, he held up the prize he had won for breaking the school record, level 3 spiritual transformation juice, and showed it to the bald man. My clearance time was 2 minutes and 35 seconds, which broke the school record. So, the academy rewarded me with a bottle of 3rd-level spiritual fluid that can significantly improve my cultivation. After seeing the purple spiritual paste in Chen Feng's hand, the bald man panicked. Completely panicked. Chen Feng saw the spirit-transforming liquid in his hand at first sight. Such a treasure could only be obtained by breaking the school record. The bald man took out his cell phone tremblingly and checked the information on the college's official website. Really? The holder of the school record for the class placement test has become Chen Feng. Everything Chen Feng said was true. Snap. The bald man's cell phone fell to the ground. Then, his legs went weak and he knelt down unconsciously. It's over, barbecue is gone. He was a powerful 5-star bronze warrior, but he had to be a younger brother to a freshman of the iron level. If this gets out, I will be so embarrassed. But the bald man is also a person who was willing to accept defeat. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "I admit defeat. From today on, I, Zheng San, will be your little brother, Chen Feng." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Zheng San. When Chen Feng heard the bald man's name, he couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang San? Outlaw? At this time, Zhang San's younger brother couldn't hold it anymore. He hugged Zhang San and cried bitterly, "It's over. I've become a little brother." Woo woo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Wu, Delaware. Chen Feng touched his chin and said calmly, "Don't kneel on the ground, get up. From now on, you will know that being my, Chen Feng's, younger brother is not shameful. Follow me from now on, and I'll make sure you have a good life." Chen Feng ranked first and was assigned to the strongest class in the inner courtyard, the demon slaying class. Since it is the first day of school for freshmen, so there were no classes, the students were just allowed to familiarize themselves with the environment of the inner courtyard. Time flies. The sun sets and it is already evening. After school, Chen Feng rode a shared yellow bike and couldn't wait to drive to his rental house. Because he knew in his heart that tonight was the day when the devil fruit tree would bloom and bear fruit. The new natural fruit is finally going to be recorded, ha 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 ha. When passing a street corner. Sudden. Chen Feng felt a murderous aura coming towards him. He didn't have any time to react at all. A pool of purple-red liquid fell from the sky and was about to land on Chen Feng. Hiss. Chen Feng's body turned into a lightning shadow and flashed back dozens of steps, avoiding the attack. The purple-red venom was extremely corrosive. After Chen Feng dodged, the venom fell on the shared bicycle. Only a second later, the yellow shared bicycle was corroded into a pool of molten iron. After landing, Chen Feng shouted angrily, "The vengeful ghost behind the newsstand, get out here right now." The observation hockey locked onto the location of the vengeful ghost in an instant. The next moment, a humanoid ghost with tumors all over its body walked out from behind the newsstand. The intelligence is correct. Although you are at the iron level, your perception is even stronger than that of an average gold level. An interesting opponent. As it spoke, the cancerous ghost extended its long green tongue. P.S. My first show will decide my life or death tomorrow. Come on. Come on. Come on. Chapter 44: Swallowing the Frozen Fruit, Combat Power Soars. In the rental house at midnight. The sound of running water continued to come out from the bathroom. After Chen Feng washed the ghost's blood off his hands, he murmured to himself in the mirror, "The celestial god cult is ultimately a hidden danger. Chen Feng, it's time for you to destroy it." After that, his eyes gradually turned cold, and the murderous intent in them could no longer be concealed. Although the Tianqian sect located in Longcheng is not the headquarters, its combat power should not be underestimated. If Chen Feng wants to completely wipe out the Heavenly God sect, his current strength may not be enough. Then, Chen Feng took out the level 3 spiritual transformation juice awarded to him by the inner courtyard. He opened his mouth and swallowed it down in one breath. Regarding the spiritual transformation juice, Chen Feng had drunk a bottle of it before. Its function is to greatly improve the cultivation level of the psychic. However, when the drug takes effect, it will cause severe pain to the user. If the user's will is not strong enough, he or she may die from the pain. So, this elixir is like a double-edged sword and should be taken with caution. At this time, Chen Feng had just taken the soul-transforming juice when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if countless knives were cutting his abdomen at the same time. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and fought the pain with his willpower. After a while, the cramping feeling eased slightly. Just as Chen Feng was about to take a breath, suddenly, a ball of fire seemed to appear in his abdomen, burning his internal organs. Ah! Chen Feng gritted his teeth and couldn't help but scream. Finally, his vision went black and he passed out from the pain. When Chen Feng woke up again, it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. He struggled to get up from the floor, took off his sweat-soaked shirt and threw it aside. He closed his eyes and felt his current level of cultivation. Holy crap! I didn't expect the drug to be so potent. My cultivation level actually broke through to bronze 1 star. Not bad, not bad. With each star increase in the practitioner's level, their mental and physical strength will increase slightly. With each major rank upgrade, such as from iron to bronze, your mental and physical strength will increase significantly. Now Chen Feng's physical and mental strength are several times greater than before. By this time, the devil fruit tree should have produced fruit. Chen Feng muttered. He remembered that 10 days ago, around this time, he had planted the seeds of the devil fruit tree. Just walked into the bedroom. A gust of cold air hit me in the face. Fuck, why is it so cold? It feels like an ice cellar. Under the leafy devil fruit tree, a green fruit lay quietly. All the cold air emanates from it. Chen Feng held the green fruit in his hands. Suddenly, the biting cold penetrated his palms. Ding, the host probably doesn't know what kind of natural devil fruit this is, right? Actually, this is. Before the system could finish speaking, Chen Feng interrupted it directly. Even a fool can see that this is an ice fruit. System, you seem to be insulting my intelligence. Chen Feng said unhappily. Host has good eyesight. The negative effects of the frozen fruit have also been eliminated by the system, so you can consume it with confidence. Frozen fruit. In the world of pirates, it is the fruit of Admiral Akiji. It can give the eater the ability to control ice. Although its lethality is slightly weaker than that of the thunder fruit, its control ability is several levels higher than that of the thunder fruit. In general, it is one of the strongest natural devil fruits. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Then, without any hesitation, he ate the frozen fruit in big mouthfuls. Hiccup. Still the original recipe, still the familiar taste. It was still extremely unpalatable, even more unpalatable than the thunder fruit. Fuck, this is really, extremely unpalatable. Despite suppressing the urge to vomit, Chen Feng ate the frozen fruit completely. After eating, Chen Feng guzzled a bottle of Coke before he recovered. Akiji, it's really not easy for you. I feel your pain. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. At this moment, Chen Feng felt a burst of extreme coldness spreading throughout his body. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the feeling. At this moment, Chen Feng seemed to have become one with Han Bing. With a thought, the abilities of the thunder fruit and the ice fruit were both activated. The next moment, Chen Feng's left arm turned into silver blue lightning. The right arm turned into ice that was emitting wisps of cold air. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. I can now control both thunder and ice at the same time. With a big hand grabbing the void, a long sword made of ice appeared out of thin air in Chen Feng's hand. The ice sword is formed by condensing the moisture in the freezing air. Immediately afterwards, many silver blue high voltage arcs appeared on the ice sword. Chen Feng lowered his head and looked at the ice sword in his hand, feeling very satisfied. This power should be much stronger than the golden sword, and it is more flexible and convenient to use. Chen Feng commented. At this time, Chen Feng noticed that the big bud on the devil fruit tree trunk was still bulging. Could it be that there are more devil fruits inside? System, are there more devil fruits in the buds of the devil fruit tree? If there is, I will kill the tree to get the fruit. Reporting to the host, there are no more devil fruits in the devil bud. But in 2 days, the devil fruit tree will undergo a miraculous transformation, and at that time, it will bring massive benefits to the host. Amazing changes? A huge amount of benefits? Then I'd better wait a little longer. Chen Feng still has 100% confidence in the system. Therefore, Chen Feng did not insist on cutting open the devil's flower bud. Opening the wardrobe, Chen Feng changed into a dry black hooded sweater. Then he opened the security door and walked out. 2 hours later. Under the cold moonlight, there is a lake as calm as a mirror. Standing by the lake, you can hear the chirping of insects. Everything here seems so deserted and lonely. Despair. Chen Feng quietly landed in the middle of the lake. The next moment, the surface of the entire lake has undergone earth-shaking changes. With Chen Feng as the center, the area to his left quickly solidified into an ice surface. On the right side, after being injected with thunder, it turned into a glittering thunder pool. If you look closely, you will find that the area of the mine pool and the ice surface are basically the same. This is enough to prove how powerful Chen Feng's control over his supernatural powers is. I've practiced for 2 hours, but I still can't fully integrate these two powerful energies. But destroying the celestial god cult is enough. A gentle breeze blows. Chen Feng's hair swayed in the wind. Visible cold air and arcs of electricity surrounded him. He took out his cell phone and called the night watch base. Night watch base. Ding-a-ling. 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 In the duty room, the phone suddenly rang. The customer service representative picked up the phone and said in standard Mandarin, "Hello, this is the night watch base. How can I help you?" Chen Feng's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Gradually, the customer service representative who answered Chen Feng's call became increasingly panicked. What? Did I hear you wrong? You mean, you want to wipe out the celestial god cult alone? Please calm down. The celestial god cult is far more dangerous than you think. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't be impulsive. The customer service representative's voice was trembling. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. At the same time, Su Bing, who was on night shift tonight, happened to pass by the customer service specialist. She stretched out her right hand. He patted the customer service representative on the shoulder and said, "Specialist Zhang Xia, what happened? Why do you look so panicked?" Zhang Xia stood up and saluted Su Bing. Then he said, "Report to the commander, a man just called and told us to be ready. In 1 hour, we will go to the Tianqian cult base to clean up the battlefield and confiscate the spoils." After listening to what Zhang Xia said, Su Bing's cold face showed a smile. She sat on the sofa and stretched out her long legs in black stockings. Then, she spoke in a cold, royal voice, "You want to destroy the entire celestial god cult single-handedly? Commissioner Zhang Xia, don't panic. It's probably a harassing call from a child. Honestly speaking, with my strength, it would be difficult for me to destroy the celestial god cult single-handedly, let alone." Zhang Xia still looked nervous. She said seriously, "I feel that man is not joking." Su Bing's expression gradually became serious. Keep talking. Because that man was able to accurately reveal the exact location of the celestial god cult base, this kind of information. It's not something that ordinary people can obtain. After listening to Zhang Xia, Su Bing frowned. "Did he tell me his name?" Su Bing asked. "I told you, that man's name seems to be Chen Feng." What? Hearing this name, Su Bing's pupils suddenly dilated and her delicate body froze. How could it be him? A few days ago, Chen Feng had a battle with the death agent. Su Bing realized that Chen Feng's strength was not as simple as it seemed. But even if he has hidden a lot of strength, it's not enough to destroy the celestial god cult single-handedly. I now believe that this man really intends to destroy the celestial god cult single-handedly. Quick! Commissioner Zhang Xia, quickly contact all departments of the Night Watch and assemble them. Goal: go to the celestial god cult base and pick up Chen Feng. Yes. After receiving the order, Zhang Xia ran directly to the liaison department. Su Bing himself quickly walked to the door of the Night Watch's highest command room. After iris recognition, the door of the command room slowly opened. Without any hesitation, Su Bing ran directly to the command position and pressed the red button. When this red button is pressed, on behalf of the entire Dragon City Night Watch branch, we are entering Level 1 alert. 1 minute later, all the Night's Watchmen have assembled and are ready to go. Su Bing stood on the command platform, overlooking the ironclad Night Watchmen below. He announced loudly, "Get on the bus immediately and set off." "Yes, sir." All the Night Watchmen spoke in loud, clear voices, in unison. It is like the sound of a Huangjong bell, resounding through heaven and earth. The next moment, the Night Watch's jeep convoy lined up in a line and drove towards the Celestial God cult base in a mighty manner. In a jeep, the Night Watchmen sitting in the back seat were discussing tonight's actions. "Do you know the reason for the sudden action tonight? I heard that there seems to be an acting commissioner named Chen Feng who single-handedly attacked the Tianjin cult base. We have to rescue him." What an ignorant brat. Challenging the Celestial God cult alone is simply courting death. Yes, it is said that Chen Feng has a very good relationship with our commander Su. That is why we are all going out to rescue him. Hey, I hope I won't be implicated by this kid. Late at night, there is an uninhabited area near Yashan. Not only people, but even birds and animals are very rare on the entire mountain. Yashan is a very steep mountain, easy to defend but difficult to attack. Because of this, the Night Watch has been unable to destroy the Tianjin sect base on the top of the mountain. And at this moment, Chen Feng has arrived at the foot of Yashan Mountain alone. The wind here is extremely strong. A gentle breeze makes Chen Feng's clothes sway. From a distance, Chen Feng looked like a lone hero. His purpose was clear: he would single-handedly charge up Yashan Mountain and storm into the Tianjin cult base. Damn it, completely eradicate this hidden danger of the Celestial God cult. Lay shave. Whoosh. Chen Feng suddenly disappeared, and the next second, his figure was already 100 meters away. Thunder Shave is a new move developed by Chen Feng after combining the shave in the 6 styles with the Thunder Fruit. When using this move, Chen Feng's speed will be increased to the extreme, close to the speed of light. Now, the big-headed ghost standing on guard on the high tower couldn't see Chen Feng's figure clearly at all. I just felt a flash of lightning. Was I dazzled just now? Why did it feel like something flashed past my eyes? The big-headed ghost rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, a blue jackdaw suddenly charged towards it. Without waiting for the big-headed ghost to react, the jackdaw bumped into it. Crack, crack, followed by a crisp sound. The big-headed ghost was frozen into a transparent ice sculpture. A few seconds. Chen Feng rushed to the middle of the mountain. Wherever he passed, all the resentful ghosts around him were frozen by him. Gradually, Chen Feng slowed down his pace because he realized that although Thunder Shave was fast enough, it also consumed a lot of physical strength. He planned to save some energy for the upcoming battle. So he decided to walk from halfway up the mountain to the top. At this moment, with a whoosh, a blood-red dagger flew towards his head. Chen Feng tilted his head slightly and dodged it easily. Boy, the front is the forbidden land of my Tianjin sect. If you dare to take another step forward, you will die. Before he finished speaking, a vengeful ghost dressed in red and dressed as an assassin flashed in front of Chen Feng. The red-dressed ghost has a voluptuous and graceful figure, and the tight cheongsam shows off her perfect body to the fullest. It's a pity that she was wearing a red veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Chen Feng could sense from the aura on her body. This red-clothed ghost is quite powerful, and may have reached the middle stage of the 3rd level. In the past, this would have been a tough opponent. However, Chen Feng now has 2 natural fruits, and his cultivation level has reached bronze 1 star. In front of him, the 3rd level ghost is. It seems a little bit lacking. P.S. Hey everyone, I have my debut show tomorrow, I'm so nervous. Omega Omega. Chapter 45, Unstoppable. Faced with the warning from the red-clothed ghost, Chen Feng did not take it seriously. He didn't even raise his eyelids and walked straight towards the red-clothed ghost. Every step you take, the coldness emanating from Chen Feng became even stronger. Icy footprints also formed on the ground. Seeing this, the red-clothed ghost's face instantly became serious. It had never imagined that this 1-star bronze invader would actually dare to ignore it. Hateful. Intruder, you seem to possess a high sequence ice and snow ability, if that is your only trump card. You're done here. As soon as the words fell, the red-clothed ghost attacked like lightning, and the bloody dagger in his hand stabbed directly at Chen Feng's neck. The speed is so fast that it is unavoidable. Unexpectedly, facing the sudden attack, Chen Feng did not dodge. Instead, he let the dagger pierce his neck. Success! The red-clothed ghost laughed grimly and said proudly. However, the next moment, the pupils of the red-clothed ghost suddenly dilated, as if it had seen something terrifying. There was no blood flowing from the place where Chen Feng's neck was stabbed. Instead, it turned into a piece of ice. Your body becomes one with the elements of nature. Are you a demigod? No, that's absolutely impossible. Judging from your aura, you're only a bronze 1 star. Chen Feng smiled contemptuously and did not answer the red-clothed ghost. Then he stretched out his icy fingers and clamped the blood blade dagger. Then, Chen Feng whispered, freezing moment. Swish! A string of ice spread directly along the dagger to the body of the red-clothed ghost, and it didn't even have time to make a surprised expression. It was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Looking at the ice sculpture that was filled with cold air, Chen Feng murmured, a third-level vengeful ghost is different. Its body is completely frozen, yet it's not dead yet. Then try this. After saying this, Chen Feng raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! God's judgment. Suddenly, a narrow silver-blue pillar of lightning pierced through the clouds and fell from the sky. It fell squarely on the ice sculpture of the red-clothed vengeful ghost. After the lightning, a crack suddenly appeared on the ice sculpture, and the crack quickly spread in the blink of an eye. Snap! 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 After a crisp sound, the red-clothed vengeful ghost wrapped in it shattered into pieces along with the ice. When the wind blows, they scatter messily on the ground. Third-level ghost. For the previous Chen Feng, it was an extremely troublesome existence. Even if you try your best, you may not be able to defeat it. Now, unexpectedly, it was ruthlessly killed in just half a minute. After swallowing the frozen fruit and the level 3 spiritual transformation serum, my combat power has indeed skyrocketed. Very good, very energetic. Under the cold moonlight, Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the top of Yashan Mountain. Like the god of death. At the same time, on the winding mountain road, the Night Watch jeep convoy is speeding towards Yashan. Squeak! Suddenly, it was as if the pause button was pressed. The entire convoy stopped without any warning. Then, several Night Watch executives in black combat uniforms got out of the jeep and gathered together for an urgent discussion. Su Bing, who was sitting in the first jeep, clenched his fist and hammered the steering wheel. Then he said angrily, "Damn it, the situation is urgent. I really don't know what these senior executives are discussing. If you ask me, we should have wiped out the celestial god cult branch long ago. Tonight is the perfect opportunity." Commissioner Zhang Xia, who was sitting next to him, handed Su Bing a bottle of water. He consoled her, "Sir, this incident did happen quite suddenly, and the higher-ups were concerned about the safety of the entire Night's Watch base. That's why we're suspending our operations. Don't be too angry." Su Bing had no appetite to drink water at all. She suddenly opened the car door and walked towards the Night Watch leaders. At this time, the 3 senior executives all frowned when they saw Su Bing walking towards them. The older senior officer said, "Commander Su, the Dragon City Night Watch branch is not ruled by your one-man show. Sending all combat personnel to support a deputy Night's Watchman seems a bit against the rules." "That's right. If we act rashly, we are likely to suffer huge losses." Another high-ranking official took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let me be frank. What kind of combat power can a deputy Night's Watchman have? He went to the celestial god cult base alone. He's just going to die. It's a waste of time. We don't need to join him. Even if we want to wipe out the celestial god cult, we must take a long-term approach." Before the senior executives could finish their words, Su Bing was already furious. She pulled out the Qinglu directly and thrust it diagonally into the ground. Then, he said angrily, "Enough. Night's Watch, if you can't even protect your own men, how can you expect to protect millions of civilians? Since the first day the organization was founded, we have never abandoned any of our brothers. Acting Night Watchman Chen Feng is no exception. Any losses incurred during this operation will be solely my responsibility. After overcoming all objections, Su Bing got the entire jeep fleet started again. This time, no one dared to raise any objection. All the jeeps were driven at full speed, hurtling through the night, their destination the Tianqian cult base. A majestic Gothic, dark-style building sits on the top of Yashan Mountain. That is the base of the Tianqian sect. The ghostly aura of Senro emanated faintly from it from time to time. Ordinary people would probably be frightened to death if they saw it from a distance. Because 80% of the terrifying vengeful ghosts in Dragon City are gathered there. Swish! A blood-eyed black crow glided into the base with a sharp sound of wind. Then, quietly landed on the shoulder of a giant vengeful ghost. This giant vengeful ghost is named Xia Xian. It is 3 meters tall and as strong as an iron tower, with a pointed mask on its face like a plague doctor. However, the most eye-catching thing is the bloody barbs on its 2 huge arms. Xian Xia gently stroked the blood-eyed black crow and said calmly, "I heard that an invader has reached Yashan. I guess he has been killed by the red-robed ghost by now." Before Xuanxie finished speaking, a scout ghost pushed open the gate of the base and ran in hurriedly. Scout Ghost knelt on one knee, his face filled with fear as he said, "My dear officers, this is bad. Lord Red Robe has been knocked down. At this moment, the invaders are unstoppable and no ghost can stop them. I'm afraid they're about to attack the mountaintop base." What? Shi Yi was actually killed? In an instant, panic appeared on the faces of all the resentful ghost cadres. Shi Yi is considered to be of upper middle strength among all the cadres, so how could he be defeated in such a short time? Isn't the invader an unknown guy? How can there be such powerful strength? P.S. There will be another chapter later. I am typing like crazy. Thank you all for your support, gifts, and reminders. I have to work during the day and stay up late to write at night, so I can only update 2 chapters a day at the moment. Updates will be added from time to time. Chapter 46, This is a bronze star? It's too strong. After hearing the information from the scout ghost, the faces of the ghost cadres all changed. At this moment, dozens of dark shadows quickly gathered in the center of the base. These shadows slowly gathered together to form a human-shaped vengeful ghost. The name of the humanoid vengeful ghost is Shadow Demon, and he is the branch leader of the celestial god religion. The strength is at the peak of the 3rd level. The Shadow Demon had an idea. Whoosh! A long, dark shadow arrow quickly gathered behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, driven by its will, the long black arrow shot out. Directly blast the scout ghost into pieces. How dare you disrupt our army's morale? You deserve to be killed. Shadow Demon said in a deep voice, he's just a 1-star bronze psychic. How the hell can he be? Besides, with Lord Death now in charge of the church, even if all the Night's Watch were mobilized, they might not be able to gain an advantage. Shadow Demon finished speaking. All the resentful ghost cadres present fell silent. They thought about it and realized that what Lord Shadow Demon said made sense. After all, his strength is only bronze 1 star, so even if he has SSS level supernatural powers, it won't be that powerful. Maybe Shi Yi was killed because of carelessness. The next moment, the cadre's eyes became fanatical again. Obviously, Shadow Fiend's action of killing the scout ghost brought the situation back under control. The Shadow Demon folded his arms and smiled with satisfaction. Tonight, I will kill this invader. Before I finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud noise at the gate area, and all the resentful ghost cadres turned their heads to look. Boom! The 2 doors were smashed into pieces by a figure of lightning. Before the resentful ghosts could show any panic, Shen Feng's figure flashed in front of the Shadow Demon. At this moment, Shen Feng's face was stern and his hair was flying. Arcs of electricity and cold air swirled around his body. The Shadow Fiend met his eyes. The Shadow Demon was stunned. After a moment, Chen Feng said contemptuously, "You want to kill me with your own hands?" Shadow Fiend Sigma A. As fast as lightning. Chen Feng's speed just now was so fast that the resentful ghost cadres couldn't see him clearly. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Feng appeared. It's like teleporting. All the resentful ghost cadres present had the same doubts in their hearts. Is this a bronze 1-star psychic? Are you kidding me? This is too strong. If you say he is a gold star, I will believe it. The Shadow Demon came to his senses and retreated several steps. He then said in a deep voice, "Intruder, judging from your aura, your cultivation level is only bronze 1 star. But, why do you have such extraordinary power? Could it be that you have also been granted divine power by the gods?" In Shadow Demon's cognition, there seems to be only one reasonable explanation for the extraordinary power that Chen Feng possesses. As for the devil fruit and the Navy 6 styles, these things are far beyond its cognition. Chen Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. It was already around 3 o'clock in the morning. He wants a quick victory. After all, I have to get up early tomorrow and go to class in the inner courtyard. Extreme freezing moment. As soon as Chen Feng raised his hand, a chill instantly spread out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, countless ice blocks covered 70% of the Tianqian cult base. More than a dozen resentful ghost cadres, with their mouths wide open, were all frozen in the ice. The practice time is too short and my skills are not proficient enough, so I only froze 70% of the area. Chen Feng muttered to himself. It's only 70% of the area. All those present are vengeful ghosts above level 3, and some are at the peak level 3. You froze more than a dozen people with one move, and you still say you are not skilled enough? Who are you looking down on? They dared not hesitate any longer. The resentful ghost cadres who were not frozen all had dark lines on their faces. They each activated their special abilities and rushed towards Chen Feng. No one dares to hold back even a bit of their strength. Because they knew that the Chen Feng standing before them was definitely more than just a 1-star bronze. Even if everyone attacked at the same time, the chances of winning wouldn't be very high. At this time, Chen Feng raised his lips slightly and murmured, "Ice Age." At the same time, the Night Watch's jeep convoy finally arrived at the foot of Yashan. Since we had to climb a mountain road next, the car speed gradually slowed down. The most anxious person is Su Bing. Because Chen Feng is not only her subordinate, but also her junior brother. Although I am still in the probation period and have not really become a disciple. Sudden. Commissioner Zhang Xia interrupted her thoughts. "Sir, look, there's an ice sculpture over there." Looking in the direction Commissioner Zhang Xia pointed, sure enough, there was a glittering ice sculpture standing there. If you look closely, you'll find a vengeful ghost sealed inside the ice sculpture. Slowly, ice sculptures of frozen ghosts appeared one after another, more and more. Commissioner Zhang Xia said, "Sir, do you think these ice sculptures could be Chen Feng's masterpieces? Since he dared to go to the Heavenly God sect alone, it is only natural that he has such strength." Su Bing shook his head. He said lightly, "Chen Feng's ability is lightning related and does not have the ability to freeze. So, these resentful ghosts should not have been frozen by him. Could it be that there is another peak level expert here tonight?" The Night Watch convoy went up the mountain without encountering any obstructions. Because all the resentful ghosts along the way were sealed by Chen Fengbing. Finally reached the top of the mountain. Su Bing picked up Xinglu, got out of the car quickly, and then hurriedly ran towards the Tianqian sect base. She wanted to know Chen Feng's safety as soon as possible. After running a few steps, Su Bing suddenly felt a chill. She thought to herself, "It shouldn't be like this. It's summer now. Even if the wind is strong at the top of the mountain, it shouldn't be this cold." Suddenly he looked up and gazed into the distance. Su Bing finally saw clearly that the building in front of him was called the Tianqian Religion Base. Now, it has turned into an ice city. Silver blue high voltage arcs were flashing within the ice. Su Bing was slightly startled and murmured, "Could it be that the ice god, DNE, has descended upon the earth? P.S. Thank you all for your follow-up and support. Without you, this book would not have been possible to write until now. Thank you." Chapter 47 Death Agent, Breaking the Ice. To his surprise, Su Bing had already entered the ice city. If the one who destroyed the celestial god cult tonight was a peak ice and snow expert, not Chen Feng. So, why did Chen Feng call them and ask him to come and clean up the battlefield? Strangeness. With doubts, Su Bing scanned the surrounding ice. It was discovered that all the resentful ghost cadres were frozen in it. What a powerful ice and snow ability this is. But, in the vast icy sea, she still did not find any trace of Chen Feng. Could it be that he didn't come at all tonight? Chen Feng didn't come. This news made Su Bing feel mixed emotions. The reason for being happy is that Chen Feng did not appear on the battlefield and would not be in danger. She was angry because she felt like she was being played by Chen Feng. At the same time, There was a sound of hurried footsteps. The senior leaders also led all the Night's Watch fighters into the Ice City. Looking at the overwhelming ice all around, everyone's pupils shrank and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Could all this have been done by that deputy night watchman? A high-ranking member of the Night's Watch speculated suspiciously. The older Night Watch leader waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. On the way here, I read Chen Feng's files. The ability he awakened is F level, weak electricity, not an ice or snow ability at all. Furthermore, his cultivation level is only bronze 1 star. From any perspective, even Chen Feng couldn't possibly release such terrifying ice." As the words fell, the senior executive strode up to Su Bing. He held his head high and said with a smug look on his face, "Commander Su, a single misjudgment is not a big deal. After all, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't ever make decisions based on a phone call from an unknown person again. Otherwise, if the Night's Watch headquarters finds out, it will be difficult for you to do anything." The words of the older senior executive seemed to be comforting Su Bing. In fact, he was mocking her in a sarcastic way. Originally, based on seniority, it should have been the turn of this older senior executive to serve as the highest commander of the Dragon City Night Watch branch. But just one day before he was about to be promoted, Su Bing was suddenly parachuted in because of his outstanding military achievements. Took his place. Therefore, the older senior executives hated Su Bing with all their might, and naturally would not let go of the opportunity to ridicule her. Su Bing had a gloomy face and said nothing. Could it be that? Did I really trust Chen Feng wrongly? At this moment, in the shadow of the back door, Chen Feng walked out slowly with one hand in his pocket. "Wow, how come so many people come here all of a sudden when I'm just peeing? By the way, does it really take so many people to clean up the battlefield?" Seeing Chen Feng appear, all the night watchmen present were slightly startled. Only Su Bing walked quickly to Chen Feng's side, put his hands on his shoulders and asked, "Are you hurt? You are too reckless to charge into the celestial god cult base alone." Su Bing's tone sounded a bit harsh, but one could feel that she was really worried about Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes were calm and he said confidently, "Thank you, Commissioner Su Bing, for your concern. I'm not injured. I'm not being reckless. I truly have the confidence to wipe out the celestial god cult on my own. After all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Chen Feng has strong strength, so he naturally has strong self-confidence. He is fearless." After saying this, Su Bing suddenly stuck his head out and looked behind Chen Feng, as if looking for something. Chen Feng was a little confused and asked, "Commissioner Su Bing, what are you looking for? Do you want me to help you find it?" Su Bing asked, "Where is that, the peak ice and snow expert who fought with you?" In Su Bing's cognition, everything that happened on Yashan, including the frozen heaven god cult base, this was all done by a peak ice and snow expert. That's why she went looking for the figure of the peak ice and snow master. Hearing Su Bing say this, Chen Feng was a little at a loss. A powerful ice and snow expert? Where did this powerful ice and snow expert come from? Tonight, from beginning to end, there has been no strong ice and snow type warriors. Apart from the resentful ghosts all over the mountain, I am the only human. Chen Feng's explanation was heard by all the night watchmen around him. Now, it's the turn of the night watchman to be confused. Su Bing said in disbelief, "You mean to say, all the resentful ghosts on Yashan were frozen by you alone? And this ice city is also your masterpiece?" Chen Feng stretched out his right hand. He patted Su Bing's shoulder and said, "If it wasn't me, could it be Grandma Li who froze it?" Su Bing was slightly stunned. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 negative emotion points from Su Bing Dian." After swallowing, Su Bing asked again, "You mean to say that you really single-handedly wiped out the entire Tianqian sect branch in half an hour? You know, this kind of record is hard for even me to achieve." At this time, not only Su Bing, but all the night watchmen around him were shocked. "What are you doing?" A bronze 1-star, F-class psychic destroyed the celestial god cult base in half an hour. "What Arabian Nights?" Chen Feng yawned and said nonchalantly, "If I didn't destroy the Tianqian sect, how could it be destroyed by Grandma Li?" After hearing Chen Feng's answer, Su Bing's face was full of black lines. My body couldn't help but tremble. This guy is real leather. Why did you get into trouble with Grandma Li today? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 10 negative emotion points from Su Bing. At this moment, the experienced high-ranking official in black suddenly shouted at Chen Feng, Commissioner Chen Feng, please stop talking nonsense. I've read your file, and you've clearly awakened an F-rank lightning ability. No matter how powerful you develop it, or how well you use it, you can't release ice. Don't make up stories just to win military honors. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said coldly, who said it's impossible? Soon. He stretched out his right hand, and the ability of the ice fruit was activated instantly. Then, an ice bird suddenly appeared in his palm. What is an instant slap in the face? This is called an instant slap in the face. Seeing the crystal clear ice bird, the senior executive's pupils suddenly contracted and his body staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably. Because the ground was covered with ice and was very slippery, he almost fell down on his butt. How is this possible? You clearly awakened a lightning ability, so why can you release ice? That's unreasonable. Chen Feng has not responded yet. Sudden. Behind everyone, there was a series of ice-cracking sounds. Snap. 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 Suddenly, a black figure broke through the ice and landed on the platform in front of everyone. The black figure was surrounded by the aura of death and destruction. It was like a demon just crawling out of hell. Su Bing took a closer look. The figure before him turned out to be the one who had been pronounced dead a few days ago, the Death Agent. Chapter 48, In the Name of Green Law, Cutting Off Immortality. Looking at the Agent of Death standing alive on the platform, Su Bing frowned. As an experienced night watchman, she already had a rough idea in her mind. An agent endowed with the divine power of the god of death. He should have mastered the power of reincarnation and immortality. This is how he was resurrected from a pile of broken flesh into his true form. But at this moment, all the Night's Watch fighters in Dragon City are present. Even if he possesses the power of immortality, he will be killed. Almost at the same time, all the Night's Watchmen drew their weapons and immediately assumed attacking stances. Their movements were in unison, showing that they were extremely well trained. Commissioner Chen Feng, you will see how the Night's Watch fights next. I hope you can learn some combat experience. This will be helpful for your future combat. Commissioner Zhang Xia, who was standing not far away, said to Chen Feng. The battle between the Night's Watch and the God's agents is not something that ordinary people can easily witness. So, she thought this was an excellent learning opportunity for Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained silent, staring at the Death Agent thoughtfully. You managed to escape from my Ice Age. It's so unexpected. Chen Feng muttered softly. The next moment, a long ice sword suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Swish! With a flash of cold light, Chen Feng appeared behind the Death Agent, maintaining a very handsome slashing motion. Just a moment ago, Chen Feng moved at lightning speed. He slashed the Death Agent's neck with an icy sword. The speed is so fast. Night's Watchman below the silver level couldn't see clearly at all. After the neck was cut, endless blood gushed out instantly. The ice on the ground was dyed red. Surprisingly, there was no expression of pain on the Death Agent's face. Boy, don't you understand? Lord Thanatos, the god of death and destruction, bestowed upon me the divine authority, controller of life and death and the cycle of reincarnation. As long as there are living beings in this world, I will not die. He. As soon as the words fell, the Night's Watch fighter closest to the Death Agent seemed to have his lifespan drained away and was rapidly aging. Until it turned into a dried corpse. At the same time, the wound on the Death Agent's neck began to heal rapidly. Seeing this situation, the Night Watchmen around them quickly took several steps back and distanced themselves from the Death Agent. Damn it, his divine power can actually forcibly drain human lifespan. Don't approach him rashly. Su Bing commanded. When fighting with Su Bing that day, the Death Agent had just obtained the divine power. Therefore, the degree of integration of divine power is not very high. Many abilities cannot be used as desired. Now, after 3 days of deep integration, the degree of integration between the Death Agent and the Death God's divine power has reached 45%. Almost 50%. You should know that how much the divine power integration degree can be improved is determined by the potential of the God's Agent. Once the degree of fusion exceeds 50%, the God's Agent will develop a demigod body. By then, ordinary weapons will be unable to harm them. Chen Feng's figure flashed and came to Su Bing. In just a moment, Chen Feng understood that under the immortal god's power, Ordinary weapons seem unable to kill the Death God's agent. So, he now needs to borrow Su Bing's god-slaying sword, Qinglu. Each god-slaying sword carries a curse from a god. The curse gave the god-slaying sword extraordinary power. The curse of Qinglu is cut off the immortality. Commissioner Su Bing, can you lend me your god-slaying blade, the Green Law? Chen Feng stared at the death agent and whispered, I've heard long ago that the curse in the Green Law is to sever immortality. With Su Bing's strength, he can now rush forward and kill the Death God's agent with his own hands. But she didn't do that. Because he was very curious about the upper limit of his junior fellow apprentice's combat power. Without even raising his eyelids, Su Bing threw the Qinglu directly to Chen Feng. The god-slaying sword demands very much of its user. If your physical skills aren't strong enough, you'll likely suffer a backlash. After all, only the strong are worthy of divine weapons. Su Bing reminded softly. Chen Feng caught the Qinglu and swung it forward violently. Suddenly, a sharp blade energy suddenly appeared. Cut a deep crack in the ice in front of him. As expected of a god-slaying sword, it's truly extraordinary. Chen Feng has eagle eyes unparalleled swordsmanship, so how could he not get the recognition of Qinglu? The next moment, Chen Feng waved the Qinglu. He dodged straight towards the death agent and slashed wildly. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Su Bing murmured, I didn't expect that in just a short while, Qinglu would recognize Chen Feng. How much strength does my junior fellow apprentice have hidden? Chen Feng's swordsmanship is strong and his moves are fast. After a few rounds, several knife scars deep enough to see the bone were left on the death agent's body. The death agent lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his body that was slowly bleeding. Instead of getting angry, he laughed and said, Foolish night watchman, don't you understand? I have been granted divine authority by the god of death, and I am immortal. Don't waste your energy. You simply can't. Before I finished speaking, the death agent noticed something was wrong with his body. He found that his wounds could not heal. Not only that, his divine authority fusion degree is actually slowly decreasing. Damn it! What's going on? What on earth have you done to my body? The death agent roared hysterically at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's face was calm, his body slightly bent forward, and in an instant, he swung out a knife. A black arc-shaped afterimage suddenly appeared in the air. Plop! The head of the death agent was cut off and fell to the ground. Chen Feng gently stroked the blade of Qinglu. Wipe away the blood. Then, he opened his lips slightly and said in a cold tone, In the name of Green Law, I will cut off the immortality. P.S. Thanks to everyone who has been following the updates, thank you for your gifts and for urging me to update. Finally, I'm here to shamelessly ask for a 5-star review. Carrot. Chapter 49, Refining Divine Blood and Forging Hegemony. With all the night watchmen watching, Chen Feng killed the death agent with one blow in a super cool pose. This time, all the night watchmen present were shocked. In an instant, the entire ice city was silent. This Commissioner Chen Feng not only has powerful supernatural powers, but also has superb swordsmanship. It can be said that both abilities are at the ceiling level. The future is limitless. At this time, the older Night's Watch leader thought silently in his heart. I have to establish a good relationship with him now. Thinking of this, the older executive walked quickly to Chen Feng, extended his right hand in a friendly manner and said, Young friend Chen Feng, I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, would have such extraordinary strength. Heroes truly emerge from youth. I was just too blind. Our Night's Watch organization is in desperate need of talents like you. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had no interest in talking to the senior executive. Because he felt that this Night's Watch leader was too quick to change his attitude and too hypocritical. He passed by without paying any attention to the Night's Watch leader. This made him blush and instantly become socially devastated. The senior executive withdrew his right hand with great embarrassment and rubbed his sweat-soaked palms. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 8 negative emotion points from Takata Roan. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 8 negative emotion points from Takata Roan. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 8 negative emotion points from Takata Roan. Walking to Su Bing's side, Chen Feng suddenly saw a series of system prompts. In a moment, he thought of the Night Watch executive whose handshake he had just refused. Wow, you are so angry? I just ignored you. Don't be so angry. Commissioner Su Bing, that knife move I just made, was it cool? Chen Feng asked Su Bing with a smile. Yeah, very handsome. Handsome, indeed handsome enough. But Su Bing didn't know why Chen Feng asked this. So, a magic weapon is for a hero. Why don't you give me the green law? I feel like this god-slaying sword is quite suitable for me. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Su Bing immediately covered his mouth and smiled. Oh, so you were waiting for me here. This junior brother actually set his sights on me, Xing Lu. She stretched out her jade finger and lightly tapped Chen Feng's forehead. Su Bing said in a clear and elegant voice, although the god-slaying sword, Xing Lu, is powerful, it may not be the most compatible with you. Don't worry. You single-handedly wiped out the celestial god cult branch this time. As a reward, I can take you to the Night Watch's Divine Weapon Pavilion during your weekend break. There's the world's strongest blacksmith there. He'll custom make a magical weapon just for you. Personal customization from the strongest blacksmith? Sounds good. The weekend is coming in 2 days, and then I can have my own god-slaying sword. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt secretly happy. Afterwards, Su Bing drove Chen Feng back to the rental house. Lying on the big white bed in the rental house. Although the big white bed is soft and white. But Chen Feng didn't feel sleepy at all. After all, his cultivation level has now advanced to the bronze level. Sleeping once every 2 days is enough. The extra time at night can be used for meditation to improve one's cultivation level. Then, Chen Feng took out a bottle of bright red liquid from the system backpack. This bottle of bright red liquid was obtained when he killed the agent of the god of death. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng had no time to study what exactly this thing was. Therefore, he temporarily put the bottle of red liquid into the system backpack. System, what is this bottle of liquid in my hand? Chen Feng asked the system. Congratulations, host. What you hold in your hands is the blood of God. Only when a god or a god's agent is killed will there be a chance of it being dropped. Blood of God? This was the first time Chen Feng heard of this concept. What does it do? After refining it together with the ghost core, you can obtain the divine core. Swallowing the divine core will gain the hegemony corresponding to the divine power. Theocracy is the extraordinary power bestowed upon human beings by gods. Hegemony is the extraordinary power that the God Slayer forcibly integrates into himself. In a sense, the fusion of hegemony can also be called God. Ghost cores? Where can I collect something like that? Can I get something out of the blind box from another dimension? Chen Feng asked again. The ghost core closest to the host is in the Wu Jian beneath the surface of Longhua Inner Courtyard. Wu Jian, that's a prison where countless vengeful ghosts are imprisoned. Normally, not even a mouse could sneak in. It seems that I need to find a suitable opportunity to enter it. Chen Feng muttered softly. At the same time, Chen Feng's gaze fell on the devil fruit tree in front of him. Ever since the devil fruit tree produced the ice fruit, the flower bud in the middle of its trunk continues to expand. It felt like something was about to break out of the skin. Chen Feng speculated randomly. Could it be that there really is a devil living in the devil fruit tree? 3 days later, it will break free from the shackles of the bud and descend upon the world. The next morning. The sun is rising, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and the streets are filled with a thin mist. Chen Feng passed the inner school placement test with the first place. Therefore, he was assigned to the strongest demon slaying class. There were 3 other students assigned to the demon slayer class along with Chen Feng. 2 men and 1 woman. Attend class. A voluptuous female teacher walked into the classroom with teaching materials and started the first class of the day. The content of the first class was superpower combat skills. Chen Feng listened carefully for a while at the beginning. Later I found out. The content the teacher talked about was too ordinary. It might be of some use to those psychics who have never experienced actual combat and have never seen blood. But Chen Feng now, although not a veteran of hundreds of battles, has at least experienced many fierce battles with vengeful ghosts. Rich practical experience. The content of the class was not only useless to him, but even boring. So, he slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Instead of listening to these useless courses, why not just meditate on the spot and improve your cultivation level? That's all. Until lunchtime. Just after class. The bell for the end of get out of class hadn't even rung yet, and the sexy and passionate Tian Xin ran towards Chen Feng. He hugged Chen Feng's neck. At the same time, the peaks of her breasts pressed against Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng subconsciously muttered to himself, "Fuck, so soft." Seeing Chen Feng staring at his upper body, Tian Xin smiled charmingly and said in a cute tone, "Brother, it's time to go to school now, don't tremble." After hearing what Tian Xin said, Chen Feng's face turned black. Chen Feng. Who the hell wants to tremble? Senior, don't get the wrong idea. I was just looking at the blue and gold badge on your chest and thought it was really cool. Is the badge issued uniformly by the inner courtyard? I want one too. Listen to Chen Feng say this. Tian Xin pointed at the blue and gold badge and said, "This is the identity symbol of the inner courtyard students. I'll send it to you in a few days." Chapter 50, School Beauty, Only the Strong Can Possess Her. At this time, Jiang Yihan, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke. "It won't take a few days. This morning, the dean handed me Chen Feng's blue and gold badge. Told me to send it to Chen Feng in advance. You know, the blue and gold badge is the symbol of distinguished inner courtyard students. Only after wearing it can you enjoy all the benefits in the inner courtyard. It is very important." After that, Jiang Yihan placed a brand new blue and gold badge on the table in front of Chen Feng. Seeing the blue and gold badge belonging to Chen Feng, Tian Xin extended her jade finger, lifted Chen Feng's chin and said, "Good brother, tell the truth, is the Dean of Studies your relative? Otherwise, why would he take such good care of you? Normally, new students can only receive the blue and gold badge after 7 days of enrollment." Chen Feng pinned the blue and gold badge on his chest. He spread his hands and said, "I don't know why the Dean is taking such good care of me. Maybe it's because I once helped him discipline his nephew?" While talking, Chen Feng suddenly noticed that the blue and gold badge on his chest seemed to be different from those of the two senior students. He asked the two of them, "Why is there an F engraved on my blue and gold badge, while your badges all have SS engraved on them?" Tian Xin smiled lightly and said, "Explanation: the letters on the blue and gold badge represent the level of your awakened superpowers. Ihan and I both awakened SS level talents, so the letters engraved on it are naturally SS." After listening to Tian Xin, Chen Feng smacked his lips. Wearing this blue and gold badge is like telling everyone, "Am I a useless person who has awakened F-level superpowers?" Although his actual combat ability is extremely strong. But wearing an F-class badge doesn't give me much face after all. Seeing Chen Feng was thinking, Tian Xin stretched out his hand. Patting Chen Feng on the shoulder, he consoled him, "Brother, don't be discouraged. You can use your F-level ability to get into the inner courtyard. That's a remarkable thing, so, the F engraved on your badge is nothing to be ashamed of in my opinion." Chen Feng? 5 minutes later, Tian Xin and Jiang Yihan brought Chen Feng to the entrance of the student cafeteria. "They are going to have lunch here. Brother, today is your first day at school. Are you sure you don't want to go to a fancy restaurant and have a nice meal?" "Sister, I have plenty of money and can pay the bill." Tian Xin held her snow-white chin high, and spoke in a tone that sounded like a wealthy woman. Those who don't know would think she wants to support Chen Feng. Although Tian Xin is rich, we can't always let her spend money. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Really, that's not necessary. We are ordinary people with a low consumption level. We usually like to eat in the school cafeteria." "Right, Senior Jiang Yihan." Jiang Yihan looked at Chen Feng expressionlessly and took out a bulging wallet from his pocket. Once opened, inside are limited edition black and gold cards from major banks. "No. Actually, I'm rich too." Chen Feng. "Well, it turns out that I'm being double-teamed by two rich ladies." The student cafeteria in Longhua College is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the public canteen. Students from both the inner and outer colleges can have their meals here. The food is all popular and affordable. The second floor is a high-end cafeteria. It is only open to inner courtyard students, and the dishes are all carefully prepared by senior chefs, using the best ingredients. In terms of price, it is more expensive. Walking through the crowded and bustling public canteen, Chen Feng and the other two climbed up the stairs. At this time, countless students from other colleges cast envious glances at them. "I also want to eat on the second floor. I'm so envious. there's no point in being envious. If you want to eat on the second floor, you first need to be strong enough to pass the entrance exam to the inner courtyard. Watching them go to the second floor to enjoy the delicious fish and meat, the fried bun slices in my hand suddenly lost their flavor. Me too, my rice porridge and pickles have lost their flavor. Woo 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 woo. The environment on the second floor of the cafeteria is very elegant and quiet. There are special waiters standing by to help inner courtyard students take their orders. After the three of them sat down, Tian Xin ordered a table full of dishes, saying that it was to celebrate Chen Feng's first day of attending classes in the inner courtyard. The three of them haven't started eating yet. A male waiter came over. On the tray in his hand was a bottle of top-quality wine. Hello, two female classmates. This is the Naya wine that Prince Wang Chang gave you. After saying that, the waiter placed the wine on the table. This bottle of wine is worth 300 gold coins. It is equivalent to 1 month's salary for an ordinary worker. Send wine? Chen Feng and the other two were stunned at first, then they looked in the direction of the waiter's gaze and saw a male student in fancy clothes smiling at them. He was not wearing a school uniform and was spending lavishly. One could tell at a glance that he was a rich second generation whose family had some power and was arrogant and domineering. There were also several beautiful female classmates around him who were having dinner with him. Without any hesitation, Tian Xin directly refused. Sorry, we have classes in the afternoon and don't drink. This. The waiter frowned slightly and said, Prince Wang is so enthusiastic. I hope you too can accept it. After all, in the inner courtyard, no one dares to disobey Prince Wang. It's an honor for you too that he can treat you two to a drink. Without even raising his eyelids, Chen Feng said disdainfully, Are you Wang Chang's dog? Don't you understand? We don't drink, get out of here. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points of negative emotion from Zhang Xie. Seeing Chen Feng being so disrespectful, Wang Chang stood up with a gloomy face and walked towards the three people. When he saw the blue and gold badge on Chen Feng's chest, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, F-level psychic, you must have asked a relative to use their connections to get into the inner courtyard. That's all, you still want to play the hero saving the beauty game with me? Isn't this pure nonsense? The waiter beside him also echoed, Did you see the blue and gold badge of Prince Wang? It's SS level. I wonder how much stronger it is than you. Chen Feng said disapprovingly, the letters printed on the blue and gold badge don't mean anything. Wang Chang walked up to Chen Feng with a playful look on his face and said, Boy, stop being so stubborn. It's meaningless. In this world, everything depends on strength. You have to understand that only the strong are worthy of having a school beauty. The next second, Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent instantly filled his eyes. The surrounding temperature seems to have dropped a lot. He made a lightning-fast move, grabbed Wang Chang's hair, and pressed his head onto the table. P.S. Thanks to everyone who has been following the update. Carrot. Chapter 51, The lunatic Zhang San is actually my younger brother. Seeing Chen Feng act so decisively, he doesn't look like an inner court student who has never seen blood. Instead, he looks a bit like a battle-hardened night watchman. For a time, the waiter who was shouting just now was now frightened to the point of turning pale and his legs trembling uncontrollably. You actually dared to attack Prince Wang, you're finished. From now on, there will be no place for you in the inner courtyard. Tian Xin and Zhang Yihan, who were sitting beside him, cast admiring glances at Chen Feng. They felt that their junior was acting very overbearingly at the moment. People are bullying you. If I don't fight back, it's a bit. Wang Chang, whose head was pressed on the table, roared hysterically. The elegance just now has disappeared. He wanted to break free, but Chen Feng's big hands were like iron clamps, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. You little piece of trash with F-level superpowers, you can't afford to play around, try a sneak attack. You dare to let me go and let me unleash my SS-level superpowers so we can have a fair fight? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Wang Chang. Chen Feng knew clearly that Wang Chang was showing off his superiority of SS-level supernatural powers. So, Chen Feng gave him this opportunity. Let him unleash his powers. Anyway, if he releases his SS-level supernatural power, Chen Feng is confident that he can kill him instantly. Chen Feng's move is destroy the thing he was most proud of. Then, Chen Feng threw Wang Chang's body out with a casual throw. Boom! Wang Chang fell heavily to the ground. Chen Feng's eyes were calm as he said softly, "Why wouldn't I dare? Release your special abilities. Let me see what kind of person you are after you release your superpowers." Wang Chang got up in a miserable state. With a sinister laugh, he roared at Chen Feng like a bloodthirsty beast, "Letting me release my SS-level superpowers is the most wrong decision you've ever made. Next, I'll show you the difference between F-level and SS-level abilities." Looking at Wang Chang, who was shouting wildly, a hint of worry appeared on Zhang Yi's frosty face. Zhang Yihan gently reminded, "SS-level abilities are generally very strong, and his cultivation level is higher than yours, be careful." Saying, Zhang Yihan was ready to activate his special abilities and join Chen Feng in fighting against Wang Chang. At this moment, Chen Feng walked to Zhang Yihan, patted her shoulder with a smile and said, "Senior sister, you don't have to do anything. I can deal with this kind of guy with my eyes closed. Watch out, senpai, my next moves are gonna be awesome." As soon as the words fell, the ability of the ice fruit was activated instantly, and countless cold air overflowed from Chen Feng's palm. The next moment, an ice blade wrapped with high voltage arcs appeared in his hand. Ice and fire are mutually restraining. When the two clash, the competition is to see who is more proficient in using supernatural powers. Whose ability is more developed? Seeing Chen Feng casually summoning the ice blade, Zhang Yihan and Tian Xin trembled and were shocked instantly. They only knew that Chen Feng possessed super powerful lightning abilities, but what about the ice he summoned? Could it be that this junior has awakened another super powerful ice-related ability? Just how much strength does this junior have hidden? Unimaginable, unimaginable. Just as Chen Feng and Wang Chang were preparing to take action, suddenly, a loud shout was heard. "Wang Chang! Are you tired of living? Stop it right now. If you dare to touch my brother, I will fucking destroy you." Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a bald man as strong as an ox rushing in from the door angrily. This bald guy is none other than the younger brother Chen Feng recruited a few days ago, Zhang San. Before everyone could react, Zhang San had already rushed in front of Wang Chang. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he raised his leg and kicked Wang Chang to the ground. Wang Chang was stunned by the kick. He really couldn't understand. Zhang San is one of the top 10 in the inner courtyard's combat power rankings. Why would he attack himself for an unknown kid? Chen Feng looked at Zhang San and was also slightly startled. He is indeed worthy of being called an outlaw, so fierce. Zhang San is a good guy. If there is something wrong, he will come to. Chen Feng retracted the ice blade and looked at Wang Chang expressionlessly. He knew in his heart that at this moment, there was no need for him to take action. Wang Chang supported himself with his hands and stood up tremblingly from the ground. "You're bullying the weak with your numbers, huh? I admit defeat today, just wait for me." Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ran out of the restaurant with his tail between his legs. Seeing that the crisis was over, Zhang San walked up to Chen Feng, bowed slightly and said, "Brother, from now on, if anyone is trying to cause trouble for you in the inner courtyard, just mention my name directly. I'm ranked 9th on the inner court battle power ranking, so I do have a certain level of intimidation." Zhang San is the kind of man who speaks his mind. He is extremely trustworthy and his words are as true as his words. Some time ago, it was said that he made a bet with others, and whoever lost the bet would hunt down a second-level vengeful ghost. A second-level vengeful ghost is a very dangerous existence for ordinary bronze-level psychics. When hunting, the slightest mistake can lead to death. In fact, that person was just joking with Zhang San. Unexpectedly, after losing the bet, the next day, he unexpectedly appeared in the classroom covered in blood, holding the head of a second-level ghost. From that day on, he also got a nickname Reckless Man. Chen Feng nodded to Zhang San, "Well, thank you very much. Speaking of which, why do I feel like this Wang Chang is really afraid of you? You kicked him, and he didn't even dare to fight back." Zhang San touched his head and said with a smile, "First, I am strong enough, and he knows he can't beat me. Also, my family has some influence in the inner courtyard. My father is the warden of the Wujian prison in the inner courtyard. He doesn't dare to mess with me." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Well, another second-generation official. Why are the people around me either the second generation of rich people or the second generation of officials? Only after I crossed over, I was a commoner." Chen Feng? Suddenly, Chen Feng thought about the system telling him last night that he would go to Wujian to collect ghost cores. Forge, hegemony. Now Zhang San's father happens to be the warden of Wujian prison, why not? Then, Chen Feng said straight to the point, Brother Zhang San, I want to go to Wujian. I wonder if you could help me. Zhang San did not ask Chen Feng why. He answered directly and cheerfully, no problem, you don't need to discuss it with me. Whatever you have commanded, I will do it. I will do what I can immediately, and if I can't, I will find a way to do it for you. P.S. Epsilon equals Omicron O traffic and revenue have plummeted to rock bottom, so I'll work hard to update. Chapter 52 Chen Feng's identity is unexpected. Afternoon. Inside the Demon Slayer classroom. On the stage, the teacher was giving a lecture with great passion and emotion. Under the stage, Chen Feng looked at the black and gold business card in his hand boredly. This black and gold business card was given to him by Zhang San. Zhang San said, tonight. As long as Chen Feng takes the black and gold business card and goes to the gate of the Wujian prison, he can naturally enter. I have to say that Zhang San is a very reliable person. Time flies, the sun sets. The sky gradually darkened. After dinner, Chen Feng walked alone towards the Wujian prison. The Wujian prison is located in the east of the inner courtyard. Because there are many resentful ghosts imprisoned inside, the surrounding ghost energy is extremely heavy. If you want to enter it, you must be mentally prepared. The road to Wujian is rarely visited by people. When the cold wind blows, it does feel a bit eerie. Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets, hummed a little tune, and walked slowly. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps appeared behind him. Chen Feng turned back suddenly. I saw a beautiful girl in a black suit standing behind him with a smile on her face. Chen Feng had met this beautiful girl once when he was at the Tianqin cult base. But I don't know her name. Hello, Commissioner Chen Feng, my name is Zhang Xia. We've met before. I'm also a night's watchman. Zhang Xia smoothed back her golden curly hair, then extended her right hand, wanting Chen Feng to shake hands. Chen Feng said expressionlessly, well, then what? I don't know what Zhang Xia wants to express. Chen Feng is not familiar with her. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points of negative emotion value from Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia awkwardly withdrew his right hand. Commissioner Chen Feng, it seems that you have some hostility towards me. I just stopped by to say hello. Chen Feng shook his head, I have no hostility towards you, I just don't know you well. By the way, are you going to the Wujian prison too? Zhang Xia nodded slightly. He replied, yes, Commander Su Bing sent me to Wujian to collect some ghost cores. I think this is also your purpose for coming to Wujian. How do you know? Zhang Xia explained, if it weren't for collecting ghost cores, who would go to a place like Wujian? It is said that there is a strong ghost aura in there. People who are not brave enough may be scared to death. Chen Feng. Scared to death? Why does it sound like the words adults use to scare children? As they chatted, the two of them walked to the gate of the Wujian prison. The entire Wujian prison, viewed from above, is a regular hexagon. It is said that this appearance was planned by a feng shui expert when the foundation was laid. The reason is that regular hexagonal buildings can better suppress evil spirits. For prison guards in black uniforms stood in front of the big iron gate with their hands behind their backs, looking around. Any disturbance will not escape their eyes. Through their auras, one can sense that the four of them are all of high level. The weakest one is also about 5 stars gold. It is indeed worthy of being the strictest prison in Longcheng. Not to mention people, even mice can't get in. Chen Feng and Zhang Xia were stopped by the leading prison guard just as they reached the gate. The prison guard asked, what brings you to Wujian? If you need to enter, please show your valid ID. Otherwise, please leave immediately. Zhang Xia was a night watchman, so she took a step forward without hesitation. He took out a night watch badge and handed it to the prison guard. The prison guard held up the badge, examined it for a moment, and then said politely, a level night watchman, Commissioner Zhang Xia. Please wait a moment. I'll ask the warden if I can release you. The rules in infernal affairs are very strict, and outsiders are strictly controlled. The prison guards also act according to the rules. Okay, thank you. Zhang Xia responded equally politely. Then, the prison guard turned his attention to Chen Feng. Little brother, where's your ID? Chen Feng took out the black and gold business card that Zhang San had given him from his pocket and handed it to the prison guard. After the prison guard took the black gold business card, He was stunned for a moment, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Then, he shouted to the other 3 prison guards, "Quick, take out your weapons and control him. There's something wrong with his identity." After hearing the order, the 3 prison guards instantly drew their weapons and unleashed their respective special powers. Prepare to take action and capture Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng frowned. Did this kid Zhang San set a trap for me? There are still misunderstandings. To verify, Chen Feng did not rush to take action, but asked, "Excuse me, what is the problem with my identity? If you want to capture me, you can't do it without knowing why. You have to have an explanation." "Okay, then I'll give you an explanation." The prison guard held up a black and gold business card and said, "This black and gold business card was privately printed by our warden. It will only be given to the top dignitaries in Dragon City. It's obvious that you're not powerful, so I think this card is either stolen or a counterfeit." After hearing the prison guard's words, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The prison guards were doing their duty, and suspecting Chen Feng was part of their job. So Chen Feng did not make things difficult for the prison guards. Instead, he said calmly, "This black and gold business card of mine was given to me by a friend. If you really don't believe me, just call your boss." At this moment, Zhang Xia quietly approached Chen Feng and whispered, "Commissioner Chen Feng, you are also a night watchman. Or come in with me and don't let them call." "What if?" Chen Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew clearly in his heart. The reason why Zhang Xia said this was because she thought Chen Feng was just being stubborn. This kind of high-end black gold business card, how could it possibly legitimately appear in the hands of a deputy night watchman? There are some tricks in it, more or less. Chen Feng waved his hand and refused. "It's okay, let him fight." After calling the chief, the prison guard reported the matter of the black gold business card to the chief. Not long after, a scolding voice came from the other end of the phone. Gradually, the prison guard's face changed drastically. He looked at Chen Feng again with a hint of awe in his eyes. "Damn! I didn't expect that this young man is actually the owner of the black gold business card. Who on earth is he? P.S. Thanks to all the big guys who have been following the updates, you have worked hard." Chapter 53, Horrible Mist, Murderous Intent. When the prison guard learned that Chen Feng was really the owner of the black gold business card, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not neglect it anymore. Subconsciously, he saluted Chen Feng directly. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said calmly, "How is it? Can I go in now?" The prison guard handed the black and gold business card back to Chen Feng and said respectfully, "With this black and gold business card, you are our most distinguished guest in Wujian. Of course you can enter it." After the prison guard finished speaking, it was Zhang Xia's turn to be confused. "What? Sigma A. Is Chen Feng really the owner of the black gold business card? How is this possible?" Zhang Xia walked up to Chen Feng and said in disbelief, "Commissioner Chen Feng, you actually are the owner of the black gold business card. This is incredible. No wonder Commander Su Bing always praises you behind your back. She said you're very strong and fierce, you're much more powerful than you appear." Chen Feng put away the black gold business card and said calmly, "Is there a possibility that Commissioner Su Bing praised me not because of my strong ability? It's simply because I'm so strong." After saying this, Chen Feng touched his chin. Zhang Xia. Squeak. The leading prison guard in black pushed open the big iron gate of Wujian. Before he could lead Chen Feng in, suddenly, a tall and thin man in a black suit appeared in front of everyone. He came over at a jog and was still panting. The man's name is Su Lu, and he is the warden of the Wujian prison. The immediate superior of the guards and prison guards. How foolish! How dare you delay our distinguished guest's time? Su Lu kicked the prison guard. Then, he trotted to Chen Feng and bowed slightly, saying, "Respected Mr. Chen Feng, my foolish subordinate neglected you. I apologize on his behalf. Please follow me and I will lead you into the infernal realm. And Miss Night Watchman, you are Mr. Chen Feng's friend, right? You can come in together." The two did not hesitate. Follow Su Lu into the gate of Wujian. Wujian is indeed the most terrifying prison in Longcheng. Once you enter it, a strong wind blows. Looking around, all I see are cold cement bricks. On the first floor of Wujian, hundreds of first-level vengeful ghosts were imprisoned, but it was eerily quiet and not a single cry from the prisoners could be heard. Trample. 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 The footsteps of the three people echoed in the dark prison corridor. Mr. Chen Feng, you are here to collect ghost cores, right? Su Lu, who was walking in front, said very respectfully. That's right. Mr. Chen Feng is indeed a man of quick words. I admire him. Chen Feng glanced at Su Lu and ignored him. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 negative emotion points from Su Lu. This flattery. It shot too stiffly. 5 minutes later. Su Lu brought the two of them to a circular secret room. The area of the secret room is as large as 2 football fields. In the middle of the secret room at the center of the circle, there is a thick black fog that never dissipates all year round. Chen Feng glanced at the black fog and felt vaguely that there seemed to be some murderous intent hidden in it. Directly in front of the thick fog, there was a wooden chair. After taking a seat, Su Lu asked someone to bring 2 black crystals. He pointed at the black crystal and smiled. This is the heat ghost core you two are looking for. Ghost cores are solidified from the aura of resentful ghosts, and their production is extremely low. We can only give one to every guest who comes to visit us. Zhang Xia is an old night watchman who often comes to get the heat ghost core on Su Bing's orders. So she knew the rule. After nodding, Zhang Xia immediately put away the heat ghost core. Chen Feng, who was sitting next to her, was not in a hurry. Instead, he silently asked the system in his heart, System, how many ghost cores do I need to refine the blood of God? Is 1 ghost core enough? Ding, reporting to the host, refining the blood of God requires 10 ghost cores. 1 is not enough. 10. This. Seeing that Chen Feng hadn't accepted the He ghost core yet, Zhang Xia pushed his shoulder and reminded him, Commissioner Chen Feng, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and put away the He ghost core. Chen Feng came back to his senses from his thoughts. Put away the ghost core on the table. Dear Mr. Chen Feng, are you satisfied with my service? If you're satisfied. Su Lu wanted to take the opportunity to flatter Chen Feng, because he knew that the person who could possess the black gold business card. They are all rich or noble upper-class people. If you flatter them and make them happy, you will naturally receive corresponding benefits. Unexpectedly. Before Su Lu could finish speaking, Chen Feng interrupted him. Unsatisfied. As the owner of the black gold business card, I need 9 more ghost cores. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Su Lu. After listening to Chen Feng, Zhang Xia's mouth twitched, and she couldn't close her lips in surprise. Are all upper-class people so arrogant? Just open your mouth and it's 10 times. Su Lu smiled awkwardly. Mr. Chen Feng, I'm really sorry. Logically speaking, since you have the black gold business card, we should meet your needs. However, there are only these 2 mind ghost cores left in the prison. If you need more, you can get it yourself in the mist. After saying that, Su Lu pointed to the thick black fog behind them. Are there more ghost cores in that black fog? Chen Feng activated his observation hockey and saw through the black fog. I discovered that there was indeed a black energy body in the middle of the black fog. But, around the energy body, there are many sharp objects suspended. In a short period of time, Chen Feng was unable to determine what those things were. Just a reminder, the mist of annihilation is extremely dangerous. Think carefully before entering. Now, let me demonstrate to you how dangerous it is. As soon as the words fell, bang! Su Lu snapped his fingers, and a moment later, 2 prison guards came in escorting a human-shaped ghost. The vengeful ghost was so thin that his bones were visible, and it seemed that he had not eaten for a long time. Walking up to the vengeful ghost, Su Lu adjusted his tie and said calmly without even raising his eyelids, Do you want to have a nice meal? The resentful ghost nodded desperately. See that black fog? Go inside and stay there for 20 seconds. I can fulfill your wish. After saying this, the resentful ghost drooled and rushed into the mist of annihilation regardless of everything. Ah-ha-ha. The next moment, a tragic scream was heard from the mist. 20 seconds later, the humanoid ghost limped out. Several transparent holes suddenly appeared on its body. Minced meat, blood, and internal organs were all over the ground. Su Lu sat back in front of Chen Feng and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Chen Feng, I think you have witnessed the horror of the mist of annihilation. P.S. Wow. Today, there are suddenly many big guys following the update. Thank you very much. There will be another chapter soon. Carrot carrot. Chapter 54, Instant Frozen, Mist Dissipated. At this time, Sulu thought, even if Chen Feng has a prominent family background and is an upper-class person. But in the final analysis, after all, he was still a student. Facing this terrifying black fog, he didn't have the courage to go in. Chen Feng looked at the black fog and the resentful ghosts that were stabbed into a hornet's nest. Then, he chuckled disapprovingly. That's it? It doesn't seem very dangerous. Those spikes in the black fog can just be frozen. What's so difficult about it? Cluck. Chen Feng stood up, clenched his fists, and was about to walk into the black fog. Unexpectedly, a loud bang suddenly came from the door. The door to the secret room was kicked open. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Zheng San walked in with an angry look on his face. When he learned that Su Lu wanted Chen Feng to enter the black fog, he rushed over immediately. Su Lu, you are so bold that you dare to embarrass my brother. I'm telling you, Chen Feng is my big brother. I'll give him as many ghost cores as he wants. Seeing that Zhang San was really angry, Su Lu hurriedly bent his waist and ran to Zhang San, saying with a smile, "Young master, how dare I embarrass your brother? We really only have 2 ghost cores left in Wuxian. If you don't believe me, go check." Zhang San sat down in Su Lu's seat. He smiled at Chen Feng and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll find a way to deal with the ghost core. Even if I were to enter the mist myself, I wouldn't let you take the risk." Chen Feng nodded and did not reject Zhang San's kindness. I have to say, after hearing what Zhang San said, Chen Feng felt a little moved. This guy is so loyal. As soon as the words fell, Zhang San then refocused his attention on Su Lu. Su Lu, since the only way to get the He Ghost Core is to go to the Mist of Annihilation, then send your men there. Get 9 ghost cores for my big brother. Now. Hearing Zhang San say this, Su Lu was slightly stunned. Then he explained, "Young master, let the Sibyl servants of Wujian enter the Annihilation Mist. I'm afraid this doesn't conform to the rules of Wujian." Bang! Zhang San stretched out his right hand and slammed the table. Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about the rules. I can't let my big brother put himself in danger. At this time, Su Lu lowered his head, thinking frantically in his heart. Who on earth is this Chen Feng? Not only does he have a black gold business card, but the young master also protects him so much. Seeing that the two of them were arguing, Chen Feng also didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhang San. Although he is the young master of Wujian, his relationship with his subordinates is too strained, which always has a bad influence on him. Then, Chen Feng stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhang San, I appreciate your kindness. I have carefully observed this black fog and I should be able to deal with it. Let me go into the black fog myself and dig out the ghost core." Zhang San said, but Su Lu, who was in a dilemma, heard what Chen Feng said. He quickly smiled and echoed, "It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect Mr. Chen Feng to be so brave and courageous at such a young age. Since Mr. Chen Feng said so, young master, why not fulfill his wish?" Then, Chen Feng walked to the edge of the black fog alone. He closed his eyes and instantly activated his observation haki, completely covering the entire black fog. The next moment, a sharp object suspended in the black fog. Chen Feng has already memorized their locations firmly. There aren't too many of them. It shouldn't be difficult to dodge. Chen Feng muttered. When Chen Feng was about to enter the Mist of Annihilation, sudden, Su Lu called him from behind. "Mr. Chen Feng, it's getting late. If you feel tired, you can go to the VIP lounge and rest for a night. It won't be too late to enter the Mist of Annihilation and retrieve the Ghost Core tomorrow when I'm full of energy." Chen Feng's eyes were as calm as water, and he replied calmly, "That's not necessary." At this time, a hint of worry appeared in Zhang San's eyes. He ran to Chen Feng and said, "Brother, do you really not need to rest?" Chen Feng waved his hand. Then, he strode into the Mist of Annihilation. As soon as I entered the oblivion fog, I felt darkness in front of my eyes and visibility became extremely low. Fortunately, he has observation haki. Even without using his eyes, Chen Feng can still sense the position of surrounding objects. The location of the Ghost Core is right in front of him. After a few steps forward, Suddenly, he noticed that the sharp objects floating in the air around him seemed to have received orders. It moved instantly. Are there 25 in total? The angle is quite tricky. Whoosh! 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 With the sound of the sharp wind, 25 sharp spikes stabbed towards Chen Feng from various angles. The afterimages cast by the spikes looked like a dense grid of lines from a distance. When the spike was less than a centimeter away from Chen Feng's figure suddenly disappeared. Lay shave! The next moment, a shadow of lightning flashed by and Chen Feng landed in a safe place. This speed is too slow, Chen Feng muttered. Unexpectedly, after piercing through the air, the 25 spikes seemed to have received another order. Without any pause, he lunged towards Chen Feng again. Again? In that case, let's freeze them all. Chen Feng's mind moved. The ability of the ice fruit is activated instantly. Immediately afterwards, countless cold air overflowed from Chen Feng's body. A huge ice dragon gathered behind Chen Feng. Under Chen Feng's control, the ice dragon danced in the air and collided with 25 sharp spikes. Ice Tenglong. After a burst of freezing sounds, 25 spikes were frozen firmly in the air, unable to move anymore. At this moment, Chen Feng's heart was still as calm as still water, without a single ripple. The danger was over, and he quickly walked towards the ghost core mine. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng walked out slowly, holding 9 ghost cores. When looking at Chen Feng, everyone present suddenly contracted their pupils and opened their mouths wide. It was as if I had seen something incredible. Mr. Chen Feng, how did the mist of annihilation dissipate? What did you experience in the mist just now? Su Lu asked Chen Feng. After Chen Feng put away the 9 ghost cores, he replied nonchalantly, see those 25 spikes? They are the source of the annihilation mist. After I froze them, the mist of annihilation naturally dissipated. Hearing this, Su Lu still couldn't believe it. He continued, in the past, there have been many high-level ice and snow-type psychics who have passed through the mist of annihilation, but they all said that these spikes can't be frozen at all. How did you manage to do that? Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, you are not kidding me. Is it really that difficult? I just froze them. Su Lu? Chapter 55, The Devil Escapes Prison, Unprecedented Crisis. After getting 10 ghost cores, Chen Feng's goal has been achieved. There is no need to stay in the gloomy, infernal affairs. Zhang San directly arranged for lawyer Su to escort Chen Feng and others out of the Wujian prison. When we were about to reach the gate of Wujian, suddenly, an old man in black linen clothes, with his head lowered, holding a bamboo basket in his hand, passed by them. The old man's skin was very rough, like weathered dried tofu. His steps were quick and hurried. This state either means there is something urgent to do or you are deliberately avoiding something. When passing by, Chen Feng glanced at the old man. For some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with the old man. He then reminded Su Lu, who was beside him, Warden, that man who just passed by us, is he a prison employee? I feel like there's something wrong with him. Hearing this, Su Lu was slightly stunned. He politely replied, his name is Lao Qin. He's in charge of cleaning at Wujian and has been an employee for 3 years. I have been working diligently for 3 years and have never made a mistake at work. You said he was abnormal, what exactly do you mean? Chen Feng looked back and found that the old man had disappeared. You're walking so fast. Immediately, Chen Feng and Su Lu met eyes. There's something wrong with his gait and demeanor. I suggest you investigate him thoroughly later. Hearing what Chen Feng said, Su Lu nodded slightly and smiled. Mr. Chen Feng, thank you for your reminder. After sending you out, I will immediately arrange for my men to investigate Lao Qin. Chen Feng nodded and said nothing more. After all, he is not an insider of infernal affairs. If I waste more words, it would be a bit inappropriate. After watching Chen Feng and the others leave, the prison guard beside Su Lu asked him, Warden, when do we start investigating Lao Qin? Please give me your instructions. Unexpectedly, Su Lu's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, what kind of investigation is this? Chen Feng is just an inner court student after all. What can he possibly know from just one encounter? Go back to your job as soon as possible. Yes. The man named Lao Qin walked down the stairs, arriving at the door at the bottom of Wujian. Imprisoned in the bottom layer are all vengeful ghosts above level 8. If any one of them is released, it can cause chaos in the area. So, the guards here are very strict. Old Qin, what are you doing here? Cleaning is not required at the lowest level of Wujian. Please leave immediately. The prison guard wearing black armor drew his sword and warned Lao Qin. Old Qin was so frightened that he stumbled back 2 steps and waved his hands quickly. Don't be angry, officers. I see you're working hard on duty, so I came to bring you some food and show my condolences. Come on, eat it while it's hot, it's all good stuff. The 2 black armored guards' faces darkened and their brows knitted together. No need. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for taking action. At this moment, the old man suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red fox eyes. Buzz. The 2 of them only felt the space around them vibrate. The next moment, their eyes also turned blood-red. They were hypnotized. Or rather, he fell into Lao Qin's illusion. Squeak. One of the black armored guards, like a puppet controlled by its master, slowly opened the door to the lowest level of the prison area. That's right. Old Qin muttered. As soon as the words fell, Lao Qin walked straight in. The layout of the lowest level prison area is very simple. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a long and narrow dark corridor. On both sides of the corridor are tofu-shaped cells. As Lao Qin walked through the corridor, he was surrounded by the cries of terrifying ghosts. Old man, let me out now. I'm going to beat up the fucking night watch. And me, let me out, I want to bite off Su Bing's head with my own hands. Hey, a new face has arrived. Interesting, interesting. He. Lao Qin ignored the prisoners around him. His goal is at the end of the corridor. There, a 9th-level demon god, Paimon, is imprisoned. Arriving at the door of Paiming's cell, Lao Qin knelt on one knee and said, Lord Demon God of Resentment, I am the guardian of the Tianqian cult headquarters. I've been undercover in infernal affairs for 3 years, and today I've been ordered to rescue you. Clang. Clang. First there was the sound of chains colliding. Then, a strong ghost energy swept through Lao Qin's body like a hurricane. In the dark shadows, a huge ghost figure gradually approached him. The ghost opened his fong-filled mouth, and a puff of white smoke floated out of his mouth. Why are you here just now? Ever since I was defeated by the Swordmaster, I've been lying in infernal affairs for 5 years. Do you know how I've been spending the past 5 years? Lao Qin didn't have time to reply. Behind him, there was the sound of thump footsteps. When Paimon saw the man coming, he shook his head helplessly, it seems. I can't get out. Hearing this, Lao Qin suddenly turned around. Seeing that the warden Su Lu was standing behind him, his pupils couldn't help but shrink instantly, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Damn it, I was discovered. Just as Lao Qin was about to launch his magic and fight to the death, Su Lu suddenly reached out to stop him, and then suddenly let out a creepy laugh. He, there's no need for you to be nervous. Perhaps, my position is to stand on your side? As soon as the words fell, Lao Qin and Paiming's eyes widened instantly, both showing shock. Walking to the door of Paiming's cell, Su Lu reached out and wiped the dust off the iron door. However, we cannot release you today because there will be an inspection by senior officials from the Night Watch headquarters in the next 2 days. 5 days from now, at this time, I will personally release you, Lord Paimon. Paimon nodded heavily. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. 5 days later, I will make all the night watchmen in Dragon City fall into the abyss. Late at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Inside the rental house, Chen Feng sat at the desk with an expectant look on his face. On the table, there is a bottle of God's blood and 10 ghost cores. System, come out quickly. Tell me quickly how to refine the blood of God. Reporting to the host, all you need to do is place the materials into the container and quench them at high temperature, and that's it. The temperature should be over 1000 degrees. Container? Chen Feng ran to the kitchen and brought out a pressure cooker. Can the pressure cooker I usually use to stew meat be used as a container? Oh, maybe 80%, maybe, probably, maybe, okay. Just do it. Chen Feng threw all the ingredients into the pressure cooker. After covering the lid, hold the pressure cooker with both hands and start discharging. In an instant, high temperatures of over 1000 degrees instantly enveloped the entire pressure cooker. 10 minutes later, Host, the god's blood is almost ready, it's time to boil it. After seeing the system prompt sound, Chen Feng was slightly startled. Am I really refining the blood of God? Why does it feel like cooking? Open the pressure cooker lid. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke accompanied by the aroma of meat floated out and filled the entire rental house. Chen Feng, it smells so good. P.S. There were so many big people who sent gifts yesterday that I could only post 300 words in the author's comments section, so I couldn't thank them all. I will continue to thank you in the next chapter. Finally, thank you again for your follow-up and support. Carrot. Chapter 56, Open the Blind Box Again, 6 Style Advancement. At the bottom of the steaming pressure cooker, a red jelly-like object lay quietly. Chen Feng first turned his right hand into ice. Only then did I take out the red jelly. After all, the pot was still very hot. System, is this thing considered to be successfully refined? Why does it look a bit like QQ candy, and it's even a bit chewy? Reporting to the host, the refining of the divine blood was very successful, you can consume it directly. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng threw the red jelly directly into his mouth. After chewing it for a while, he swallowed it. It smells a bit like stew. It's quite fragrant. Chen Feng closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. 1 minute. Chen Feng said, System, you are not lying to me, why do I feel that there is no change in my body? Where's the promised forging of hegemony? I thought I would also have immortality after swallowing the blood of God of the Death Agent. Host, don't be anxious. The seeds of hegemony have already been planted in your body. At present, the hegemony has not yet fully awakened, so it is natural that you have no feelings. To fully awaken hegemony, a suitable opportunity is needed. Just like awakening the Haushiku Haki in the pirate world. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Okay. Oh, by the way, I've accumulated another 180 negative emotion points. I want to open a new blind box. Ding! Congratulations on spending 100 emotion points and purchasing a blind box. Suddenly, a golden square box appeared on the table. Chen Feng opened it without saying anything. I found a white cape in the box. This is... Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a CP0 cloak. After wearing it, you can advance to the second stage of the Navy 6 styles. Oh my god, it's actually CP0's cape. CP0 is the most powerful intelligence agency in the pirate world. After inheriting their 6 marine styles, my own taijutsu abilities should skyrocket. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng put on the white cloak in a handsome manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second stage of the Navy 6 styles. The next second, the white cloak turned into countless pieces and disappeared into the air. At the same time, numerous advanced uses of the 6 naval styles entered Chen Feng's mind, including but not limited to Razor Moonstep plus Shave, Shave Iron Block Jade Shave plus Iron Block, the largest Will 6 King Spear. It can be said that the current Chen Feng, with physical skills alone, it is entirely possible to defeat a 3rd-level ghost. The next morning, Chen Feng walked into the inner school gate while eating breakfast. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going to the Night Watch's Divine Weapon Pavilion with Commissioner Su Bing. I'm going to create a magical weapon that's just for me. I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Feng muttered. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared behind Chen Feng. Then, she stretched out her white arms and put them around Chen Feng's neck. At the same time, the smell of expensive perfume also entered Chen Feng's nostrils. As soon as he smelled the fragrance, Chen Feng knew it was Tian Xin. Senior Tian Xin, I'm having breakfast if you continue to strangle me. Be careful or I'll spray white milk all over your face. Hearing the sound, Tian Xin quickly let go of Chen Feng. How would it look if milk was sprayed all over my face in public? Tian Xin said with a smile, Brother, you are very smart. You guessed it was me right away. It's a new day, so let's be full of energy, he. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. This senior is so lively. Just as Chen Feng was about to walk towards the classroom, Tian Xin suddenly grabbed him. What's wrong? Chen Feng was a little at a loss. Today is an outdoor martial arts class, so you don't have to go to the classroom. After saying that, Tian Xin grabbed Chen Feng's wrist and walked towards the playground. The inner courtyard playground is very spacious, with artificial turf in the middle. All around, there are all kinds of training equipment, and every aspect exudes high-end and professionalism. 10 minutes later, the outdoor physical training class of the demon slaying class officially began. An instructor in a black uniform stood in front of the students and introduced himself solemnly. "Hello everyone, I'm your outdoor physical training teacher, my name is Wen Xie. Graduated from the Dragon State Physical Education Academy." After instructor Wen Xie finished his self-introduction, he asked all the students to do warm-up exercises on the spot. Only Chen Feng was called out of the team. The two of them came to a corner, and Wen Xie said to the confused Chen Feng, "Student Chen Feng, I've seen your file. You are very strong in physical skills. You even broke the school record in the physical skills test for the class division. You really bring honor to us common people. Let all the inner court leaders know that taijutsu is not a sport reserved for the nobility. We commoners can also practice taijutsu very well, even better than those nobles." Chen Feng said modestly, "Teacher, you are too kind. My physical skills are only slightly better than those of my peers." When Xie reached out his hand, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said, "You must listen carefully in class later, and don't be proud. I will take special care of you. If you have any questions, you can always ask me." Chen Feng nodded. He knew in his heart that teacher Wen Xie was truly doing this for his own good. So no rebuttal. But in fact, having reached the second stage of the Navy's 6 styles training, I wouldn't necessarily be worse than Wen Xie in terms of physical skills alone. After Chen Feng returned to the team, Wen Xie began to lead the students and officially started the class. Halfway through the course, sudden, another instructor, wearing a black coaching uniform and with short blonde hair, walked towards them. Behind him followed a dark-skinned young man as strong as an iron tower. "Hey, Mr. Wen Xie, the class is in session. With your mediocre taijutsu skills, can you teach the students well?" "I doubt it." The blonde instructor is called Li Qingda. He comes from a wealthy family and is a genuine Longqing aristocrat. As he spoke, Li Qingda touched the gold ring on his finger. Wen Xie's face darkened. He pulled out a certificate from his pocket. "This is the physical training professional certificate issued to me by the Dragon Country War Department. There's absolutely no problem with my taijutsu teaching." Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Qingda smiled grimly and threw a diving straight punch at Wen Xie. Wen Xie, who was caught off guard, was pushed back several steps. After stabilizing his body, a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. "See? Your civilian teacher's taijutsu is so rubbish. If you let him teach you taijutsu, you'll become garbage too, ha 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 ha." Li Qingda looked at the students in the demon slaying class and shouted. The injured Wen Xie glared at Li Qingda like a wounded beast. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. "P.S. Don't worry, big guys, the other dimensional blind boxes will contain non-pirate items. I'm laying the groundwork, don't worry carrot carrot." Chapter 57. The power of the high-level 6 styles is unimaginable. Li Qingda didn't come here to cause trouble for no reason. Half a month ago, in the instructor competition, Wen Xie, who was born in a commoner family, won the first place. Took away Li Qingda's limelight. In terms of physical skills, Li Qingda, who was born into an aristocratic family, was not inferior to Wen Xie. The reason he lost the game was entirely because he looked down on Wen Xie and underestimated his opponent. "So, today, I will go to class." Li Qingda knew that his chance for revenge had come. At this moment, Wen Xie stared at the front like an angry beast. Driven by his blood, he could no longer bear it. Whoosh! With a flick of his body, Wen Xie clenched his fist and punched Li Qingda in the chest. After dozens of rounds, both of them were panting, with bruised faces and noses. Even the coach's uniform was torn in more than a dozen places. Although both sides suffered losses. But in comparison, Wen Xie was more seriously injured. "Again?" After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wen Xie said in a deep voice. "Pooh." Li Qingda spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, waved his hand and said, "Let's stop here. Fighting like this is boring. If you have the guts, go on stage tomorrow. The Life and Death Arena is a deathmatch arena specially built in Dragon City. There, people with special abilities fight each other and are not held responsible even if they kill each other." Hearing this, Wen Xie's face darkened and he didn't reply. At this time, Li Qingda pushed the young man behind him to the front. "This is my student, Lu Feng. He is my most proud student. Wen Xie." Do you dare to send a student to spar with him in taijutsu? As soon as the words fell, the students in the Demon Slayer class all had smiles on their faces. You know, the Demon Slayer class is the strongest class in the inner courtyard. Students who can enter this class must be the strongest in physical skills among their classmates. Li Qingda actually dared to let his students compete in physical skills with the students of the demon slaying class. Isn't this asking for trouble? Without waiting for the text, he spoke. In the Demon Slayer class, a tall man with 8-pack abs and wearing a black vest stood up. I'll do it. I want to see how strong Lu Feng is. The tall man snapped his fingers and uttered a harsh word. Go ahead, Lu Feng, don't show any mercy. Just give him some breath. Li Qingda reminded. Understood, teacher. After saying this, with a whoosh sound, Lu Feng appeared behind the tall man. Raise your hand and twist your arm and press your elbow. He instantly controlled the tall man. Rubbish. There was not even time for the tall man to be surprised. Another knife strike hit his neck. Snap. There was a sound of bones breaking, and the tall man rolled his eyes and fainted. Lu Feng's physical skills are smooth and seamless. Many students in the Demon Slayer class didn't even see his moves clearly. Strangeness. Why are the students in Li Qingda's class so strong in physical skills? It's unreasonable. When Xia rushed over immediately and caught the tall man's body. You two, hurry up, take Zhang Long to the hospital. Li Qingda, you're going too far. Students are just sparring with each other, why did you let him do that? Li Qingda spread his hands and feigned innocence, saying, when two people spar, injuries are inevitable. Your students are rubbish, and you blame me? Ha 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 ha. The veins on Wen Xia's face were bulging with anger. At this time, the students in the Demon Slayer class started discussing. This Lu Feng, I seem to have heard of him before. He has been held back 5 times in the inner courtyard, and he is specializing in taijutsu. Oh my god, no wonder his taijutsu is so strong. No wonder Li Qingda asked his students to spar with us in physical combat. Turns out it was a trap. Lu Feng twitched the corners of her mouth in a victorious manner. He jokingly said, oh, it's so boring. There's not a single person who can fight. The Demon Slayer class is known as the strongest class, but it's all just a bunch of nonsense. After that, Lu Feng turned around and prepared to leave with Li Qingda. At this time, Chen Feng stretched his neck and was about to walk out of the team. Seeing this, Tian Xian's eyes widened and she was horrified. She grabbed Chen Feng's wrist and said, brother, that kid named Lu Feng just wants to provoke us with words. Don't be fooled. He's a loser who failed to graduate after 5 years of repeating a grade. Don't lower yourself to the level of him. It can be seen that Tian Xian cares about herself. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm sure. In terms of physical skills, I'm still a bit better than everyone else. After saying this, Chen Feng walked out of the team and shouted in a resounding voice, stop right there. Have I allowed you to leave? As soon as the words came out, Li Qingda and Lu Feng seemed to be under a spell. The figure suddenly stopped. Then, Li Qingda said with a gloomy face, Lu Feng, don't hold back this time. If I accidentally kill him, it's my fault. Clear. Lu Feng was also angered by Chen Feng. He had a dark face and made provocative gestures. While walking slowly towards Chen Feng, you are brave enough to be my opponent. At this time, Wen Xia opened his arms and stood in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Although you are good at physical training, Lu Feng has been training in physical training for 5 years in the inner courtyard. You are no match for him. And he's extremely ruthless. You'll be in danger. He really didn't want his students to be hurt again. Chen Feng smiled slightly, his eyes still as calm as still water. He challenged the front, hey, that useless Lu Feng, move aside. The one I want to challenge is your teacher Li Qingda. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 10 negative emotion points from Lu Feng. Damn it. Who are you looking down on? Lu Feng was immediately furious. He swore that he would kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng finished speaking. The whole audience was shocked for a moment, followed by deathly silence. Is Chen Feng crazy? How dare you challenge Li Qingda? That's someone that even teacher Wen Xia isn't sure he can defeat. Lu Feng showed a sneer on his face, boy, everyone can act awesome. You want to challenge my teacher, defeat me first. After that, Lu Fang kicked her legs and rushed towards Chen Feng at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, Lu Fang was fast, and Chen Feng was even faster. Missed foot moon flash. Chen Feng quickly kicked out and rolled up the vacuum. A blue shock wave shot forward. Whoosh! The shock wave was extremely fast and fierce. Like a sharp knife cutting tofu, it cut open Lu Fang's chest. The next moment, he fell into a pool of blood with his mouth wide open. Chen Feng did not hold back in this move, and Lu Fang, who was crawling on the ground, was either dead or alive. Seeing this, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. Kill Lu Fang in one move, even when Xie can't do it. I can't take a single blow. With this little bit of strength, you still dare to be a dog for others? Next, it's your turn, Li Qingda. Chen Feng said in a cold voice with an expressionless face. P.S. Sorry, I got off work late today. So the update is a little late. There is one more chapter, I am working hard on it. Chapter 58 The God of War descends, rejecting divine authority. In fact, now Li Qingda was also a little shocked. He is obviously just a student, how can he have such powerful physical skills? He really couldn't understand it. However, Li Qingda did not show any fear on his face. He said to Chen Feng, boy, you are really good. But compared to me, it's still far behind. Without any hesitation, Li Qingda flashed in front of Chen Feng. He secretly swore in his heart that he must defeat Chen Feng today. Otherwise, I would have no face to continue hanging around in the inner courtyard. The next moment, Li Qingda's fists came towards him like raindrops. Moreover, it was aimed directly at Chen Feng's vital parts. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Paper painting, avoid. After activating paper painting, one of the 6 styles, Chen Feng's body became as light as paper. With the help of the strong wind when Li Qingda punched, he actually dodged all of Li Qingda's attacks. Not to mention hitting him, Li Qingda didn't even touch the corner of Chen Feng's clothes. What kind of taijutsu is this? How come you can easily dodge my attacks? And it looks so effortless. As Li Qingda spoke, cold sweat dripped down his face. Li Qingda, who had been learning martial arts since childhood, had never seen this kind of martial arts before. He panicked. Chen Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, and said calmly, that's it? And you dare to claim that you have been learning physical skills since childhood? You've learned all the knowledge of physical skills into your dog's head. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 15 points of negative emotion from Li Qingda. Shave. The next moment, Chen Feng disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Then, he appeared behind Li Qingda. Li Qingda also felt Chen Feng suddenly appear behind him. He opened his eyes wide, extremely shocked. He wanted to dodge. But he knew in his heart that Chen Feng would not give him time to dodge. 6 King's Spear. He clenched his fists together, and a powerful shockwave burst out from Chen Feng's fists. Boom! After the sound, Li Qingda's body flew dozens of meters away. It didn't stop until it hit a pine tree. Fall to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Qingda's mouth. Chen Feng's move broke at least 3 of his ribs. Damn it! You're just a student, why are you so strong? But don't be complacent. Li Qingda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and limped to Chen Feng. He bent down and whispered into Chen Feng's ear with a sly smile on his face, the influence of my family in the inner courtyard is beyond your imagination. Killing a civilian like you is as easy as crushing an ant. Just as he finished speaking, Li Qingda spat out another mouthful of blood. Chen Feng raised his head and sneered, you have suffered serious internal injuries, haven't you? Stop showing off to me. Be careful, your internal injuries might get worse. Damn it. Li Qingda. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points of negative emotion value from Li Qingda. At this moment, Lu Jian, an executive in the inner court, walked towards the two of them. After seeing Lu Jian, Wen Xie's pupils suddenly contracted and he hurriedly protected Chen Feng. He knew that in the inner courtyard, if a student hit a teacher, he would be severely punished. Director Lu, I was the one who asked Chen Feng to spar with Teacher Li. I didn't expect an accident to happen and I injured Teacher Li. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Wen Xie's face was solemn. Be prepared to be punished. Unexpectedly, Lu Jian smiled and patted Wen Xie on the shoulder. It's nothing, just a discussion between teacher and student. Getting hurt is inevitable. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qingda and Wen Xie were both confused. What's going on? Is Director Lu a relative of Chen Feng? Why is he speaking so strongly for him? Seeing Li Qingda's confused face, Lu Jian put his arm around Chen Feng's shoulders and took him to a corner. That student is someone you and I can't afford to offend. He is the prospective disciple recognized by the Sword Saint. Lu Jian said with narrowed eyes. Li Qingda's brows knitted together. Master Sword Saint? Could it be the Sword Master, one of the Night's Watch's most powerful warriors? Lu Jian nodded and said, otherwise, apart from him, who else in this world would dare to call himself a Sword Saint? If you see him next time, you'd better stay away from him. Cold sweat soaked Li Qingda's clothes. When he turned his head to look at Chen Feng again, there was a touch of awe in his eyes unconsciously. In the evening, the streets are brightly lit. The dark streets are illuminated not only by streetlights but also by the lights of thousands of homes. Chen Feng rode his little yellow bike, humming a little tune. Moving through the buildings. You've used up a lot of energy today, so let's eat some Odin to replenish our energy. Chen Feng parked the shared bike on the side of the road and locked it with his cell phone. After doing all this, Chen Feng went into a shop called Sakura Odin. Sitting on a small stool, Chen Feng called out, "Boss, give me a large portion of Odin. Add more spice, no money if it's not spicy. It's too spicy, and I 1T pay." Okay. After a while, a bowl of hot Odin was served in front of him. Looking at the cuttlefish balls and beef balls in the bowl, Chen Feng's appetite increased greatly. After finishing the meal in no time, Chen Feng patted his stomach with satisfaction. Belch. I'm full. At this time, a man suddenly sat down opposite him. Chen Feng raised his head. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, he smiled and greeted him. Old man, long time no see. You are already this old, will drinking wolfberry water still be of any use? Sitting opposite Chen Feng was his neighbor the Swordmaster. The old man put down the teacup in his hand and a few wolfberries floated in it. Hey, I went to a foot massage parlor a few days ago, and I need to drink some wolfberry water to replenish my body. You may grow old, but your heart should never grow old. Chen Feng thought that what the old man said made sense and that it was indeed necessary to make up for it. After taking a sip of wolfberry water, the old man looked up at the sky. He murmured, "It won't be long before the world changes drastically." Chen Feng didn't understand what the old man was talking about. He continued to pick the gaps between his teeth with a toothpick. Suddenly, the old man focused his attention on Chen Feng. Then, his aura changed instantly, as if he had become a general who had fought for many years. Young man, you may not believe this, but today a god holding a sword appeared before me and said he would grant me divine power. Let me carry out his will and walk among men on his behalf. But I rejected it. Hearing this, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Wasn't the topic changed too quickly? And he felt like the old man was bragging. But the old man's eyes were very firm. It doesn't seem like a joke. Chen Feng could only take over the conversation and ask. The god holding a long sword is the sword god? The old man shook his head. No, he is the god of war and blood Ares. P.S. Thanks to all the big guys who have been following the updates, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 59 Late Night Benefits? Long-Legged Queen. I heard from the old man that Ares, the god of war, wants to grant him divine power. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. He continued, the divine authority of the god of war and the god of blood is coveted by countless humans. Why do you refuse? The old man was silent for a moment and said to himself, the reason why I refused. Because after the integration of divine authority, humanity will gradually be replaced by divinity. Until then. Speaking of this, the old man stood up suddenly and glanced at the tall buildings and the bustling and peaceful streets ahead. I can no longer protect those important things. The old man's tone was very resolute. Like an old general about to go to the front line. Chen Feng remained silent. He had no idea in his heart what the old man's purpose was in coming to him tonight and saying these words. At this moment, a middle-aged man and a woman, carrying a bag, walked up to Chen Feng. These two people are Li Qingda's parents. The man's name is Li Jun and the woman's name is Jiang Yan. They came specifically to apologize to Chen Feng because of the conflict during the physical training class in the morning. Friend Chen Feng, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to eat in a small restaurant like this. You're really down to earth. We are Li Qingda's parents, and we are here to sincerely apologize to you. Li Jun said with a smile on his face. After seeing Li Qingda's parents, the old man sat down again. At this time, Li Jun noticed the old man. As a senior member of the inner court, he naturally knew the old man's identity as a swordmaster. But he didn't expose it. Because before coming, Lu Jian specifically told him that the Sword Saint did not want to reveal his identity. He would never dare to disobey the Sword Saint. To be honest, Chen Feng was also a little confused. Although he is indeed very handsome and outstanding, he has no power or background. For some reason, many of the higher-ups in the inner court were very polite to him. Well, I came to apologize to you sincerely. How sincere are you? Li Jun. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 20 negative emotion points from Li Jun. Before coming to apologize, Li Jun had made sufficient mental preparations. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's words "how sincere you are" almost broke his defense. However, Li Jun still smiled and said, the environment of this small shop is too simple. I'm inviting you, my friend, to have a meal at the Longting Hotel. We won't leave until we're drunk, ha 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 ha. Chen Feng stretched himself and said, forget it, I'm full. Besides, I have to go back to meditate and practice soon, so I don't have time. Chen Feng decisively refused. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Jiang Yan, who was sitting next to him, became so angry that her face turned red and her whole body was shaking. Jiang Yan didn't know the old man's true identity. So, without any hesitation, he slammed the table and yelled at the two of them, that's enough. With our status, we're already giving you enough face by coming here to apologize. If there's a staircase, just go down. Why are you pretending? Chen Feng frowned slightly. He sneered and said, old auntie, do you have any misunderstanding about apology? With your attitude, are you really here to apologize? Ding, congratulations to Su for gaining 20 negative emotion points from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face was distorted with anger. Who are you calling old auntie? Am I old? I'm only 42 years old this year, I'm still a middle-aged woman, and I still have the charm. The old man took a sip of the wolfberry water and said, he looks about the same age as me. The old man is also good at arguing with people. This sentence almost made Jiang Yan faint from anger. He's almost your age. Ning looks almost 80 years old. Li Jun quickly pushed Jiang Yan and told her to shut up. If they offend the old man, they will not be able to save him even if they have 10 lives. Seeing Li Jun asking him to shut up, Jiang Yan pouted, turned her head away with a look of resentment, and stopped talking. Then, Li Jun smiled and put the bag he brought on the table. After opening the bag, a wooden box that looked very expensive appeared in front of everyone. Li Jun reached out, opened the wooden box, and pushed it in front of Chen Feng. My friend, this is a herbal meat pie. Eating it can increase your cultivation and prolong your life. It's priceless and extremely valuable. Please accept it. The aroma of meat instantly came to my nose. And if you look closely, you will find that the grass jelly meat pie is wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy. Well, it's really good stuff. Thank you very much. There is no reason not to accept a gift that is delivered to your door. Chen Feng stretched out his hands and was about to accept the grass jelly meat pie. Suddenly, Jiang Yan on the side spoke again. Fuck, I really can't help it, Li Jun, are you crazy? This is such a precious thing, I usually wouldn't buy it for my son, but you actually gave it to him. Jiang Yan slammed the table and said angrily. Faced with Jiang Yan's renewed provocation, Chen Feng did not retaliate. Instead, he sneered and looked at Li Jun. His eyes were full of coldness, as if saying, are you here to apologize or to cause trouble? Li Jun felt frightened when he was stared at. Cold sweat began to flow uncontrollably. This spendthrift woman, could she please be quiet for a moment? Bang! In desperation, Li Jun slapped Jiang Yan in the face. The slap was so powerful that it left a clear 5 fingerprint on Jiang Yan's fair face. Jiang Yan, shut the fuck up. I'm giving a gift to friend Chen Feng. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Li Jun said angrily. Jiang Yan seemed stunned by the slap. She couldn't accept that her husband would slap her for an outsider. Li Jun, how dare you hit me? I want to divorce you. After saying that, Jiang Yan stood up and ran out. Li Jun also realized that he had been a little too harsh. He said to Chen Feng, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Let's get together again some other day. As soon as the words fell, Li Jun chased after him. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng returned to the rental house carrying the grass jelly meat pie. Ha ha ha, this herbal jelly pie can increase your cultivation and it's delicious too. It's really not a good idea, Chen Feng muttered. Just as Chen Feng was about to open the bedroom door, suddenly, he heard a cold and royal sister's voice coming from inside the door. Chen Feng, Sigma A. In an instant, Chen Feng quickly checked the door locks and windows. There were no signs of illegal intrusion. Chen Feng thought, could it be that God knows that I use up toilet paper too quickly? So, send me a long-legged queen late at night? Chapter 60 The Devil's Son is a Lolita. Chen Feng pushed open the bedroom door with great anticipation. On the big white bed sat a harmless little Lolita. She was playing with Chen Feng's tablet. The little girl has black curly hair and a pair of cute little horns on her head. She was wearing a white dress. But the most eye-catching thing is the white lace stockings she wears on her legs. After Chen Feng entered the room, the two looked at each other. They were all stunned for a moment. Who are you? How did you break into my house? And why are you playing with my tablet? Chen Feng spoke first, breaking the silence. The little loli pouted and put down the tablet in her hand. She said in a cool and elegant voice, I didn't break in. I was born here. I am the devil's child from the devil fruit tree. My name is Nina. How could the little loli's voice be so cold? This is unreasonable. Hearing Nina say this, Chen Feng's gaze instantly shifted to the devil fruit tree. At this time, only a thin layer of bark remained on the devil fruit tree. Obviously, the thing inside has broken out of the cocoon. System, is this the miraculous change you mentioned? Massive benefits? Are you kidding me? Ding reporting to the host, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance, she is actually very powerful. Moreover, the benefits she can bring to you are beyond your imagination. Chen Feng touched his chin and thought. This Nina is very cute and has a beautiful appearance. But I, Chen Feng, am not that kind of person. It's impossible for me to do anything to her. Then what's the use of her? While Chen Feng was thinking, suddenly, Nina sniffed, then moved and rushed to Chen Feng. Then, her little mouth opened to an incredible degree. He swallowed the wooden box in Chen Feng's hand in one gulp. It's delicious, he. Fortunately, Chen Feng pulled his hand away quickly, otherwise, Nina would probably eat his hand as well. Grass jelly meat patties. I haven't even tried one. You. Chen Feng bent down, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Nina's calf. He lifted her upside down. Affected by gravity, Nina's black safety pants were exposed to the air. Woo, big brother, please let me go. Nina's head is so dizzy. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Nina. Nina begged. Chen Feng's mouth curled up slightly, there's no point in pretending to be pitiful. Since you ate my herbal jelly pie, you have to compensate me with 3 devil fruits, GKD. The devil's child who lives in the devil fruit tree. Being able to produce devil fruits, that makes sense, right? Producing a frozen fruit has consumed a lot of Nina's energy and blood. It will take a few days before she can continue producing. Big brother, even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to be used like this. Chen Feng exerted force and threw Nina onto the big bed. Then, rubbed my hands together. Smiling, she touched Nina's little head and said, Good girl Nina, you must produce a devil fruit for your brother as soon as possible. If you don't produce 3, don't leave the rental house. It's very dangerous outside. Nina nodded obediently. Then, he picked up the tablet and continued playing Glory of the Strong while saying, Big brother, the games in your world are really fun. I've only been playing for an hour and I'm already gold. What? Sigma A. Chen Feng glanced at the screen and subconsciously staggered back 2 steps. She was playing on her own account. Moreover, my previous rank was king. Her reverse upgrade really overturned Chen Feng's show. Little Nina, you are so outstanding. In just 1 hour, I helped my brother upgrade his rank from king to gold. The future is promising. Chen Feng walked out of the bedroom with a dark face and cleaned up the utility room next door for Nina. A single bed was set up. After all, it's a bit inappropriate for him to sleep with such a cute little loli. After doing all this, Chen Feng returned to the bedroom and pointed outside the door and said, Nina, you can sleep in the utility room next door for the next few days. Also, go play some games in your room. I'm going to start my meditation practice. Nina nodded. Then he skipped out with his bare feet. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his meditation practice tonight. Not long after, with a creaky sound, Chen Feng's bedroom door was opened again. Nina poked half of her head in and whispered, Big brother, the tablet is out of battery. Excuse me, where is the charger? Chen Feng was very unhappy that his cultivation progress was interrupted. After handing the charger under the pillow to Nina, he smiled evilly and said, Little Nina, if you come to disturb my practice again today, I'll just put my tablet on anti-addiction mode. When little Nina heard this, her eyes widened. As someone who often surfs the internet in another world, she fully understands the power of the anti-addiction mode. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 negative emotion points from Nina. Humph, Nina, don't go into anti-addiction mode. Slightly. After saying that, Nina trotted into the utility room. 2 hours later, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. After a few days of practice, I seem to have reached the bottleneck of bronze 2 stars. In a few days, I should be able to make a breakthrough. Chen Feng, who possesses E-level supernatural powers, is able to catch up with the large group in cultivation speed. Because he used all the fragmented time. Whenever he has time, no matter how much, Chen Feng will seize it to meditate and practice. It is this unremitting persistence that has prevented Chen Feng's cultivation level from being left behind by those geniuses with advanced supernatural powers. Ha! Chen Feng yawned. He hadn't slept for 2 days. Chen Feng felt a little tired at this time. After setting the alarm on his phone, he slowly fell asleep. Tomorrow is the weekend, no classes. The reason why Chen Feng set the alarm was because Commissioner Su Bing wanted to take him to forge a magic weapon. But don't oversleep.